trying not to didn't know what I had, but I really messed it up this time, and I feel so bad. Ooh, I could really use a clue, baby. Tell me what to do before you make up your mind. 'Cause I'm pressing forward, but stuck on empty, and I'm running out of time. So leave me cold, leave me stranded, leave me broken, empty-handed, leave me nothing, or leave whatever. But baby, promise me you'll never leave me all alone. If you go, I gotta know. No sense thinking I'd be depending on a long lost love that walked out. You're never gonna leave me all alone. If you go, I gotta know. No sense thinking I'd be depending on a long lost love that walked out. You're never gonna leave me behind. Don't leave me behind. You remember June and all the crazy plans we made. A campfire on a sunset lit beach. It could be so great. But watch out when I open my mouth, 'cause I'm causing all the doubt, and I should practice what to say. 'Cause I barely made it up this time, and now you need a break. So leave me cold, leave me stranded, leave me broken, empty-handed, leave me nothing, I'll leave whatever. But baby, promise me you'll never leave me all alone. If you go, I gotta know. No sense thinking I'd be depending on a long lost love that walked out. You're never gonna leave me all alone. If you go, I gotta know. No sense thinking I'd be depending on a long lost love that walked out. You're never gonna leave me behind. Don't leave me behind. Leave me stranded, leave me broken, empty-handed, leave me nothing, I'll leave whatever. But baby, promise me you'll never leave me all alone. If you go, I gotta know. No sense thinking I'd be depending on a long lost love that walked out. You're never gonna leave me all alone. If you go, I gotta know. No sense thinking I'd be depending on a long lost love that walked out. You're never gonna leave me behind. Don't leave me behind.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Ravencast. Once again, tonight is a different kind of episode because it's an overnight episode because my dumbass decided to sleep in till 7 p.m. Yes, I know, it's so stupid. But we're here once again tonight. Hopefully, we get some more entertainment, maybe another debate. Because honestly, I liked doing that debate last night against Green because it shows that I actually have actual standards. I'm willing to defend my positions on everything, no matter what, and that's why I like doing debates. But tonight's a new night. We'll see what's going on. We got a lot of news to cover, which I just woke it up, so a lot of this is like last-minute news. But there is, stuff to cover. In fact, I found this Aspen Gold thing to cover and all these other things. But before we go ahead and do that, we're going to check up with the chat first and says, NBA is still spurting about perfection of geekdom. Another 7 years of this shit again. NBA can never move on. Well, what do you have to say? He can never move on because geekdom and perfection are his daddies. They are his YouTube daddies. He needs them for clout. He needs them for people to care about. Also, Jim left. Guess he's having connection issues. He'll probably be back. But yeah, I was going to introduce Jim and he just fucking left. But yeah, anyway, so until Jim fixes his back. Oh, he says internet needs to reboot. Okay, he's having internet issues. That sucks. So before Jim gets back, I guess we can go ahead and get to the first topic. Hopefully everyone is doing well tonight. I'm doing well myself. Honestly, it's just the best thing to finish Thunder's chat. NBA can never move on. That guy can never move on. He can never get a fucking life. All he has is geekdom, perfection. That's all he's been talking about for 7 years. That's all he's going to be continuing to talk about. Because he's a no-life loser. He needs those guys. He needs those guys for clout. He needs people to fuck with for clout. And I could see he is live right now. And it's like, when are you gonna move on, bro? Once you start lying on people, you just need to fucking move on. You need to move on and get a better fucking life. Like, holy shit, he needs to move on. Like, he's literally so fucking stupid. He just needs to move on. He's a pathetic fucking loser. Like, he just needs to fucking move on with life. But anyways, we're not going to talk about that irrelevant, nobody loser like NBA, because all he is an irrelevant loser. Maybe after what we got today, maybe. But I'm going to go ahead and get to our first segment because it's way better than whatever the fuck he's got going on. Rehashing old 2018 drama. I don't need 2018 drama. I can cover all the news like live because I'm a real motherfucker. So let me go ahead because I am to be clipping this. Let me go ahead and. On the other side, that man was fabulous tonight. Shane Alexander, 35, 9 assists. And the rest of the Thunder. All right, so first topic, we get to talk about good old Asmongold. That is right. We get to talk about good old Asmon. Because what's Asmon doing? Well, he says he's been revealed to be invited to a major event by the Trump admin and that they are most likely watching his content. I got invited to every big event. I'm not sure it's going to happen, but it might. There are a lot of people that are involved in the government that are aware. The justice. So you're basically gloating about being the government's bitch boy and saying what they want you to say. The Justice Department have probably seen some of the things I've said. People you got on no mainstream motion. Well, you would rather have people at Fox News talking about you or people at Fox News talking about what the government is doing that happens to be the same thing you said. All right, let's see what good old Aspen has to say about being invited to a Trump admin event. Yeah, because you sleep for the war and you kiss their ass on the war. And that's the thing, when you kiss their ass on certain issues and they know that you're not going to fully call them out, they know you're going to be a fence-sitting little baby, then yeah, they're going to watch, they're going to take you as like an asset because you're basically spreading. They don't even need to pay you to spread their fake propaganda. That's the thing. I know, like, look, I actually do like Asmongold, but some of the stuff Asmongold's been saying, I just don't really agree with. Like, with the war, he's like, the war's justified because we got to get rid of the IRGC and we got to spend these billions of dollars. It's like, why are we going to spend billions of dollars on a conflict on the other side of the world that doesn't really matter? In fact, we can't even destroy the regime. That's the problem. This is what I tell people. It's like I told that one dude, right? We can't even destroy the regime. We can't, like I told Marte, why are we going to have a war? Why are we going to fight a war that we know we can't win? If we can't collapse the regime and do regime change, if the Pentagon already knew that, why the fuck are we in this war? Oh, wait, because Israel forced our hand and we're doing it for only Israel's interests. And Asmongold doesn't want to see that bigger picture for some reason. Why? So you can sell out and talk about how good the war is for our economy when it's not? What are you going to do? Sweep for the war? Is that why they're inviting you to that event? So you can sweep for the war? So you could say, hey, the war is so good, guys. Oh, yeah, the war is so good. The war is so amazing. You have a lot of background noise. Holy.
Hello.
Hello. You got a lot of background noise. Dude, why did you bring it up? See, this is what I don't like. They say, "Oh, I'm not going to get into specifics, guys. I'm not going to get into specifics," but then doesn't get into specifics, but then talks about it. Like you're putting sprinkles out, but you're not going to talk about the whole cake. Don't even talk about the sprinkles. Just don't even bring it up if you're not going to talk about it. If you don't want the public asking questions on why you're being invited to this event, then don't even bring up that you're invited to this event. Stupid. Why? You talk to the feds? Do they tell you to spread this fucking pro war propaganda that you like to spread? Is that why? That's the thing. And not only that, but I know people say he calls out Israel in such the baby ways. He says, "Oh yeah, APAC's bad, but the war is good." It's like, don't be a fence-sitting little bitch, bro. Don't be a fence-sitting little bitch. If you're gonna call someone out for the rocks, call them out on all the wrongdoing. Don't just pick one wrongdoing and justify another wrongdoing. You either call out all the wrongdoings or you justify all the wrongdoings. Like, I just hate when people pick and choose. That's the thing. You can pick and choose. If Israel's actually right in a situation, then you can say they're right, but they're not right in the APAC thing nor the war. And the war and APAC have a lot in common because guess what? APAC is there to bribe Congress people to spread this fucking war shit so we can fight, so the United States can fund Israel and fight the wars for them. That's why APAC exists. And yet you want to say you don't like APAC, but you like the wars that we're fighting for them. You like the Iran war. You like to try to collapse a regime that's not going to fall. You like the straits closed right now. Like, you're just a fucking idiot, dude.
Yes. Yes, a suit would be man.
Also, what do you? I gotta hold on. Let me redo this whole segment again. I'm gonna do a new timestamp clip because, oh my god, technology wanted to fuck me in the fucking asshole, man. New timestamp. 13:30. So we're gonna go ahead and start this new segment. So Asmongold has been invited to the White House for some kind of event. He doesn't want to get into specifics, so I don't even know why he brought it up. He's getting invited to some event, and it makes me wonder: is this why Asmongold is saying that the war is good just so he can get invited to the Trump event? Is he like another Joe Rogan selling out like a little bitch? Knows that Trump is stupid, knows that Trump sells out, will even say that Trump sells out, but then wants to say, "Oh, I'll meet with you and I ain't going to criticize you to your face." It's like, it's just really shady. People like Asmongold and Joe Rogan rub me the wrong way. Jim, is there any pre-perspective you want to give before we go ahead and get into this segment?
Basically that my perspective is that Asmongold has, it's like whatever Hasan is, he's the complete opposite. So you can bet your sweet ass that he's sucking off Trump because Hasan wants nothing to do with Trump.
And see, this is the problem I have, right? People want to do the enemy of my enemy is my friend's bullshit. It's like, no, to me, it's another fucking enemy because guess what? They're still selling us out. And it's like a sellout, it's a fucking sellout. And just because Hassan's bad doesn't make Trump good. And that's the problem with Asmongold is he just tries his best to be anti-Hassan as possible to the point where he will ignore other people. He will ignore he will ignore what other people do and sweep for other people. right, let's continue. Let's see what good old Aspen has to say.
Oh my, they're watching. So
Yeah, they're only watching you because, like Jim says, you criticize Hasan, you criticize the leftist crowd, so they only watch you because you benefit them. It's not because they like you, dude. See, oh, these people like me. Trump must respect me. No, he respects that you're a good fucking guy. That's what he respects about you. He doesn't respect that you're actually an honest guy. In fact, he probably knows you're just kissing ass like Joe Rogan. You want to know why he doesn't care about Joe Rogan or Asmongold making these light jabs at him and MAGA time to time? It's because he knows that he has these people by the balls, because whenever Trump's in the room, he knows these guys are going to kiss ass and pretend that he's the greatest president ever. So, and whenever it's like really important, these guys like to kiss ass because they like to fucking get the clout. They don't care about integrity. They don't care about the truth. And sometimes too, Aspen's like, I don't even think Asmongold's a bad dude. I just think he's just naive on purpose sometimes because he wants to benefit himself. He wants to get more clout. He wants the Trump people to like him. He wants the right wing to like him. Like, he'll say stuff. He's not a full-on Ben Shapiro shill, but he will, like, purposely, when he criticizes him, not say the full thing and only half-ass it. Just like, he doesn't cross a line. Like, there's some line Asmongold and Joe Rogan don't want to cross to piss Trump off. And I feel like that's dishonest. I feel like if you have something to say and you're thinking about it, you might as well just say it, and the person cuts you off, then that's on them.
I got invited to a very, very big event. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but it might.
Instead of saying that, why don't you just tell us, are you going to go to the event? Yes or no? Why are you being a little vague about it? See, I don't like when people bring up stuff, they be vague about it on purpose. It's like, don't be vague about it. Just be honest and tell us, like, if you want to go. And it seems like you do want to go. So just say, hey, I want to go to this event and I'm going to sell out in order to. Like, if you're going to sell out, be honest about selling out. Be honest about fucking selling out and kissing the ass of the establishment. You might as well be honest, because lying about it just makes people not want to respect you even more.
We'll see what happens. And so I don't want to get into specifics.
Then why bring it up at all? You might as well just shut the fuck up about it. If you don't want to get into specifics, why did you bring it up at all? Like, this is why I don't get about these creators. They bring up shit and then it's like, oh, I can't get into too much detail. Then don't bring it up at all. You're safer not bringing it up, because people like my autistic ass right here wouldn't know about it if you didn't run your mouth about it. Like, have you ever wondered about that? Oh, these people don't want us asking questions, but they don't realize, oh, if you didn't run your mouth about it, that we wouldn't even know about it.
I'm not trying to get into specifics. But I will say that my understanding is that there are people that are involved in the government that are aware. They're aware.
Well, they're aware that you're a good guy, that you defend the war, that you know is not for America's interest. You know it's not for America first. Like, you knowingly defend a war. Is that why they're watching you? Oh, it's because you make fun of Hasan and say the obvious, that Hasan's a bad dude. Is that why they watch you? We already know Hasan's a bad dude. Like, they're just using you as like a scapegoat, and they're basically only liking you because they know you're just like Joe Rogan and you'll do anything for clout.
Mandatory.
Like, you're not as bad as Joe Rogan, because I'm not gonna lie, Joe Rogan's a piece of shit. He fucking pissed me off because he's like, Joe Rogan, at least Asmongold doesn't go as far. He'll make like some criticism about AIPAC and say something true. Joe Rogan just says, oh, MAGA's full of a bunch of dorks and people like Ben Shapiro are retarded. But then literally the next day, he is taking a picture with Trump and shaking hands of all the MAGA retards he called dorks. And it's like, why are you flip-flopping and fence-sitting? Like, why? Why the fuck are you going to call MAGA a bunch of dorks, but then the next fucking day, the next day you're going to go and shake Trump's hand and shake all the hands of the MAGA retards. You're a fucking fake sellout piece of shit. This is why I don't like the center right. The center right are just a bunch of flip-flopping cowards. And Asmongold, I'm not going to lie, he has a bad taste in my mouth recently, mainly because he likes to flip-flop on important issues you shouldn't flip-flop on.
Yes. Yes, a suit would be mandatory.
Well, duh. Why would you go there looking like this? Why would you go there? You're going to have to shower too, bro. Like, if you're going to go to the White House, you're going to have to shower. You're going to have to change your fucking shitty lifestyle for just one day.
You know what I should do? I should go to, like, what's a really good suit maker? Like, should I just try to find, like, a referral from a guy that I know, and I have to find, like, a random Italian guy that, like, lives...
How about instead of finding a suit, how about you actually go and tell Trump how Americans really feel about his stupid wars and about AIPAC, and tell him to have AIPAC register under FARA. Actually fight the fight. Fight the good fight and bring it up to his face. Don't just fucking half-ass it like Joe Rogan does. Like, all you people are fucking half-asses. This is why Trump's never going to change, because influencers that actually do get to talk to him face-to-face, they don't say it to his face. In fact, they agree to him to his face and pretend like he's doing nothing wrong. So Trump thinks he's doing nothing wrong because you have all these fucking kiss asses telling him to his face that they agree with him, when in reality they don't even agree with him. They're just kiss asses, scared bunch of pussies.
Lives in, like, fucking some random place in LA, and I fly out and, like, have him make me a suit, and I give him like 15 grand or 20 grand for it. Like, or should I?
You could literally just buy a suit. You're rich. Just buy you a fucking suit. You don't even need to do all that. Just buy a fucking suit.
Just go, like, because I feel like that is, like, that's way more, by the way, that is, like, infinitely fucking more of a flex than, like, getting a Armani suit, in my opinion, because, like, that's the kind of thing that you do if, like, you don't need to flex that you have money, you just want to look good. So the Justice Department, I think that they probably have seen some of the things I've said, and I'm glad, right? Which, by the way, is...
Oh, I'm glad that they see me kissing their ass. I hope they don't see me making the little pussy criticisms, and hopefully they don't take that the wrong way. Ha 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 ha. This guy's so stupid. All these people like him suck.
Like, people say,
I really like this, because that's the thing. There are some things that Asmongold that I do agree with, but just this, him in politics, politically, Asmongold's wrong. He's just a full-on right-wing kiss ass, and I don't like that. I don't like when people are like that. I don't like when people just kiss the ass of one party. It's like, why even be in politics and give your opinion if you're just going to copy and paste other people's opinions? It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. Also, what is up, Dan? Hopefully you're doing well.
Oh, you've got no mainstream motion. You don't have people that care. Well,
they only care because you hate Hasan. And that's the thing. I actually sided with them against Hasan, but I ain't just going to kiss the ass of all their opinions like you do. See, that's another thing. It's like, just because you have a common enemy with someone, it doesn't mean you should kiss that person's ass full on and full through, right? Like, that's just fucking retarded. That is so stupid. Like, that's the thing. Like, when I covered that whole NBA versus geekdom thing, right? I could have just sided with geekdom fully because NBA slighted me in the past, but I even had to point out stuff Geekdom and Perfection did wrong, because that's what you do. That's how you get the respect of people, is pointing out hypocrisies on both sides, pointing out wrongs on all sides. You being the villain, you got to be a villain in this. You got to tell the truth. We want truth tellers. We don't want people that are just going to go to Trump's events whenever they get invited to just because they want to kiss some ass or get some clout. The only way I'm going to a Trump event is if I get to actually tell him to his face, hey, you sold out. Hey, you broke your promises to American people. I ain't going to be like Asmongold and just go there and kiss his ass and then say, oh, Trump, you're the best president ever. I don't have respect for people like that. I don't.
Would you rather have people on Fox News talking about you, or would you rather have people on Fox News talking about what the government is doing that happens to be the same thing that you said?
How about we shut down Fox News because they're propagating? See, Fox News is no better than CNN. That's what people need to understand. Fox News is literally It's literally an Israeli propagandist news site. It's literally all it does is say yes to everything Trump says. It doesn't have any critiques. It doesn't bring on good guests. They just bring on a bunch of kiss asses. That's the thing. Fox News is literally a propagandist news source, just like CNN. No better than CNN.
I don't know. I mean, look, guys, it could be either one. It really depends.
If you go to this event, I'd be really disappointed in you, mainly because that's the thing. If Trump was actually a good president and he actually didn't break all the promises, he released the Epstein files and he did everything, then I wouldn't care if Asmongold goes to an event, because at the end of the day, you should go to whatever event you want. But if you claim to be a truth teller like Asmongold is, and you go to an event and you don't tell the truth at the event just because you want clout, you're not really in this fight. You're not really one of us. You're not really someone like myself that would actually get kicked out. That's the thing. It's like you're not someone like myself that will actually, has real opinions and will tell the truth no matter what, no matter who gets mad. Because that's what a truth teller does. So, Jim, do you have final thoughts on Asmongold's? What are your final thoughts on Asmongold going to this Trump event and basically,
I hope you had fun rotting and wherever it goes.
Yep. And like Ragnar said in chat, down with the crooks. Down with the fucking crooks. That's the thing. That is something our podcast is not. We are not down with the crooks. We are not down with the fucking lying sacks of shits. And unlike Asmongold, that's the thing. I actually do like a lot of Asmongold's takes on stuff. Like, I'm not an Asmongold hater. It just disappoints me that he's pulling a Joe Rogan. And that's just all it is. It's like, he just disappoints me that he's pulling a Joe Rogan. And I'm really disappointed in that because that's just not fucking right. It's not fucking cool. I don't know why you're going to go just sell out like a little bitch boy. I don't get it. I don't get why people sell out. I don't get why people, because that's the thing. These people claim money doesn't matter, fame doesn't matter. But then when it's the opportunity for them to take fame and money, they do it. It's just so fucking stupid. So now there's that. Now, some of this stuff is last minute. I do apologize because I slept till like 7 p.m., but let's see. I do have more of this stuff in the bookmarks. Let's see. Okay, so this one's actually funny. So we're going to mark this timestamp for 28:39. So a YouTuber got banned from Six Flags for eating chicken nuggets on the roller coaster. You can't even make this shit up. A YouTuber has been banned from Six Flags for life after eating chicken nuggets on a roller coaster ride. Alan Furr attempted to eat chicken nuggets while traveling at high speed faster than 90 miles per hour. Bro's eating McDonald's. Oh my god. He's literally eating chicken nuggets on Six Flags, on the fucking roller coaster, and Six Flags decided to ban him for it. And I'm gonna be real, this is retarded. Why are you banning this guy for eating chicken nuggets on the Six Flags roller coaster ride? That is so stupid. Like, really, that is so dumb. Imagine you want to do content, you want to do something funny, something that doesn't harm anybody. If a chicken nugget fell on somebody's head, they're not going to get hurt. I mean, the only thing you could say is like, oh yeah, if a sauce fell on someone's head, maybe that will damage their hair. But other than that, like a chicken nugget isn't going to damage you. Him eating chicken nugget, the only thing it's like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't bring sauce on it, but I don't think it's a bannable event. It's like, especially because no one got hurt. I don't think sauce poured on anyone's head. No chicken nugget fell on someone's head. I feel like Six Flags is overreacting because the dude just wanted to come make some content and he got some funny content. I'm not going to lie. This is a funny moment. Something like this is actually fucking funny. And the fact that you decided to ban this guy for just being a goofball. It's like, see, here's why I don't understand. Six Flags won't ban the YouTubers that go to Six Flags and harass random people in the park, right? But they'll ban this guy for just doing a harmless eating chicken nuggets while riding a roller coaster. Isn't that just a fucking double standard in itself? Like, that's just so fucking stupid. That is so stupid. Like, you literally banned the guy for making funny content. You literally banned the guy that did nothing wrong. He did nothing harmful. All he did was eat chicken nuggets. Like, that's the thing. Are y'all jealous that y'all can't eat chicken nuggets on a roller coaster ride? Like, it's just so fucking stupid and childish. You're banning this random YouTuber for just eating chicken nuggets. His ride photo shows him eating chicken nuggets. Here, let's see the whole article. I'm gonna put up the whole article of this. What the? Did I not have this sharing again? I'm going to kill StreamYard. I'm literally going to kill this fucking site. It literally showed for a second on my end, and then whatever. But yeah, there's him literally getting banned for eating chicken nuggets on a fucking Six Flags flag. Oh, right. That's just so fucking stupid. I don't see a lot of people agree with me too. A lot of these people, there's not one person that's defending this ban. Why though? If he ain't causing no trouble, why is he banned? A fine would scuff it. Why even a fine? I don't even think all he did was eat chicken nuggets on a ride. That's it. That's all he did was eat fucking chicken nuggets on a fucking ride. The only reason I could think of is that it could slip from his greasy fingers and fly into someone else's eyes who was also on the roller coaster. That's a possibility, but it's like, I don't know. The fact that that didn't even happen, which that's the thing. That is a risk, and that is a valid risk. I'll give you that. But however, they could have just given him a warning, say, hey, we understand you didn't harm anybody. We understand this didn't happen. But can you not come back and do this again? Because we don't want someone them being nice about it. They could have handled it the right way, because they could have been nice about it, said, hey, we know you're trying to do a funny prank, and it was funny, but the chicken nugget could go and hit someone's eye, and you could basically put us at risk. Can you just not come back and do this again? But instead, they just banned him from going to Six Flags just because he did something like that. It's like, you could have at least gave him a warning. That's what I would have done. Like, if I had that concern, I would have just given him a warning, but that's just me. Jim, what is your thoughts on the YouTuber getting banned from eating chicken nuggets on a roller coaster ride? Do you think he deserved it?
Fucking stupid.
It is so fucking stupid. Like, they literally banned the guy. They banned the one guy that didn't come to Six Flags and start fucking with people. They literally banned the one guy that came and made harmless content. Literally the one guy. And this thing, like Ragnar says, the ban would have been justified if they had that concern. But even then, it's like, I feel like they could have gave him a warning, be like, hey, people, like, we don't want you coming back and doing this again, because we don't want a risk of a chicken nugget going in and hitting someone's eye and we get blamed for it. Especially if a kid got hit and a kid got knocked out. Oh man, Six Flags will be sued by the fucking Karen liberal parents. So that's the segment. So now let's go and take a look at the whole Hasan getting subpoenaed thing. So apparently Hasan Piker got subpoenaed for going to Cuba and basically being friendly with the communist government. So we'll go pull up the source. Okay, pulling this up. Let's see, what do we want to use? All right, there we go. I found a source. So let's go ahead, pull this bad boy up. But yeah, Hasan has gotten subpoenaed for going to Cuba because he did a whole documentary on how how Trump doing regime change in Cuba is awful, them cutting off the water supply and all that.
Go
ahead, bring this up.
It was my grandma's RV and my aunt's RV.
Twitch streamer Hasan Piker has been subpoenaed by the federal authorities over his March trip to Cuba. He responded by accusing the government of trying to criminalize delivering aid. Now, here's my thoughts on this, right? Because I used the source because this source basically described both sides and both perspectives right there, right? So the government has decided to subpoena Hasan Piker for going to Cuba, right? Hasan's response is he was basically trying to deliver aid to the Cubans. Now, here's what is the bigger picture. Is that all Hasan was doing? And I don't think that was all he was doing, because Hasan was literally talking about going there and talking to Cuban officials. And if you're talking to Cuban officials, then that is technically treason, because you're going over there to a country that we're having issues with, we're already having tensions with, we're about to go to war and basically take over the government, and you going over there and talking to enemies of America, that is kind of treason. Now, that's the thing. If he was just delivering aid and all he was doing was delivering aid to civilians, then yeah, I don't think you should criminalize him. But he was there to talk to communist agencies. He even said that he was talking to a few of them. So it's like, you over there and you talked to Cuban intelligence. And you talking to Cuban intelligence, no, that's not okay. Like, you can't just do that. In fact, Tucker Carlson got subpoenaed for just talking to somebody in Iran during the whole Iran conflict. And if you think that Tucker Carlson wouldn't even get away with just talking to an Iranian civilian, then you ain't going to get away with talking to the government, to the communistic government. And that's the thing. It's so fucking stupid that Hasan thinks that, they're just trying to get, you should already be in jail, because you've literally talked about detonating bombs. You talked about how people should kill Rick Scott. Like, you should be locked up for just that alone. The fact that they're even using the Cuba thing is just kind of odd to me, because they could have locked this guy up a long time ago for the terroristic threats. And I feel like he should be locked up for those terroristic threats, because Hasan literally, not only did he say he wanted Rick Scott to be killed, he was teaching his audience how to make a bomb, how to detonate a bomb so they could go and commit terrorism. So it's like, yeah, if you're doing all that, I feel like you should be in jail for that. And especially if you're going in and talking to the communist Cuban government and talking to enemies of America, then yeah, you should be locked up for that. The fuck? Like, we can't defend you. The free speech warriors ain't going to defend you, because you're doing this to yourself, dude. You're lucky you're not even in jail for the terroristic shit that you've said. Like, you've gotten away with shit for far too long, and it's finally time for people to finally hold you accountable. And I'm glad people are holding you accountable, because you deserve to be held accountable for your actions, for your shitty actions, because you're a shitty guy. You are a shitty person, and you deserve to be locked up for your shitty behavior. And that's the thing. The fact that you are crying about, it's just delivering aid, it's like, that's not all you're doing. In fact, Sneako's delivering aid to Gaza, and he isn't getting locked up. And you want to know why? Because Sneako's not talking to Hamas, you idiot. He's not going there talking to Hamas governors or Hamas leaders or Hamas foreign agencies. You are talking to Cuban officials while doing that. And that's why the government's subpoenaing you, because you're talking to the enemy. You're giving enemy information about America you shouldn't be giving them. You are basically committing treason. And honestly, it's like, I think Trump should be arrested for treason, because he does the same thing to Israel, but it's just the difference is Cuba is an actual enemy. So that's why the government's more harder on you, because Cuba is an actual enemy. Israel is just an ally that pretend a fake ally, but they're considered an ally on paper. So technically, it's more worse with doing it with Cuba, because Cuba on paper is an American enemy. So technically, it's like the whole argument doesn't even work. Like Hasan, you're just fucking cooked. You're cooked, and you deserve to be locked in jail because you're a piece of fucking shit. You're a piece of shit terrorist. You've gotten away. Like, that's the thing. You've gotten away with so much, and the fact that you're crying about that you finally got caught, it's like, bro, you've gotten away with so much. You just kept pushing and pushing. It wasn't enough that you gotten away with threatening to kill senators. It wasn't enough that you gotten away with doxing people. It wasn't enough that you gotten away with literally telling people how to make bombs and commit terrorist attacks. You just had to push it further and go and literally commit treason and talk to the communist officials of Cuba. It's like, you've done this all to yourself. You should have been locked away a long time ago, and it's about fucking time that you finally got what you deserve, you piece of shit. So, Jim, what is your final thoughts on Hasan Piker, on Hamas Piker, finally getting locked up for what he deserves?
Lobotomize the animal.
Should I smoke the Hasan pack to celebrate?
No, just lobotomize him. Throw him in
Well, I'm
the cell.
smoking this. I'm smoking the Hasan pack to celebrate because fuck Hasan. Well, I don't even know why you said no to the Hasan pack. Israel using the U.S. like a shield to get away with everything, even though I agree with their course of action against Gaza and Palestine. I don't agree with their course of action against Gaza and Palestine. It's not because of the terrorists. It's because they're killing innocent people, they're bombing Catholic churches on purpose, and that shit I don't agree with. And it's like they're hurting innocent people in the crossfire, and they're using the fact that Hamas is in that area to have an excuse on going after Catholic churches. If they didn't go after the Catholic churches, and I would actually agree with them because I don't like the fucking terrorists. I think Hamas should be destroyed, and in fact, Netanyahu shouldn't even have funded Hamas. Like that whole Israel is just a whole fucking separate problem. But people like Hasan make the anti-Israel and make the anti-Israel critics look bad, because I'm an anti-Israel critic that could say, hey, Hamas is a bad group. Terrorism is not cool. You shouldn't be killing innocent Israelis. I can actually say that. But people like Hamas Piker and Dan Blizzarain and people like that, they like to take a step further and say all innocent Israelis should die, all Jews should die. It's like, you shouldn't be saying that. That rhetoric is retarded. That rhetoric is stupid. You shouldn't say all innocents should die. I think that rhetoric is so fucking stupid. And that's why I don't be behind people like Hasan and Dan Blizzarain, because those people make myself look bad. They literally are the reason why I get caught. Like when I criticize Israel and their government and their genocide in Gaza, people say, oh, you like Iran and you like the RGC. It's like, no, I don't. That is Dan Blizzarain and Hasan. That's not me. In fact, I call out Iran and Muslims all the time because that's the thing. I don't like the way they spread terrorism. I don't like how they fucking invaded the UK. In fact, we spent a whole hour calling out Muslims invading UK. So you can't say that I'm a Muslim supporter. I'm a Christian. Both of y'all, both Jews and Muslims, are going after my religion. They're going after me. So it's like, yeah, of course I'm going to hate both sides, because both sides are trying to basically get rid of us and kill us off the planet. But yeah, I think Hasan's a piece of shit, and I'm glad he got what he deserves. And he can rot in jail and basically get gang raped. I can't say the R word, obviously, but he can get graped, like grapes, purple grapes in the ass. Oh, man, Hasan. So yeah, this is the timestamp, 44. Let's see. I'll just do this. Okay. So that's that segment, Hasan. That was probably one of the future stories. I'm not gonna lie, there ain't really too much going on tonight. I'm still gonna be live. I'm still gonna be covered. There's still more to cover, but that's the whole Hasan thing. We'll go ahead and take that. But yeah, Jim, I know you don't like Hasan Piker at all. How does it feel that Hasan finally is getting what he deserves. He's finally going to jail. He's finally they should add on all the charges of him threatening to stop. They should add all the terroristic shit on top of that.
I've been waiting a while.
Same. I've been waiting a while too. We've been waiting such a long time for this event. There's a lot of background.
Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, it's all good. It's just you're just going like for every stream. You just seem like you're having a blowjob. But yeah, scroll more. Let's see.
Like, bro, that helps so much. Like, knowing that ES and MQ both have to be manipulated at the same time.
Pale's War Brother Wars and the Snark community. That's also want to kind of give a little comment on the whole Snark shit because I know it was kind of brought up in the Green debate. I've seen no evidence of the Snarkers doxing people whatsoever. I've seen nothing. In fact, when Green was trying to argue that with me, he told me that they banned the doxer. So it's like, how's the Snark left server a doxing server if they banned the doxers? It doesn't make any sense. Like, you're gonna always be being a public community and putting a link everywhere in front of everybody. Like, you're going to have bad apples come in. You're gonna have bad actors come in and do shit that you don't like and all that. It's just like, that's the thing. You just have to just ban the bad actors. And if Snark's doing a good job of banning the bad actors and getting rid of them, then I feel like you shouldn't hate them. And the fact that Nicholas Diorio likes to call them doxers, he even tried calling me a doxer a while back. It's like, there ain't no doxing going on here. Like, you people like to just throw around shit without having no evidence to back up your claims whatsoever. Like, you guys just fucking suck. That's just it. You'll suck. Yes, you do. You're good. So we do got, apparently the retarded Kino Casino has disavowed Ethan Klein's lawsuit. So we're going to go ahead and cover that. Kino Casino disavows Ethan's lawsuit. PPP of Kino Casino says he disavows Ethan Klein's lawsuit. Ethan Klein's a pussy bitch. We know that it's wrong for Ethan Klein to do this. Fuck Ethan Klein. He's a slimy Jew. Gabe Hoffman's not going to like that.
Ethan Klein's suing them. Ethan Klein's a pussy ass bitch. Ethan Klein won't fucking do it. He's a pussy ass bitch. But if he does, it's wrong. We know that it's wrong for Ethan Klein to do this. Listen, and I've disavowed it now about 3 separate times. This is like the 4th time that I've disavowed the lawsuit. Fuck Ethan Klein. He's a slimy Jew. We all know he's a slimy Jew. This guy's trying to tell me I can't say the word faggot. Fuck.
Well, then you should call out Nicholas Diorio more. But at least, even the retarded Kino Casino can't even sweep this up. Because they used to sweep for Ethan Klein a lot. But now, and that's the thing. They're not calling him out because they want to. It's because Queeman's people have been pressuring them nonstop to call them out, and then they finally gave in to the pressure of Queenman's community. So that's all it is. That's all it is. They just gave in to the pressure. Oh yeah, Link, I covered the whole Hasan thing too about him going to getting subpoenaed and all that, and that segment will be uploaded after the stream. But yeah, I covered your segment already. But that's the thing. Ethan Klein's a stupid bitch. Hasan, they're all fucking retarded. Oh yeah, did y'all know Ethan Klein and Hasan used to be friends? The Jew and the terrorist used to actually be friends. And Ethan Klein used to defend Hasan's terrorism until Hasan started criticizing Israel. Think about that. Ethan Klein defended Hasan's anti-America rhetoric until he criticized Israel. That's how you know Ethan Klein is no better than Hasan. That's how you know Ethan Klein hates us like Hasan does. They all know better. They're all fucking scumbags. They're all pieces of shit. Jim, any thoughts on the Kino Casino calling out Ethan Klein for being a slimy Jew bitch? It's about time, right?
About damn time, but honestly, look who's saying it.
Yeah, not only that, but PvP works for Gabe Hoffman. They literally take money from Gabe Hoffman to deplatform people like Ethan, Ralph, and RPG. So it's like they can't go and call Ethan Klein a slimy Jew when they work for a slimy Jew themselves.
Look, I'll be dead ass with you. The person that's calling him out is a piece of shit himself.
Who, PPP?
That's just my, opinion.
Wait, who are you talking about? PPP?
Retard alert. Retard.
Yeah, that's PPP.
Yeah, PPP is a piece of shit. So, the fact that he's calling him out, right? He doesn't really have a leg to stand on. I hope he knows that.
You're not bringing up the bigger point. And oh yeah, by the way, you do have background, but here's why they're calling him out, right? It's because they're calling him out because Queenman has been pressuring them for the last few weeks to call out Ethan Klein, and they refused to do so. And now, because the Queenman fans wouldn't stop bugging them, now they're calling out Ethan Klein. It's not genuine. None of it's been genuine. It's not genuine at all. It's not genuine. These people are not doing it because they care about DMCAs. They're only doing it because they want more clout and they want the Queenman people to leave them alone. That's all they're doing. Good day on the RavenCast show. This is Charlie. Hey, man, how's it going? Hopefully you're doing well, my friend.
Fuck him. Like, this is it. This is
But yeah, so there's that segment there, them calling out Ethan Klein. But that's the thing, these people only call out these people because they want clout. It's not because they actually have those opinions. And that's why you should watch people like me, because I actually have actual opinions and I'm willing to call out all their sides. Israel moment. Well, it's not even just Israel, it's just humans are stupid in general. People just like to take teams, they literally use the internet as team sports, and if you want to be the truthful guy, you can't play team sports. You got to be on your own team only. You can't be on these other people's teams. That's how you get fucked over, stabbed in the back, and all that. I used to play the team sports shit too, and then y'all saw what Wall Smashers did to me for it. They basically just, stabbed me in the back as soon as I disagreed with them, and they started making all these false allegations. So yeah, playing team sports is just not the move. It's not the move. It's not the right thing to do. Hopefully you're doing well, Charlie. If you're free now, if you're free, whatever, because I actually want to check up on you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully it's stuff enough. Because that's the thing. A lot's been going on with Nigeria, but I'm not gonna lie, Trump's just been too silent on it recently, and I don't know what's going on with that. And if you want to talk about that, I'm willing to talk about that. But it's just the whole thing with the whole Nigeria thing. Trump was about to bomb them and everything, and then all of a sudden, he just stopped talking about them, and I think he got the call. I think that Yahoo called him up and said, hey, Leave Bolo alone. Bolo and the Nigerians are my Muslim friends. Leave them alone. Focus on Iran first. And I think that's what happened because Bibi Netanyahu and Bola, the president of Nigeria, have been friends for a very, very good long time. They used to meet. In fact, Nigeria and Israel are allied, and they meet all the time. So it's like, I feel like Trump was forced to back off because the Zionists told him to back off. Now, that's just me. I could be wrong, but it's just really weird. Really weird coincidence over there. Yeah, let's see what other news to see if Vera's uploading anything. Maybe some more Ubisoft updates. Which this is an overnight stream. I know it's more later than usual, so I do apologize if people are like, oh, why is it not at like 7 or when I get off? It's because it's fucking late. It's because I literally woke up right at like 7:30 p.m. I looked at the time and I saw 7, and at first I was like, oh, it's 7 a.m. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. It's 7 p.m. So, yeah. DEI overfund killed Remedy. CEO blames us for not buying the games. Uh-oh. Looks like Remedy's fucking acting stupid, so let's go ahead and cover that. Another video game company blaming us for us not wanting to buy the video games. It's like, bro, you can't force us to buy your video games, you piece of fucking shits. Like, are you dumb? You guys, you people dumb? Also, DEI is so fucking stupid. Remedy, Sony, Ubisoft, Microsoft, the list keeps going on and on and on. Of all these video game, how come all these video game companies are going broke? How come all these woke video game companies that do the woke grift all just end up going broke? Maybe because gamers are tired of the woke shit. They're tired of all the DEI shit and the woke shit in our video games, and they think they can fucking tell us what games to buy. It's like, no, we are the consumers. We pick what games we like to play, and we don't play woke trash bullshit. We don't play political lecture trash bullshit.
I keep on reading because Cornelius.
He implies it. He implies it. He literally implies it when he makes that statement. He literally implies it. So he's basically is blaming us. When people imply something, they want to say, oh, I'm not blaming you. It's just they want to blame you without taking responsibility for it. And that's what they're doing. Remedy is blaming us or implying that it's our fault. It's still saying it's our fault, so you might as well just come out right and say it.
Fault. I'm sorry. You do not instantly deserve our money simply because you've made good games in the past, like with Alan Wake. I loved Alan Wake 1. I thought it was really good. And then Alan Wake 2 was completely different from the pacing to the story, even to the characters. I mean, Alan Wake wasn't the only main character in an Alan Wake game. That is insane. Then they decided to race swap Saga, which caused controversy. Sweet Baby Inc. worked on this game. They modernized some of the dialogue. And when it comes to things like Control, the next game doesn't look bad, but there are plenty of people who don't trust them now. So the former EA exec was appointed as the Finnish studio's new CEO earlier this year, Jean Charles, having previously worked on Battlefield and the FIFA series. Speaking to the game's business, he's
worked on the FIFA series. No wonder why he's a retard. FIFA was awful. FIFA's awful. That shit's not even entertaining.
said that he wants Remedy to continue making.
And there's the reason why FIFA had to pay KSI and the Sidemen to promote the stupid games over the years. There's a reason why KSI just fucking doesn't even cover FIFA anymore, because he never liked it. He only covered FIFA and played FIFA a while back because he just paid to. Same with all the other Sidemen.
The kinds of
They paid the cameraman Randolph to play FIFA. That's how bad FIFA is. They were paying KSI's cameraman to play it because they suck that bad.
Games it's always made, but look at ways it can turn those critical hits into commercial ones.
I've played them like once or twice and I hate it. It's just awful. It's awful. Graphics are awful. It's not entertaining. I'm not even a soccer guy, but it makes my hate of soccer go up even more.
It is so ridiculous that you are saying that you want to continue making the kinds of games that you've always made, even though you haven't, for the past couple of years, made the games that people have loved. Control was special for a reason. Alan Wake was special for a reason. And Alan Wake 2 didn't follow in Alan Wake 1's footsteps. And is Control going to do that? Probably not. You don't understand what made them special and popular in the first place. All you are doing.
See, none of these CEOs of Ubisoft, Sony, Remedy, they don't understand why the consumers support them. They just like, oh, they just support me because of my messaging or because they have to. It's like they don't gotta do shit. They support you because of the games you've been putting out, and then once you don't put out those games you're putting out anymore, then they're not going to support you. Like you got to study your audience. That's the problem, is these people don't study their own audiences. They don't study the audience at all, and that's the problem. They don't study their audience. They don't give a fuck what their audience thinks, and that's why all these video games are all falling together. And the only ones that are going to survive is companies like Ubisoft that has an investor. And if Remedy survives, any of these companies survive in 10 years, it's because they have a shady investing company keeping them afloat. It's not because the consumer, in fact, the consumers are just the consumer numbers just keep getting lower and lower and lower and lower, even if they have these investment firms save them.
Is viewing dollar signs. And I get that, right? They're a company, they need.
I played the old DS and 3D FIFAs. I'll stick to those. Thank you very much. I don't like FIFA at all, personally, but seems like even the FIFA fans don't like FIFA anymore. Not even KSI. When's the last time you seen KSI or KSI's cameraman or any of the Sidemen play FIFA in 2026? Oh, wait, they don't because it's trash.
Need to make money. I don't blame them for that, but you can't just sit here and say, oh, our games deserve to sell more and it's unfair that they didn't, and then you basically double down and say we need to turn them into commercial successes. I think if you make these games mainstream and then you water them down for global audiences, they're going to sell significantly worse. And we've seen that with AW2. Remedy is already one of the biggest game authors with very strong signature products. Very interesting and specific wording there. Now, after seeing it from the inside, there's so much more we can give in terms of super strong authored, creative, crazy stories and gameplay. Honestly, we haven't achieved half of the potential in terms of the products that we make. But as franchises, Control, Alan Wake, etc.,
you haven't achieved the half of the potential of terms of the products we make. That's why people don't like you, because you're lazy. You don't reach the potential. You don't put in the work. That's why people are leaving you. That's why people are not playing the Battlefield games. That's why people don't like FIFA anymore, because you are not putting in the work. They know, they see the potential, and they see that it could be better, and you guys don't want to make it better. And that's why there's people leaving, because they know you can make it better and you choose not to, and they feel disrespected. like Jim, if you know, let's say Call of Duty, right? If you know that Call of Duty could be more and more better, or let's say like FIFA, right? You know FIFA could be more and more better, right? Wouldn't you, as a FIFA fan, be upset that they're not putting more work into the FIFA game?
Never mind.
I would be absolutely pissed if they, instead of making a good game, decided to make a shit game like FIFA. Yeah, I'd be pissed.
And then this is why I criticize Nintendo as like someone that grew up on Nintendo, because Nintendo has the potential to make the Mario games and Pokemon games. They have the potential to make all these games better, and they choose not to. They just choose to rehash the same old storylines. Like, you have the ability and the technology to make these games better and the money to, so why don't you do it? It's because these people are lazy. They think, like, once you make a certain amount of money, you just get lazy and you don't want to do better anymore because you're so greedy that you're like, oh, I got the money now. I don't need to fucking keep doing it anymore. Y'all think money lasts forever. In order for you to keep being rich, you got to keep putting in the work. You don't just become rich and stop putting in the work, because then once you lose all that money, you're not having anything come in and you're fucked. And that's how a lot of these companies go bankrupt, because as soon as they get like billions and billions of dollars, they think that they're untouchable. It doesn't work that way. You got to still keep putting in the work to keep getting more and more billions of dollars. That's how video games work. That's how this shit works.
Could give a lot more. There's a vision of thinking bigger for some of these IPs, which need to find its audience much, much further than the current audience. It's super exciting.
Also, I am going to put some food in the microwave for just a second. I'm just going to keep this video playing. Unless, Jim, you want to talk, or you want me to just keep the video playing?
Okay, let's talk.
All right, well,
Okay.
I got to go put food in, but you can talk to the chat while I put food in. It'll be like 30 seconds.
So I'm literally sitting right now staring at World of Warcraft, right, folks? I am sitting here. I have emulated the online servers so that I can play solo player and do anything God mode, just about everything and everything in the game. I've made a Cataclysm server, a vanilla server, and a Wrath of the Lich King server, right? Now, mind you, right, one day in the near future, Blizzard will shut down World of Warcraft. Okay? They will go on to do something else, or they will become bankrupt. Yeah? Or even Microsoft will shut them down. Now, what's going to happen to all that money you spent with World of Warcraft? Because it's inevitable. It's like something you can fight. It's something that you can, try to stop. But it's inevitable that your future will be shut down. The game that you love so much will eventually be shut down. With that said, folks, there's a reason why emulation is the best course of action when you want to play an online game that you no longer have access to. What you need to do is you basically need to just have a little bit of know-how, research the game you want to play, and if you can emulate the servers to play by yourself, it's fun. And it's even funner when you get like Hamachi, which is still a thing to this day, where you can connect to your other homies and they can play under your IP and shit like that and connect with you. So, I mean, I think that all this bullshit where they say, oh, we can't make it single player, or we're going to give you bullshit, that no one wants. When in fact, older games and stuff that has been shut down, if they would just go back and bring them back, we wouldn't be in this issue of so many fucking motherfuckers sitting here saying shit like, well, like for example, Concord shuts down, right? Now, I hated the fucking game. I don't like it. I think it's shit. There might have been one or two people that might have liked it. Well, now they can't play it either. You see what I'm saying? And so what do? Well, emulation. So basically what I'm trying to say is game preservation is very important. We always need to have game preservation throughout all of this.
Mhm.
You back up, Triton?
Yeah, I'm back.
Alright. Oh, and Stop Killing Games is one of the best things going yet, and I think even though it's semi-flawed, I love what he's doing. And I think he should keep fighting until he has no life left in him, so we can get a better future.
So that is basically screw the existing audience. You are not good enough. Again, without us,
I hear background.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to.
these games wouldn't have gotten popular in the first place. So now he's just admitting we need to chase a larger, newer audience, and we're going to push our old audience to the side. Did that work out for Disney with Marvel? Did that work out for Disney with Star Wars? Did that work out for, in the video game industry, Bungie with Marathon, their new modernized version? Is that going to work here? Absolutely not. It says they could see Annapurna produce Control and Alan Wake TV shows and movies, which we've been talking quite a bit about Annapurna over the past few weeks because of Mixtape and the fact that Larry Ellison's daughter had started Annapurna, and people have speculated that that's how Annapurna has stayed, I don't know, afloat over the past few years. I've liked some Annapurna games, don't get me wrong. I thought Stray was absolutely fantastic, but it is very suspicious that all of the media was giving Mixtape a 10 out of freaking 10, and gamers did not agree. We need to think more about how we are approaching our IPs as a franchise and how do we grow the community. And their idea is to make them TV shows and movies. And I, again, don't understand this because these are already like movie-esque games. Alan Wake 1 and 2 were very cinematic, 2 much more than 1, but all you are doing, right, is admitting you want to completely change your existing IPs. Now, they do not in
They wonder why. Oh, people don't like us. It's because you keep changing shit. That's why people keep leaving, because you're making changes that the consumers don't approve of.
this article mention one of Remedy's largest failures that happened recently, which I think they're personally panicking over, and that's FBC Firebreak. I mean, this is a multiplayer game that released almost a year ago, and it's got 7 players in game right now. We do not know what the exact budget was, but it was estimated that this game had a $30 million budget between the development and also a little bit of marketing they've done. We didn't see a lot of marketing though, so I really can't imagine where any of that money went. They didn't really sponsor streamers. They didn't put a lot of advertisements out for this game. But either way, this game did absolutely atrocious. Part of that is the fact that
if you only have 7 players in $1 million company, then you need to shut down, go out of business. 7 players. Yeah, you fucked over your consumer base so bad. I remember FIFA used to get like they used to have like millions of views, millions of players. Like, yet this game right here from the same company can only have 7. Really? Wow. 7 players. Even I can make a video game that can get more than 7 players. Nobody.
This is not an experience that really
Jim can do it. Anyone can do it.
resonated with gamers. Part of that I do genuinely believe is also the discontent with Remedy right now. People are unimpressed with them at this point in time, and sure, they've gone through this big leadership shakeup, and maybe that will be good for them. But if he's saying, oh, we need to change our products and we need to reach a new audience and we need to bank on movies and TV shows, yeah, that is absolutely terrible. And it just goes to show that he also doesn't
If you want a new audience, you got to make your current audience happy. You can't just start all over. You got to make the people that are already there happy, or you're just going to have... If you don't even make the 7 people you have left happy, then all the 7 people will be gone, and you're not going to get new people. New people come by getting the 7 people along with you to help spread the message, help spread the game, and what do you want your current people you have now to help get you new people? Because it's just so stupid. You already are low, and yet you're like, oh, we need new people. No shit. You only have 7 players. Appeal to your 7 players you have first, then you get, like, you're so fucking stupid.
understand the audience that they have. Now, Alan
They
Wake
don't. They don't even care about the audience they have. They just care about that money. That's all they talk about is money this, money that. They don't care about the audience.
2 was at the center of Gamergate 2. This was the game that really sparked people paying attention to Sweet Baby Inc. And it was because of Alan Wake 2 and Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League that Kabrutus had made DEI Detected. But Alan Wake 2 was Remedy's fastest selling game, and yet it hadn't broken even for multiple years, which is crazy. This is what happens when you push away your existing audience in order to chase those sweet, sweet DEI dollars. Maybe you shouldn't have put DEI first, and you should have put a good game first. That should have been your number 1 priority, but that didn't freaking happen. And so there were plenty of people like myself who showed up and bought Alan Wake 2 because I loved Alan Wake 1, were massively disappointed, roasted this game, and then nobody else showed up to buy it because it wasn't getting particularly great reviews by gamers and even some YouTubers. Obviously, the media really loved it because of the race swap and how Saga is a main character, but it had sold 1.3 million copies, hadn't recouped its development costs, and yet it was still their fastest selling game. Remedy has some major problems going on, and this right here isn't going to fix that. So I will be keeping a close eye on what this studio is doing per usual, but DEI really did kill Remedy, and all I can say is you play stupid games and
You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. You keep putting DEI in your games, your game is dead now. Only 7 players left. Haha. Losers. Losers. Walking fucking L, the losers. Vera should be a politician. She would give all the corrupt fucks a piece of hell. She should. But that's the thing. I don't know if she could deal with all the backlash though, because if she was a politician and told the truth, she'd just get way too much backlash. And she is a nice person, and I don't think she can handle all the people, because if you tell the truth in politics, people follow you around. It's just so fucking stupid politics. Yeah. So just chill, talk about whatever. little drunk, and we'll see how drunk I can get. Yo, so some commentary spirit that wants to debate me again, because last night was actually fun. See, the green guy's nice, but let's be real, I destroyed him last night. But see, that's the thing. People try to say Israel's good. It's like, no, I have so many evidence that proves otherwise. It's like, bro, I do my own research. I don't just say Israel's bad just because other people say it. All Blacks and Hasan call out German channels for not farming Asmongold. Y'all should be farmed because you guys have wrong rhetoric. Like, fuck. People stupid. Yeah, let's see. Let's see, is there anything else going on right now?
Yesterday, after the London, we were continuation shorts. After we edged London yesterday, we were looking for any continuation shorts.
Nothing here to react to. Let's see. Just currently finding stuff to react to, guys. I do apologize. Let's see. You know what? Sneeko put out a video saying, "Is the red pill dead?" We'll watch that. We'll give commentary on that. Is the red pill dead?
Think.
Watched it. Yeah, it was fascinating. It was a world that I genuinely didn't know existed to that extent.
I think, the whole red pill thing, a lot of people got mad at that. You got to take some accountability.
That's why I just said it's my fault. That's what accountability is.
You said that they pull you back in.
What were the major takeaways?
Some of it felt like I was questioning, is this really what people think, or is this just do they do this for clickbait? Do they do this for money? Some of it I was like, whoa, I'm not sure I agree.
Let's be real. A lot of the people in the red pill, some of it is rage bait, like when Nick Fuentes says, "Oh, I like Jeffrey Epstein," and then got Myron saying, "Oh, I want women to be at home past 8 o'clock." No way a real person thinks that. There's no way they actually think that. That's definitely fucking rage bait, and if it's not, then it's kind of crazy. That's just brain rot to me. You know what I mean? As a man, I believe the man should be the one in the head of the household. He should be the one that tells the woman what to do and all that. But can't be going that far with it. You know what I mean? You can't be. The red pill kind of just goes far with it and be like, "Oh, women can't be past it's that's just stupid. Oh, women can't." It's they kind of go. They sound like schizos.
Why do you think so many people in the Iranian diaspora are against him and against the Iranian regime and they're pro-monarchy?
I think, to be honest with you, the biggest problem is that they have this idea that Islam is an enemy, and they believe this Western idea that there's only one way to liberate women, and we have to realize that this is not one thing that fits everyone. The way.
Let's be real. Islam and Zionism are both the enemies because Christianity is the truth.
West works is not how it can work in any other part of the world. You have to
Not only that, but out of the three religions, it's also the most moral one too, because we're not sacrificing babies like they do in Judaism. You know what's weird? Judaism and Islam, they both sacrifice babies. They both do fucked up shit to kids, but Christianity is the only religion that doesn't do that.
realize that Islam is so much deeper and so much more beautiful, and it liberated women thousands of years ago, when all these other Western countries were.
You can tell she watches Hasan Piker. Like, bro, Islam hates women, bro. That's how you can tell these people watch Hasan Piker. Bro, this is Hasan Piker propaganda to the fullest extent.
Having women in cages and did not even have any type of system to protect them. Islam was the original foundation that liberated women and gave them their freedom. So unfortunately, right now, a lot of Iranians in the West, they identified themselves so much with the West that they.
Pretty sure Christianity gave women freedom when Jesus came to the earth. He actually told people that, hey, women deserve more than they get. So it's like you can't say. In fact, Islam, they believe that you could just treat the woman however you want. Christianity believes you should protect the woman and children. Islam believes that you control them, you get to do whatever you want with them, and that's where the big difference is.
Lost this true identity that their grandparents came from,
Why do you think they haven't released the Epstein files?
Everybody's got skeletons in the closet, they want to keep secrets. I'm sure that.
Facts. See, that's the thing. I think Stiko's just doing interviews, but obviously he's asking good questions. That's the thing. They don't want to release the Epstein files because everyone in all political sides and all political governments, they're all implicated in it. They all have been doing shady shit, and they don't want the shady shit come out to the public. It's just simple as that. That's why they haven't released the Epstein files. That's why Trump switched, because he realized that a lot of his friends are in the Epstein files. So he's like, you know what? I got to sweep for my friends. I got to sweep for my billionaire friends. And what now? Why do you think he's saying he likes Bill Clinton all of a sudden? Because him and Bill Clinton are protecting the same people that are implicated in these files, and they're connected to the same people. That's why Hillary and Trump made peace recently. That's why all these neocons are liking Trump all of a sudden. It's because they're all implicated in the Epstein files together, so they have to work together.
Netanyahu's in there as well,
Netanyahu's in there, the Clintons are in there, Trump's in, they're all in there. They're all in there. They all have people that are in there. They all are involved in the shady fucking blackmail ring that Epstein had.
And the ones that were released, they had a meeting scheduled. Netanyahu was supposed to meet with Epstein.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're probably going to water it down to just a meeting, as a lot of other celebrities and, politicians have done. But I feel like it's just it's top secret, and we have no control over that. But the most we can do is petition for it to be released. You can protest, you can riot, but
It's funny seeing the fact that 6 years ago, the entire country.
Rioting solves nothing. That's where I disagree with this guy. Rioting literally solves nothing. Nothing. Also, Jim, if you ever want to give your perspective, you just make sure you unmute. It's just whatever So I just don't like the background, but you can give your perspective and stuff.
Country rioted, looted, and protested for George Floyd, but Epstein, we just kind of go about our day.
Exactly, and I don't understand that. I have a lot of opinions about those riots because, personally, I don't think that the Black Lives Matter movement, was essential.
The Black Lives Matter movement was a scam?
Yes.
Yes, it is. See, people if I said that out around to people, they'd say I'm a racist, but you got this guy saying it. This guy's saying it. And I agree with them. It is a scam. They don't care about black. You think they care about you black people? No, they don't. This guy's saying it.
What's one bad connotations around you? I think that would be bad for my campaign.
I knew it when you were recording. Okay, what do you think what's the bad connotations? I really want to know.
Just search up your name on the internet.
I'm asking you. We're in real life right now.
I mean, are we in real life?
you guys are sitting next to each other. So yeah, that is real life. Like, so this is the problem.
What the fuck? Is she high? Is she on
Yeah,
shrooms?
I guess so. You're
Bro.
the one that agreed to sit down with him, and yet you're not going to even tell him what your issue is, and you don't
Holy
even believe
shit.
it's real life. Like, it is real life. You literally see her in the same room, the same table, sitting at the same table as this guy. So yeah, no shit, it is real life.
Bro, that is crazy. Like, okay, so a guy like me, right? I, do what I do, shit like that, right? But I have never actually, like, just reached over or, like, went over to someone. Is this real life? Like, it doesn't make sense. Of course it's real life. Like, you are literally talking to another individual, and this kills me because it's like motherfuckers be running around acting like they'd be acting like it's they can do whatever they want because it's like not real life type shit. And I'm just like, okay, so when do you get off this fucking train where you think you can be anything and do anything you want and actually deal in reality that you just fucked up for yourself? Oh yeah, that's right. You start crying when you figure out that, you're in trouble now with the cops or some shit. Do you
think you could use your earphones? Because I don't know what it is, but I kind of hear the whole static.
My earphones broke. I'm gonna be screwed when I go back to work.
Uh-oh. Well, then that's not your fault then. Then I guess I'll let the SAG pass tonight, but damn. L earphones. What happened? Did you make the same trite mistake and put yours in the washer?
No, actually, like, I set it on the counter and it just, like, internally broke. It was really fucking weird. Like, I didn't even do anything to it. No one did anything to it. My mom didn't do anything to it. It was laying on the fucking counter, and I'd come back, pick it up, because she had set it on the table, neatly, and, like, it was just, like, internally busted.
Damn.
Yeah, I was just like, motherfucker, man. Now I gotta, like, go buy another one to have it delivered and all that shit tomorrow. So,
I think,
yeah.
the whole red pill thing, like, a lot of people got mad at that.
I think a lot of people miscategorize and put me in that box, but it is my fault for every time I seem to get out, they pull me back in,
How do they pull you back in?
It's me hanging around them again and then getting burned by the same people.
Choose to hang around them.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
So it's not that they're pulling. You got to take some accountability.
That's why I just said it's my fault. That's what accountability is.
You said that they pull you back in.
Yeah, that's it. Scarf.
Willingly let yourself.
That's a reference from The Godfather 3, where as soon as I get out, they pull me back in. That's it.
Oh, I don't know those references.
Yes. I should probably stay away from those people, but I don't harbor those ideas. I just did that Red Pill documentary, and yeah, did you see it?
Somewhat.
Yeah, again, that he tried to say, like, are you really in the manosphere? I'm like, no, I'm not. This stuff is garbage, and it's toxic ideology.
What made you change your position on that?
I never changed, but I was always anti-feminism. I think a lot of this stuff needed correction.
Women have, you don't believe women need equal rights?
No, women need equal rights, but feminism.
That's not what feminism is, you stupid lady.
Okay, she has no common sense. Legitimately, what the fuck? Feminism is basically all men are enemies, all men are evil, all men deserve nothing type shit. Women are ultimate, women are power, women are godlike, and all men can grovel at their feet. Dude, you not understand. She is a dumb bitch. She doesn't like. It's not about equal rights. Feminism is basically femdom, but at a higher level, because they don't want you to just suck up to them, kiss their feet and shit like that. They want to enslave your ass at the end of the day and make you do everything for that female. And it's not good. It's not a good mentality to have. Just like a dude beating a woman. Neither one of them's good. They're both extremes on each side. No. And her saying equal rights with feminism being the thing to do it, it's like, no. You can have equal rights with men and women, but feminism is not equal rights. That's radical.
Feminism basically wants women on top and men to be on bottom, but in my opinion, I feel like if you want equal rights, it needs to be actual equal rights. You can't just benefit one side and not benefit the other, and feminism only benefits one side. And that's what this bitch don't get, because she watches way too. She clearly doesn't watch anything besides mainstream shit, and that's why she's a mainstream retard.
Is the illusion of freedom and liberty, but in reality, it's just promoting OnlyFans and promoting
OnlyFans. I know, like, they use that as like a stepping stool to.
The end result of feminism is.
They do promote OnlyFans. What the fuck? Where do you think OnlyFans came from? Oh yeah, feminism. Duh.
Bonnie Blue and these
extreme. That's not even feminism anymore. That's just like, that's hedonism and all this bullshit.
They go hand in hand. I think true empowerment is not a perfect ideology, but for example, they say Iran, they oppress women, but they have some of the most amount of female scientists. They have high education for women, and they say that they're oppressed.
You know what's crazy? What's crazy is they want to say all this about Iran suppressing women. You want to know who suppresses women the most? India. Yet none of y'all care about India. Y'all want to be India's friend, Israel and Trump. India suppresses women more than anybody. Yet y'all want to be the friends all of a sudden.
Because they cover themselves up. Well, they're not enforced. They don't have to. They can choose to wear it. I think true empowerment is being able to choose how you dress and not promoting the hedonism that we see all over here.
But they have that option to promote that. I don't think it's good, but you have the option. Sure, whatever, I guess. It's your life.
You really don't want to have kids? You really don't think it's necessary?
I think I would be a good person. Why? You want to have kids with me?
Why do you think they haven't released all the Epstein files?
That's the point of you existing, so you procreate. You're never.
Look.
What?
Okay. So basically, this bitch, she thinks, okay, so get this. She thinks he's hot, right? And so that's why she would say something like that, right? Because she wants to goat him into being in a relationship, right? Obviously, Sneeko is kind of hot. Like, he's got.
Clip this, gay. Clip this.
No. You don't get it though. What I'm trying to say, I'm just
talking with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to say is that I'm basically trying to say that she was trying to goat him into a quick.
She's basically used that as like a flirt shot.
Yeah, and it failed because he wants nothing to do with her because she's an idiot.
He knows she's a feminist idiot.
Yep.
I think the reason why they didn't release them is because there's a lot of information about a lot of Western leaders that will prove.
Not just Western leaders, it's all your Middle Eastern leaders in Israel and Qatar and Saudi Arabia, the UAE. Why do you think the UAE? So why do you think they're all allied with Israel? Oh wait, because they're all in the same crowd. Like, these people don't understand politics. They don't understand that all these world governments are all corrupted. They all work together whatever they need, whatever benefits them. Like, it's not just the West, it's not just the East, it's not just the South, it's everybody. It's humans it's human authority. It's human authority, and it's them not having morals. It's them putting themselves above their own people. It's them putting politics and money above what's right. That's what it is. It's not an east, west, north, south, race. No, it's none of that.
Why what's happening all around the world is literally the fault of these countries. And I think there's just a lot of sensitivity there. And I'm pretty sure that once it is released, it will cause a world order to collapse completely.
Is Israel our greatest ally?
100% not. They're the biggest reason why we failed ourselves and the world.
Israel basically just keeps dragging us down and making us fail over and over again. They are one of the worst allies we have ever had. Like Dan says, I'd rather have an honest enemy than a fake ally.
And all of the people.
Like, do we really need kids? You were saying it societally, not just personally.
Yeah, like I think it's like we are overpopulated. My personal belief, I think I'm not gonna have kids. I don't think so until I find that person. So like that's like probably why a lot of women divorce. Like you think, like you really, like, yeah, people say husbands give money and stuff, like they give
Y'all divorce over money. That's the biggest reason y'all divorce over money, because you don't know what loyalty means. And you don't know how to make your kids happy. In fact, you don't even think about a lot of women that cheat on their husbands or divorce their husbands don't even think about the kids when they do it. In fact, they don't even care. A lot of those women don't even care about about their kids. They really don't. They just keep the kid for child support, and that's it. They don't even love the kids. They wish they even have the kids. So it's like it's just a demonic ideology that feminism spreads. Feminism thinks all women should just divorce the husband, take the kids, make the husband not see the kids ever again. That's not right. That's not a good ideology to have.
Financial backing, but like at the same time, you need to nurture the kid. You have to be there with your kid and actually.
Yeah, and you can't cheat on the other caregiver either. And you can't divorce the other caregiver. You both have to be there for the kids. Both the husband and the wife have to be there for each other. It's not just one-sided. The manosphere, they think it's just the man that they think the woman gets to do everything, and it's like, no. Both the man and the woman have to be there for the kids. It's not just it's not a one-way streak. Y'all want it to be a one-way streak. No. It has to be a both-way streak, or don't even have kids. Once you have kids, you're stuck with that person. And that's what I believe. Like, if I have kids with a woman, I'm stuck with her forever. And if she tries to divorce me, and it's like, okay, well, then I clearly know you don't care about my kids. And I'm going to tell my kids how much of a whore you are, and I'm going to make my kids not like you.
Upon.
I have a right to, because don't be with me if you're not gonna. Don't have kids with me and open your legs for me if you're not gonna be with me the rest of my life.
Population is a myth. Look, there's declining birth rates in Russia and Japan, and
in Japan, like I know their average age is like what, 60 or something. Like those people are old.
Right, and even the majority voting bloc in America, it's still the boomers that were born after the 1945, post World War II.
The whole overpopulation thing is a myth. Like, the birth rates are slowly decreasing in a lot of different places. America just wants to pretend like it's all overpopulation problem. No, it's not even an overpopulation problem. The reason why the country is so scattered is because there's just so many immigrants coming from all these different places. But I bet you we're not even close to 10 billion people on the earth. I feel like that's all a myth too.
You're saying that they're voting more often?
Yes, the boomer voting bloc, they are the ones who decide the politicians more than any other.
Yes, look at Thomas Massey. You know, all the younger people voted for Thomas Massey, but Ed Gallery still won because of the boomer vote, because the boomers voted for him. The old people literally picked the congressional seat. Young people did not have a say at all.
I don't think it's because of the underpopulation thing. I think it's young people aren't as interested. I know in 2020, I think they were the most active voting bloc.
That's not true because guess what? A lot of young voters came out and voted for the first time for Thomas Massey, and Thomas Massey still lost because of the Israeli billionaire money. She has no idea what she's talking about at all. Not at all.
A lot of open land. There's a lot of more civilization that could be developed. Overpopulation. That's a lot. That is pushed to make us think that it's hopeless and that we shouldn't have a family. But that's ultimately where.
That is true. The whole overpopulation shit is to get people to stop having families. They want an underpopulation. That's what the New World Order wants. They want all of us to stop having kids, die out, and then like in 100, 200 years, they could be the only ones on this planet. They could be fully in charge, and they'll have nothing but kiss asses.
Our legacy lies and where we're going to be serving our full purpose is with family, not walking around aimlessly.
I mean, I'm not walking around aimlessly. What are you talking?
So where are you walking to?
I'm going home now. And then I'm going to hit the gym.
That's good.
Yeah.
Have a good workout.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Are Muslims terrorists?
No.
Why not?
Because Islam literally means peace.
Yeah. Well, doesn't it literally mean submission to God?
Being a Muslim.
Look, I guess Nico's Muslim and all, but let's be real. Yeah, not all Muslims are terrorists, and I'm sure this guy's not a terrorist because, that's the thing. It seems like he actually dresses nice and he, just wants peace and all that. But there are people in your religion that do commit terrorist acts. Like, let's just be real. That's why y'all have to label them. But now, do I believe that just because a few Muslims commit terrorist acts that all of them do it? No, I don't. But it doesn't mean that there are not people in your religion that do believe in that stuff, because a lot of them do.
Muslim means submission to God. Islam means peace.
In Arabic, it means peace, literally.
That's what I know. I'm not a learned scholar, so that's the learning that I have.
Do you support war in Iran?
Something can mean peace. Like, I'm sure, Islam meant peace, a while ago, but that's the thing. Just because something says it's peaceful doesn't mean it isn't. And there's a lot of people that follow the religion that go out there and do harmful acts to people like we saw in the UK and these other countries. And it's like, that's the thing. When you do harmful acts to people, it's not peaceful, and you're not making the religion peaceful at all by doing that. You're making it more harmful. And that's why I tell Christians not to go do that same thing, because there are Christians that go and fuck with people, go fuck with Jews and fuck with Muslims, and they basically, tell them to go into hell and they're going to die and all that. And I don't agree with that rhetoric either. I think Christians that do that are just as bad as the Muslim terrorists and the Zionist terrorists. There should be no terrorism or no act of violence in any religion, point blank, period.
No, I don't support war at all.
Why do you think we're at war with Iran?
I think there's economic actors in the background that benefit from this war.
That is true. That is true. He is not wrong. There are a lot of economic background people benefiting from the war. In fact, a lot of people in the stock market, there's a lot of people, we're not benefiting. The American citizens are not benefiting, but the billionaires, they're benefiting. Companies, they're benefiting. But us as humans, as civilians, people that pay for gas, pay for groceries and all that, we're not benefiting. The families, they're not benefiting. Parents, they're not benefiting. Kids, they're not benefiting. It's just the billionaires that are benefiting. That's why I disagree with this war, because it's literally only the government benefiting and the billionaires. Not even the government's benefiting. It's just the billionaires that are going to go flee to Israel eventually that are benefiting. That's it. It only benefits Israel and the billionaires that plan on going to Israel after everything's all said and done. So, yeah.
I don't know if you've listened to the 2-hour lecture by Dr. Roy Catsagandra from, I think it's the University of Texas. And he talks about the history of Iran and how U.S. has always had an interest in Iran since maybe 1906. And it's a long story and one that I think President Trump is conveniently ignoring today.
Yeah, I mean, he just said that Somalis are low IQ and he wants to get rid of the fraud in Minnesota. But what do you think? Do you think that that's the proper rhetoric from the president?
I think the president gets to do what he's elected to do, and the people of the United States have elected him for.
Well, there's fraud going on in Somalia, then you should definitely take care of that. Like, come on, it doesn't matter. Like, Trump should take care of this fraud in Somalia, but he's also in Minnesota, but should also take care of the Indian fraud too, because it's not just Somalians. In fact, the Indian government and the scammers from India, oh, they're way worse. Way worse. Trust me. Like, Jim, how many times do you get a call and it's some Indian dude trying to scam you? Hello, how are you today?
Okay, so I got over 300 numbers right now blocked because of these scammers and
Are they Somalian or Indian?
They're all Indian callers. So yeah, they're annoying as fuck, and I want to nuke them all in Minecraft. Block, 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 block them all.
But that's the thing. It's just that they want to say, like, I feel like the whole Somalian thing is overhyped because that's the thing. I'm not getting scam calls from Somalians. I'm not getting scam calls from them people. It's all just happening in Minnesota, and that's the thing. It shouldn't happen at all. But I'm not getting scam calls from no Somalians. I'm not having Somalians like literally like yell at me at the street telling me to try the fucking scam app. That's all Indians. That's all literally the Indian government and foreign agents from India doing all of it. So it's like, that's the thing. You can't say it's just Somalians. Nah. In fact, there's a bigger problem because every single person in America has gotten scam calls from all these foreign Indian company scammers. The Indian scam problem needs to be taken care of 100% first before we even think about going after the Somalians.
What they believe is correct, and that's their right.
Well, what's your ethnicity? Where are you from?
I'll let you guess.
Egypt?
No, it's Pakistan.
Pakistan, okay. And right now there's a conflict between you and Afghanistan. You know, what's interesting is I'm hearing that Pakistan actually is developing a nuke, if I'm not mistaken, but Iran, they deny having any nuclear capability. Is this true?
Pakistan has had nuclear capabilities for a long time.
So why are we at war with Iran if they don't have nukes, but not with Pakistan?
Former partnerships, Pakistan's made concessions to the United States to cooperate like they did back when there was the war against.
That's a good question because it's like, how come Pakistan can have nukes, Egypt can have nukes, all these other countries can have nukes, but not Iran?
Afghanistan post 9/11.
And why is there a conflict between Afghanistan and Pakistan? What's this about?
I don't know. Long history.
Yeah, everyone I speak to, they don't know.
Like there's a very complicated region in northern Pakistan and southern Afghanistan, which goes well beyond the formation of those countries. Those borders are
pretty sure that conflict's over land dispute, and not only that, but also over the Taliban stuff too, because the Afghanistan keeps on sending Taliban people to Pakistani cities and basically committing terrorism. So Pakistan's basically combating that. Because that's another thing. People want to say Iran's the most, is the regime that has the most terrorists in it. It's actually Afghanistan, because Afghanistan has both ISIS and the Taliban that originate from there. A lot of people don't realize that, but Afghanistan is literally the hub of the terrorist groups.
Arbitrary and product of like post 9/11.
Their government, their prime minister protects them all the time too and funds them. And Israel funds a lot of the Afghan groups too. That's why Israel's allied with Afghanistan.
47.
Israel hates Pakistan but likes Afghanistan. That's really weird, isn't it?
Separation by the British, and so it predates 1947.
Okay. Why do you stay in America? Because I'm asking this from personal experience. People say like, oh, you hate America because you're criticizing Iran war. You criticize Trump for calling Somalis low IQ. What's the reason to stay here in this country?
Oh, the country of the United States of America was founded on principles that are very sound. The freedom of speech, the freedom of religion, the freedom.
But you can criticize the government and criticize wars we do and still love America. Like a lot of people think, oh, you hate the war in Iran, so you hate America. No, in fact, we criticizing the war because we love our country. We don't want our country to fall. We don't want our country to lose to an Islamic regime. And we don't want our country to waste billions and billions of dollars of our tax-paying dollars.
association, for people to have the right to self-determination. All those rights are values that I deeply hold, and I think people should continue to have that right, whether that's in the United States or across the globe. And those foundations and the pursuit of happiness is something that I wholeheartedly agree with.
So do I, but it seems like now it's shifted a lot. And even when you say they're like, it's a Christian country, I'm like, well, it's a freedom of religion country.
Yeah, I don't agree with that notion. I think that
it is a Christian country, but we don't. But that's the thing. You can still practice your religion here, but it was when we say it's a Christian country, we're not saying every single person has to be Christian. Our values come from Christian values. That's what we mean when we say, hey, this is a Christian country. We mean it as, this is where our values come from. Respect our values. And if you don't like our values, go to these other countries with different values. I think America should still follow Christian values, and I don't believe that should change ever. It does, and that's the thing. Christian values also include freedom of religion. So in any way, our Christian values benefit you guys too, because it allows you to practice your faith at the end of the day, because we're not supposed to judge you. So yeah, you got to really think when you say you don't want Christian values. A lot of these values of freedom of speech come from Christianity. A lot of people don't think that, but it's true.
plurality is where we excel. And if you look at the earliest foundations of democracy, I'll again cite Dr. Casagrande. He talked about the first Bill of Rights was made by Cyrus the Great. And Cyrus the Great used to say that plurality makes us stronger. He used to invest in rebuilding temples and mosques and churches that have been destroyed on public dollar. And no country today does that. But that just speaks to the fact that plurality and democracy are inseparable. And same is true here in the United States.
Is Israel our greatest ally?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by greatest.
That's what they say all the time. Every person in American leadership.
I can't explain to you what they mean by that.
Well, they say that Israel, to bring it up, you say democracy. They say Israel is the lone democracy in the Middle East, and they have Western values, so we should support the country with Western values in the Middle East.
No, I don't have any.
They don't have Western values. They literally spit on Christians and kill children. That's not quote unquote good values.
I don't know.
What do you think about the war that America just got involved in?
Oh my God, I haven't been on the news lately, but it's bad, of course. War is always bad. Is it the war between...
She's kind of hot, I'm not going to lie. She is kind of hot. She looks like some foreigner, but she looks like some girl from like England or something. She looks really hot.
Iran.
Yeah. And I don't want y'all to say Triton sipping. If you say I'm sipping, fuck you, I'll bet.
I'm not a big fan of Trump, so...
Yeah, neither. He's made a lot of mistakes.
Yes, lots of mistakes, but Germany as well in the past, so I think, yeah.
Germany right now, they are harboring Netanyahu. But what is the current state of German politics?
Oh, man.
She's German. No wonder why she looks beautiful with the capital B.
We're not good at politics right now. Like, I don't know, like this guy who's in charge of everything, like he's messing up completely. I don't think that he's doing a great job. He doesn't have like a real opinion on things, and he is not representing Germany as good as he could. So I don't know, like our position is really bad.
What's the main issue right now is immigration in Germany?
Yeah.
So is there a growing far-right? People are anti-immigration. They want to keep Germany German.
I think that's a huge problem in Europe in general right now, that like lots of countries, for example, Switzerland or the Netherlands or Poland, lately being really like right-winged. And I don't think that Germany will have the same problem because we have already so many immigrations, so it's a bit too late to just like say, oh no, you all should leave.
So has Germany changed a lot in recent years?
Yes, definitely. Totally. I don't think you can say it's better or worse, but it changes like every year, basically.
So let me guess, your position is you are tired of all the angriness and the chaos. You want to be in a place where there's less division, and
I think everyone wants it like that, right? So
I want it like that in America, but we're not going to get that here. We're not going to get people to get along here. So yeah, and see, I'm glad Sneako's doing this interview because it's not just like America. Like all this is going on in all these countries across the world. The same issues because all these governments are literally stupid, and they make these stupid decisions together, and that's why they all keep making the same decisions because they all contact with each other and they all follow each other's stupid rhetorics, and they shouldn't be. Everything's right and left, and that's why everything is fucked because all these governments are picking right or left. It's like pick neither.
Let's see how like we can figure things out, but I feel like everyone just needs to chill more and be happy and don't take things too seriously. And like in Germany, there's this problem that everyone is making problems, but like how do I phrase it? Like they're doing problems, but there are no problems. You know, like everyone's just complaining, and no one is like really appreciating the good things.
Interested in that. So that was the Manosphere documentary by Louis Theroux. You just watched it. What'd you think?
Watched it. Yeah, it was fascinating. It was a world that I genuinely didn't know existed to that extent.
What were the major takeaways?
Some of it felt like I was
I watched the documentary, and he left a lot of stuff out. In fact, he tried to misrepresent Myron on a lot of stuff.
questioning, like, is this really what people think, or is this just like, do they do this for clickbait? Like, do they do this for money? Like, what? Like, there were so many thoughts in my head around like some of it, and obviously some of it I was like, whoa, I'm not sure I agree with like some of the perspectives.
What do you remember the most from that documentary?
I think I remember just the pursuit of money being like the main motivator for, and like to do whatever you please to make money was like a huge standout theme for me, even if it like goes against your values or your mom's values or whatever. Yeah,
that was a major takeaway from that Tiki guy, the British dude.
Yeah, what was his name? HS as well. Yeah, like he was like really, it seemed like everything was just about money.
Yeah, he doesn't care about morals. I think, I'm not trying to miscategorize, but he's saying he doesn't like OnlyFans, but he also promotes it.
You know, I was like, I was like, that's bullshit. But part of me is like, you know what? Like it was more just informing and informative. I work at a school with young boys, and so after watching that, I was curious.
The kids should not see these people and not be influenced by them.
You know, I think I would love them to get like a more well-rounded perspective. Like that can be one, and then it can be another. And I would love for them to be well-informed. I'm a counselor, and so I'm like trying to.
She actually sounds really decent. That is true. It's like, that's the thing. You should be informed, but you should have all different perspectives. You shouldn't just put your head in one perspective. See, that's how you know she actually is good around kids, because she knows like what's good for kids, and what's good for them is, hey, sharing all these different perspectives. And that's what my parents did with me when I was younger. Showed me all these different perspectives, made me think for myself, and that's why I think for myself. That's why I'm really good at this podcasting shit. That's why I'm good with perspectives. That's why I'm right a lot of the time, because I look at stuff from my own perspective, my own point of view, and I don't play team sports.
I always, offer not my own bias, but there were some things where I was like, oh, that feels really harmful to women or just like humanity in general. So
what'd you think about my part? Mine was later on in the documentary. It was short.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I know there was like parts of it where you were like banned from YouTube, and then you were like allowed back, and there was all these things, and you went to some of the protests.
I was banned for COVID misinformation, and then YouTube apologized and said you were right and reinstated me after 3 years.
Yeah, I remember that, and I know you converted to Islam. Okay, I remember that part. Yeah, honestly, it was just like interesting to get to know these different people. I think I haven't fully gathered like my perspective, and like don't want to get into like.
Do you think it painted me in a good light or a bad light?
I mean, that will depend on who's watching. I think from my perspective, it painted the more like red pill, like manosphere world as harmful towards young people.
Do you think it's like I'm guilty by association? Because in my part, I was saying I'm not in the manosphere, I'm not part of this, and I'm separate. I don't promote OnlyFans, I don't promote gambling. I don't do what these people do and have their groups.
Probably like guilty by association, just because it's like all part of one thing. But I watched.
Just because you talk to someone and you're cool with someone doesn't mean you agree with everything they do. People need to stop having that mindset. They stop having that stupid, gay, retarded, dumb mindset and just lumping us all in together. It's so fucking stupid.
Thoughtfully, so like I'm not just gonna lump you in with like HS or whatever, but I think you
A
and
lot
I
of people will, though, unfortunately.
probably have very different
People
political
lump me into a lot of shit that has nothing to do with me. It's because the ALOs are stupid. Trade ALOs need to die!
views and
What's
like
your political view?
I mean, I'm from South Africa, so there's layers. I'm not a US citizen, but I definitely do.
You understand apartheid pretty well.
Oh yeah, and there's like things I can't say here, probably because it would risk my immigration status here. So I'd probably not want to like.
She's here illegally! Hello, I? Okay, I'm kidding. She's hot. Let her stay. She's hot. She's... Okay.
Get into it, but I do just at the end of the day like want humans to be treated
equally, treated fairly, and not fuck each other over, because humans fuck each other over, and that's what I hate is they just like to fuck each other over. They like to stab each other in the back. It's like we all need to work together instead of against each other.
the humanity they deserve.
That sounds great to me.
They look like, no matter who they are, and I think if some laws are put in place that are stopping that, or that are like oppressing people, or mitigating that, or making that more difficult, like I'm obviously not for that. And
I agree.
Yeah. So
why do you think we disagree politically?
I probably lean more towards a liberal like perspective of politics.
I miss Joe Biden. I miss Barack Obama. I miss having a president.
Bro, none of these presidents were good either, bro. Well, maybe Obama, but Biden wasn't good. Biden wasn't good either because he kept on raising taxes. He brought us into war with Ukraine. He put us into a lot of debt. It's like Biden was no better than Trump. And even Biden even listened to Israel and some things too. Like, none of these presidents are good. None of these people are good.
Like him, that was so much more calm. And the chaos we see now under the Trump administration is...
I mean, but let's be real though. I did have a job under the Biden administration, so I guess that's better because the economy's so ass.
Just, yeah, I miss those days.
I think it's hard for me to say, like, because right now I feel like the
Let's
U.S.
be real though. Trump did fuck over the economy a lot more than Biden did because he's a sellout traitor piece of shit that only cares about Jews instead of Americans. So yeah, he fucking Trump piece of shit.
Politics is just a shit show, and it's like it's just kind of complicated. But yeah, anyways.
I think the liberals were correct about a lot of things, but indirectly, I think they were incorrectly correct about a lot of things.
Yeah.
They were incorrect and correct, but that's the thing. They're more incorrect than correct. That's why I don't like libtards. That's why I don't like magatards. They're all incorrect pieces of shit. If you're someone that's correct all the time, come to the Triton Party, the Ravens. The Raven Party is the one that is more correct than anybody. And Jim could even tell you that.
And I think the lumping of like the compartmentalizing, or like just like the you're either that or that is really not helpful.
Right.
I think like at least where I come from, there's a lot more like there isn't this like need to compartmentalize and categorize so much and label and kind of like put you in these like boxes. And
A lot of people are starting to understand that.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Left, right, liberal, Democrat, these labels end up dividing us.
These labels are stupid. Here's the true labels. Patriot versus opposition. That's what the war we're in right now. That's the fight we're in right now, is patriot versus opposition. That's the fight we're in right now, is patriot versus opposition. And if you don't believe that, then you're a fucking retard.
In a way to keep us controlled rather than benefit society. That's why I'd rather have the government in charge than the billionaire class. What we see from the Epstein files, it looks like the opposite. It looks like the billionaire elite, and a lot of them have dual allegiance to Israel. They're the ones that are really in charge, not the government.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of like a double-edged weapon. It just so happens that, I guess, in China, the thing I really do like about China is that above all else, they value its own citizens. It's like, I feel like that's what
You just said that China values its own citizens. Can you hear this guy? What's the point of communism? Oh, right, to suppress citizens' rights and to make the leadership in charge and more powerful than you. But yet it values its citizens. Okay, buddy. If you say so, Kami.
Every country should do. You put your own citizens on top, and then everyone.
I'm trying to unmute myself, but holy shit. Like, that comment right there, that was fucking retarded. They roll over their citizens with fucking tanks, dude. They do not give a single shit if you're in their way. They will kill your ass. No, bro. No. China hates their citizens.
They do. They literally sacrifice a lot of them. Like, in COVID, they didn't even give a fuck about them. Like, they don't care about the civilians. They only care about themselves. In fact, that's what the point of communism is to care more about the leaders than the civilians. How does this guy not get that? That's the whole reason China exists, is to care more about the government than its own citizens.
And apparently Xi Jinping is using a lot of their citizens as guinea pigs yet again with this new strand of virus. So they're basically testing it out to fuck with it to see what it mutates into and shit. So
and
yeah,
using their own citizens. You know what's Come on, Jim, you want to know what's crazy about that? They're using their own citizens without the citizens' consent. But yet this dumbass wants to say that Xi Jinping and their government puts their citizens first. Yeah, right. They use their own citizens to mutate viruses that can kill them without the consent or permission or even caring.
Else comes above, but it feels like sometimes, at least in America, it's like billionaires and they're like rich elite in classes on top, even sometimes not even Americans. It's like it sometimes feels like we're like second class citizens. It's them and against like everyone else. It's kind of like a class war, if it makes any sense.
Why do you? That's literally what China's doing. Right? Oh my god! You're not even from China. You're not even. There's no way you lived in China and you're saying this shit. You fucking outsiding, fake Chinese, trash propagandist piece of shit.
Why don't you live in China?
Yeah, why don't you live in China? Good. Sneeko W. Even Sneeko knows this is stupid. Sneeko's like, oh, why don't you live in China then? Yeah, why don't you go there? The fuck?
That's why I'm trying to learn Mandarin. You know, one day maybe it would be nice to move back. But all my
were born here?
Yeah, my whole family is here. So
no wonder why this guy doesn't know that the Chinese government is full of shit and they don't put the citizens first. You've just been listening to American left-wing propaganda that completely lies about how Chinese people are treated. In fact, they treat every citizen I've spoken to that actually lived in China said that the Chinese government is one of the worst governments ever. In fact, there's a reason why Xi Jinping says he respects Kim Jong-un, because he and Kim Jong-un lead similarly, literally similarly. They both tortured the citizens. In fact, you know Xi Jinping literally executes and arrests people if they call him Winnie the Pooh. For just calling that motherfucker Winnie the Pooh, you can literally get executed. But he puts the citizens first, guys. He doesn't even let his citizens make jokes about him.
So, you know, maybe because I do care about my family, I want to take care of my family. Like once my parents pass, my grandparents pass, then I might have plans to move back to China. But right now, because I care about my family and I want to take care of them, I don't want to leave them. I feel it would be a bit irresponsible just to run away to China.
Would you fight in the Iran war for America?
You know, it's funny. So recently, I actually won a push-up contest at my school, and then they kept calling me. And all of a sudden, the calls kind of stopped, and I was like, huh, why did it stop? And then I guess I was kind of looking on the news. I think that my recruiter may have gotten sent to Iran. So, yeah, I know it's a bit unrelated. But to answer your question, unfortunately, probably not, because back then, you know, you would die, you'd go guns out. You know, there was like glory and there was like some thrill to it. It's like, you know, boots on ground, maybe you shoot, it'd be fun. Nowadays, it's all just drone warfare. You sit there, you mind your own business, and just some like little mosquito $20 Timu drone comes up, blows you.
That war's always been like that. That's the point of. Oh my, people are stupid. That's the point of war. That's why war is wrong. That's why war in general is wrong. Oh, war back then used to be. No, they used to stab you to death with spears. They used to cut your head off with spears. Jim, what is this guy smoking? Like, oh my God, I am drunk and I'm more smarter than this idiot loser.
Bro, all I'm saying is that Sneeko is showing how uneducated and retarded Gen Z and the tail end of millennials are. He's literally putting on full display, bro.
He's putting it full blast, full display, showing us how uneducated Gen Z people are on both sides.
It doesn't matter how many
A
push-ups.
retard with the lisp is more educated than a lot of these people he's interviewing.
No heroism anymore.
Yeah, there's no heroism.
Keep doing your push-ups, though.
Oh, thank you.
Do you support Iran war?
Nah.
Why not?
I just don't think it's humane.
Did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote for Trump.
Why not?
It's against kind of the bullying stuff. I don't know.
If you're going to be against the war, how about you give a detailed explanation of, yeah, I'm against the war because we're fighting it for Israel. We're fighting it for another government that hates us, or I'm against it because Iran's not a threat. Like, don't just say, oh, it's inhumane. It's like, okay, all wars are inhumane. What's the inhumane about it? Oh, yeah, that we're starting it for no good reason. Maybe that's a reason, huh? Like, if you're going to disagree with stuff, have reasons, have evidence, have stuff to back it up.
I really would.
Who did you vote for?
Voted for Kamala.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's a retard. You know, people don't realize this. Under Kamala, we would have had the Iran war too. Doesn't matter who's the president, we would have had the war regardless. Because, you know, Kamala's owned by AIPAC too, right? Oh, yeah, a lot of you retards didn't know that. So, yeah, Kamala and Trump are owned by the same people, so we would have war no matter what? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, looking back now, I voted for Trump at 16, 24. I didn't vote, but, you know, towards the end, it looks like...
I voted for Trump at 24, but it's okay. I did too, and I regret it because Trump's a backstabbing traitor piece of shit that sold us out.
She would have been the better option.
Yeah, I mean...
No, she wouldn't. We'd still be in the war. We'd still be... Should only be the better option for 2028, because if we would have gotten four years of Kamala, it would have radicalized literally everybody, and 2028 would have got someone better than Trump's first term. The problem is we decided to put Trump in, and now everyone's de-radicalized and everyone's liberalized, and now we're going to have the Democrats take over in 2028. Thanks, idiots.
I don't think either option was great, but probably would have been the better option.
Then don't vote. If no option's great, don't vote. That's why 2028, I'm not making that same mistake. If there's a shittier option, I'm just not voting in general because I'm not going to go along with shitty candidates anymore. And y'all need to stop that. Stop going to shitty people you know that are just going to fuck us over. You fucking idiots. We are the reason why these people keep being elected, you dumbasses.
Avoided the whole Iran thing.
Right.
It will never be avoidable until people stop taking money from AIPAC, stupid.
Do you have any friends that are getting deployed?
Nah, because I'm a little older. A lot of my friends were already in the military, but none are currently getting deployed that I could think of.
Where did they serve?
They served in Iraq, I think, or Afghanistan.
What did they say about Iraq once they got home?
I mean, pretty traumatizing. They came back a different person. I don't really want to press too much on it, so I don't ask too many questions unless it's what they really want to tell me.
Yeah, whenever you speak to Iraq vets, you could tell that they really don't want to speak about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, how come you didn't serve yourself?
They don't, because that war was pointless. Because George Bush said that Saddam had weapons of mass destruction, and they found none. There were none. He fucking lied because Israel told George W. Bush to lie. People want to say, oh, Trump's the only one that's compromised. No, George W. Bush was heavily compromised too. He was owned by Israel too. Same with all of them. They all kissed the wall. George W. Bush wanted to fight every single war of Israel's for Israel, for the greater Israeli project.
I just don't think I'm fit for the military. I mean, I would be proud to do it, but I'm a business owner. That's what I do. So
yeah, it's probably a better use of your time. Why do you think they haven't released the Epstein files?
Too much controversial stuff with high-end political figures. Trying to cover up a lot of stuff.
Like what?
Crimes that they've done.
Like the sex trafficking, the blackmail, the illegal activities, you name it. The satanic stuff, so many stuff. Apparently, there's actual documents saying that Jeffrey Epstein turned into a reptile. Like, it's just crazy. Crazy shit that they're covering up in the Epstein files.
Involvement with minors.
So why do you think?
And all of them should be arrested for all that illegal activity. They all should be arrested for it. Point blank.
I think we're at war with Iran.
Money. I think that's all it is.
And to expand the greater Israeli project.
It comes down to really. Yeah.
Is Israel our greatest ally?
I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I don't think so.
All Goy Lives Matter. So
GLM, yeah.
GLM, Sharpie's brand. But literally, what's interesting to me, because Judeo-Christian values, they kind of came together, right? Christianity was kind of born from Judaism. So when you say...
So was Islam in a way.
Yeah. I guess every religion kind of was in a way.
It's also the Abrahamic faiths, right?
Yeah.
So you could say Abraham did precede Judaism, but it is the continuation of the Abrahamic tradition.
Yeah, so, but do you believe...
Yeah, but people don't understand this. Judaism got corrupted is because a lot of the Jews, because that's the Jews were here on this planet first, and a lot of them got mad at God because they wouldn't get what they wanted. They couldn't, like they were told they were God's chosen people, but they wasn't getting all the luxuries on the planet, and that's why a lot of them ended up being spiteful against God, and a lot of them ended up getting thrown from heaven because a lot of them kept on basically, wanting more and more and more and more and more. In fact, that's why they hated Jesus, because Jesus couldn't bless them with $1 million. He couldn't give them money. He couldn't give them power. He couldn't give them all the stuff they wanted. Jesus couldn't give the Jews worldly desire, and that's why they threw Jesus out of the Jewish religion, or tried to, because he didn't give what they wanted. He didn't give them all the worldly desires they wanted. And that's why a lot of Jews don't even like Christianity or Islam or these other religions, because a lot of the religions are against worldly desires, ego, flesh, lust, and all that. And a lot of these Jews are for a lot of that stuff.
Believe that Muslims and Christians should be more of a united front than Jewish and Christians, even though they kind of...
I believe so too, but I don't believe Christians should unite with the Muslims that commit terrorist acts and go bomb people. But we shouldn't unite with people that actually believe in our values, don't believe in ego, don't believe in lust, don't believe in taking people's land, actually believe in putting, our Lord and Savior first. Jews don't believe in that. They believe in putting Satan first. Well, not all Jews, but the main, the Zionist religion is Zion. You know what I'm talking about.
Follow more of the same.
In Talmud it says Jesus is burning in hell.
Yeah.
In Islam, we believe that Jesus is the Messiah, and people don't seem to know that at all. Passover is yesterday. You see people in the White House, they are saying Happy Passover. They don't say Eid Mubarak. As soon as people start to realize that, they can see that Christians and Muslims have much more in common than the rabbinical Jews and Christians. They have nothing in common. Hegseth is an embarrassment. He's acting like it's a crusade, and he wants to rebuild the third temple, but he's a Christian, and he's saying the crusades are...
Christians should not even believe in rebuilding the third temple, because the temple was destroyed because the temple disrespected God. In fact, a lot of those people, the temple was destroyed because these people turned Jesus into the Romans. That's why the second temple was destroyed, because they turned Jesus into the Romans. And that's why God destroyed the temple, because they turned Jesus into the Romans and basically had Jesus killed.
about claiming Jerusalem for the Christians. Jerusalem's owned by the Jews. So it's completely backwards. And yes, Christians and Muslims should unite. I think there should be a distinction between Catholic Christians and Orthodox Christians and the crazy evangelicals that dominate our country.
Okay, so a question for you. Where do you see and when do you see this Iran war ending? Because Trump, since the beginning, said this was just a few weeks, a couple weeks.
He said it's going to be just a few weeks, just a few days. It's going to be like Venezuela. And then, we're still in the war to this day. We're still bombing them to this day. We're still fighting this war to this very day.
You see it ending.
So he was also part of the administration that said 2 weeks to stop the spread. I think it's going to last a long time. I don't think that they have any exit strategy. I think they're going to keep on sending more billions of dollars and troops. I think there's going to be a ground invasion very soon. There potentially could be a draft. But no, they haven't set an end date. I think it's going to take years and years. It's going to be another forever war, just like Iraq, just like Afghanistan, and just like Syria.
So if you were in that position, what would you say? How would you end the strike? Because I understand you're against America fighting for Israel, but something you are proud of is also being American. You know what I'm saying? Something that you. So how would you get the United States?
Being an American means put your people first, focus your issues on home, jailing the Epstein predators, and not fighting countries that are on the other side of the planet, bro. That's how you put America first. That's how you be an American. Duh.
Out of the situation right now.
It has to change once the boomer voting class stops voting in the same politicians. They are not going to change. They believe that Israel has the right to exist because they're God's chosen people, and you can't teach an old dog new tricks. So as long as they're the majority of the voting bloc, things aren't going to change. We have to just rely on Gen Z to do the right thing. It's going to be bad for a while.
But can we rely on Gen Z when Gen Z is so cooked as well?
Gen Z is way more truthful than the millennials. So although you might think that they're paying attention to Instagram too much and goy slop, but
Gen Z, bro, there are a lot of Gen Zers that support the boomers, and some of the Gen Zers, like, have you ever heard of the term Gen Z boomer? Those are Gen Zers that plan on basically spreading the boomer agenda because the fucking idiots need to die.
ultimately, I think they're a lot more awake. Our generation's much more aware than previous generations. I don't think it's as bad as you're putting it.
Well, it's crazy because I've never seen you sound like an optimist right now, and following you haven't seemed so optimistic about the situation in general. I see that you're optimistic about your faith and the people, and that shows you, but it's interesting to sit here, talk with you, and actually see that you're kind of optimistic for our generation to kind of push forward, because sometimes it might seem like not just you in general, but just like the whole narrative is doom and gloom. Yeah.
Well, it's the perfect example of strong men create good times create weak men create bad times. And so our generation is the result of, good times creating weak men. The boomers, they had such a great time post World War II. They lived in the easiest period in maybe the history of the world. The average debt in Gen Z is $94,000. The opportunities to get married and own a home is much more like an American dream.
The boomers want to say Gen Z have everything. No, we fucking don't, bro. A lot of us don't even have our own house yet. Y'all had your own house by like 15, 20. So shut the fuck up. In fact, Jem still lives with his parents because of how bad the economy is. He's like 35. You don't see, in 1920s, you don't see a 35-year-old living at home. No, the boomers had it easy. All these boomers that were 35 were already out on their own because they had it easy. Easy.
Now it seems like a pipe dream just to have a home and have kids. So it's just going to be us. It's not really, I wouldn't say optimism, it's just the reality. It's only going to weigh, all these problems are going to weigh on our shoulders, so we have to do what we can. It's going to be really difficult. I'm a realist. I don't like to say optimism because that will have blind,
Yeah, bright hope, like all of that. But I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate talking to you. And, hopefully this will end soon. Gas prices up, oil prices up, midterms are coming up. So, wait, one more question before I go. Do you have a 1% belief in you that Trump might try to run for a third term?
I do. He's been flirting with the idea. I think he might try to run through J.D. Vance. And there's some opportunities where during wartime, a president can serve a third term. Miriam Adelson, the Israeli dual citizen, said that she will fund him if he runs for a third term. They definitely want him to. And I think he should be impeached right now. I want to see more Democrats, more people that call themselves leftists, try to push for his impeachment because this is an illegal war. He keeps saying that it's a conflict.
He should not run for a third term, and he should be banned from running a third term. In fact, he should be impeached. And I really hope that he goes to fucking jail because he should not be in office again. I will literally leave America if Trump's the president again in 2028. I'm leaving. Bye. I can't be here because he's a fucking corruptive piece of shit.
He's literally admitted.
I'm tired of Trump. I'm tired of him. I want him to go the fuck away for good.
That the reason he calls it a conflict and not a war is because he has to get the Congress to.
I don't want to keep fighting all these forever wars. I don't want AIPAC to keep having control of our Congress. I don't want us to keep being Israel's bitch. Like I want someone, a leader, to come in and put America first. Actually, put America first.
Pass the war.
Trump doesn't put America first. He puts America last, and we need someone that wants to put America first. We need someone that's not going to be fighting these wars. We need someone that's going to get AIPAC out of our politics. We need someone that's going to bring in actual good congressmen instead of endorsing the fucking rhinos.
So, based off that, he needs to get out of office.
All right, thank you.
He needs to get out of office for putting us in this illegal war in the first place.
Thank you so much.
Did you know you're supposed to have congressional approval, and he didn't even have congressional approval for this war? So this war is fucking illegal, highly illegal.
Much salam alaikum and Juma Mubarak. Seth, do you support Iran war?
I do not.
Why not?
We had enough wars, man. It needs to end. You know.
We have enough wars, and not only that, but we also killed a bunch of school children, and yeah, it's not good. And not only that, but Iran, we literally are only going after Iran because they want nukes, but they don't even have nukes. We destroyed their nukes in June 2024.
Where are you from?
I'm from Pakistan, North Pakistan.
Can you tell me what's happening with Pakistan? Because apparently there's a conflict with Afghanistan. I don't understand why that's happening.
It's just like all people are fighting each other. A lot of discourse. That needs to stop too. You know, I think the people are very divided right now. Everyone's just like kind of fighting each other.
What's the reason that started?
I'm not really too informed on the actual battle right now, but I think it has to do with like territory and terrorist attacks on both sides. Okay. So my family we're also Pashtun, so we are kind of like divided.
I don't even think it's on both sides. I think it's just Afghanistan and the Taliban attacking Pakistan, and they're attacking back. It's not terrorist attacks on both sides. It's Pakistan is tired of Afghanistan attacking them and using the Taliban and hiding these Taliban people in the country. So that's why Pakistan has declared war on Afghanistan, because they're tired of it. They're tired of that bullshit. They're tired of Afghanistan's bullshit.
Border.
Yeah. Pashtun, there's a lot of Pashtuns in Afghanistan, so the ethnicities.
Exactly, we're Pashtun, yeah. But we're nationally we're Pakistani, but we do have it's like we're from Afghanistan, we've migrated to Pakistan, so it's like we're kind of from both sides. That makes sense.
Okay. So why are we at war with Iran as Americans?
Man, it's politics, man. It's
for Israel, do, 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 do.
I think people want it to end. It's not us, right? It's our politicians, and
yes,
it's a lot to do with I think greed, money,
greed, money, and Jewish power.
Oil, like the classic
oil, but Jewish power more.
Wars back in the days, like why women went with Iraq or Libya, or any war for that matter. It's just the same thing, same reasons, right? It's like the greedy politicians.
Well, Libya, it wasn't just because the oil; it's because Gaddafi, he wanted to actually end the U.S. dollar and create his own currency, and we didn't like that. So NATO and the United States, we all teamed up and got rid of Gaddafi and destroyed Libya and made Libya destabilized, because they tried to basically create a currency against us and because if we would have let Libya create their own currency, the U.S. dollar wouldn't be as valuable, and that's why they basically saw it as a threat to their own pockets and their own benefit.
Why do you think that same administration hasn't released the Epstein files?
Because they're all implicated in them. They all are implicated. Trump's friends are implicated. Trump himself may be implicated. Like, it's just all fucking shitty thing.
I mean, if people saw that, we were both, right? It would be kind of chaos in the streets.
From what we've seen, you would have expected that. We had a worldwide, especially a nationwide protest for George Floyd, but they see the Epstein files and nothing happens.
Yeah, no, I think people need to know the truth. So,
based off what we've seen, the fact that all these political elite and financial elite are implicated with Epstein, some of the most disgusting things, why do you think that we haven't started protesting? You know, revolt, that goes way down the line, but at least a protest is nothing.
yeah, because I think they're trying to bury it as hard as they can, right? Because that kind of truth will kind of set the world on fire. You know, people start catching on to it. And it's just like we have to like kind of realize that it's a big kind of an eye-opener that's happening. We haven't caught on yet. The youth haven't caught on yet.
Is Israel our greatest ally?
Don't think so, man.
Hail to the no, oh.
Why not? They say that's our greatest ally.
I mean, how, man? I mean, look at
Jews, the haters.
Look at yourself. It's just it's fun in your eyes. You know, we're all smart people. We can look at it ourselves. It's not looking good for us.
Where do you see the American empire going?
If we don't fix what's happening now, it's going on a very bad road. Yeah, if we don't stop.
It's not going to be it's not going to be American empire. It's going to be an American colony. It's going to be a colony of Israel if we keep going this path, and we don't hold Trump or any of these people accountable.
The debt crisis is going up. There's a housing crisis. Oil's going up. The economy is getting affected by the war. Should we be optimistic or should we see the reality?
See the reality, obviously, but let's see what this fucking little guy has to say.
I think we see the reality of what's going on, and we should all wake up. It's about time.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. All right.
So there's that. Basically, Sneeko interviewing Gen Zers about the war, Epstein files, and all that, and a lot of them seem uneducated as fuck. So there's that. Now let's see what else we can react to. Because I've been up since like 7 p.m., so I'll probably be up all night. Which I'm probably going to end. Which I know, Jim, you may get off a little earlier, but I'm probably going to end the stream around like 3, 4 in the morning. Oh, NBA made another video on. Of course. Yo, Jim, you want to react to our friend, your little Nightcore friend?
I actually am starting to fake. Can you save that for tomorrow?
Yeah, we could save that for tomorrow.
Yeah, because I have to. I'm about ready to fall out.
Well, if you want to get off now, then you can. I'll probably just react to this video on Sneeko apparently saying the friends are gone or whatever.
Okay. Good night, guys.
Good night. This has been Jim. Don't worry, guys. I'm still going to be continuing the live. Jim's just going to sleep. But yeah, let's go ahead and continue. So I'm going to pull up this. Share. Is it sharing this time? Oh. All right, now it's up.
Fuck Sneeko. I go out to New York. He doesn't want to do the collab. Then he takes a 30-minute call from Dan Kazarian shitting on me. He says, I'm sorry. That was the wrong thing to do. I say, okay, I'll let it slide. I still like the guy. And then it's just an...
To be fair, Sneeko did defend Nick against Dan Bazillion. So it's like, I don't even know why Nick's mad about that. If Sneeko was talking shit on Nick, then I would understand him being mad about that. But it's like, he was defending you against Dan, so it's like it's not a portrayal when he was literally defending you. Sneeko should have collabed with you. Like, he should have said no to the collab. It's like, I feel like, I don't know. The whole thing's kind of childish to me.
unrelenting stream of sneak dissing. It's almost like it's in the name, sneak dissing me. That's the way it's gonna be? You don't want me as a friend? You don't want to collab?
Nope.
Oh, I'm just all about the...
He shouldn't have done that. He should have collabed with Nick. And honestly, I can't understand why Nick feels that way, because it's like, bro, Nick's beefing with Dan Bilzerian, and he asks you to collab. He's not even asking to shit talk Dan. He's just like, hey, okay, we just collab about, stuff. And you're just like, no, it's like, you should have just, because that's the thing. I don't care who's fighting. I'll collab with whoever the fuck that I want. And if two friends of mine are fighting, I'll collab with both of them. And if they want to fucking put me into it, then they can go fuck themselves.
Drama?
Yup.
You know what? Fuck you, man. You don't want me as a friend? Let's see how you like the Groypers as enemies then.
Family, it's your host with the most, Finding Nemo, aka I need more ammo. Mr. Take a Shot from Big Shot Ammunitions is in the building. And man, hey, we got to follow up on this one. We got to follow up on the Sneeko debacle. Just the whole downhill spiral that's been happening in the toilet bowl swirl. All right.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. I do like a lot of Sneeko's political analysis. I feel like, he's actually done better for himself in like 2022 when he was defending cuties and admitting to being a cuck. Like, he's actually gone. Like, people want to say he's worse now, but it's like he's not doing that shit now. He used to be a lot worse back then, and a lot of the people that hate him now used to support him back then. But now that Sneeko's matured, it seems like a lot of people just hate him all of a sudden. It's like, it's kind of weird to me. It is kind of really weird to me.
It looks like there's been a snowball effect on his career. People that's been wanting to disassociate from him, and as it just continues to go downhill, it gains more speed and it gets bigger. It seems like more people are trying to distance themselves.
It's because he has a lot of controversies and he has a lot of takes that people don't agree with. It's nothing to do with actual behind the scenes stuff. It's just, when you're controversial, people just don't want anything to do with you. And I think that's just the gayest thing ever. Just because you are controversial doesn't mean that I can't be friends or talk to you. Like, it's my controversy, not yours.
Was away from it. Mind you, he had one of the biggest followings at one point in time from streaming.
He still is. He still brings in a decent amount of numbers and clout.
And he's messed it all up just based upon his level of ignorance, his level of stupidity, and his level of bigotry and racism that he likes to push out. And his
racism? He literally said multiple times that he's against racism. What is this whole racism thing?
Intellectual dishonesty. So today,
what dishonesty about Israel controlling our government? To me, that's honest. That's honest to me.
We're going to be figuring out some learning lessons that we can gain from this, so that way we don't replicate this in the future as a concealed.
Yes, please teach me. Teach me how not to be controversial and people. Yeah, teach me. I'm sure you know all about it.
As the licensed instructor that's been doing this for almost 10 years, that's one of the main things that I like to do. Look at other people's situations, and instead of laughing, I learn. That's some instructions and information from the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. Instead of laughing, learn. All right.
You know what? Fair enough. I'm gonna try to learn from you.
So let's go ahead.
An open book.
Ahead and look at Omeezy. All right, OHMEEZZY. I'll make sure I link down this channel down below. But yeah, man, let's go ahead and react to his video that he's conjured up for us today. Oh, shoot.
In the infamous words of famous rap group Houdini, friends, how many of us have them? Friends, ones we can depend on. Content creator Sneeko looks like he's going to be putting that to a test, as seemingly every single one of his friends in the industry is turning their back on him left, right, and sideways.
To be honest, it's like so many people are turning on me right now. So many people are switching up. I've never seen this many people switch on me, bro. I've never seen it happen. I don't have a lot of people supporting me right now. There's a lot of pressure from a lot of different angles. Perhaps I'm too paranoid.
Sneeko. You. I have had it up to here with Sneeko. I have been tolerant. I have been.
Let's be real. Come on. This is not the first time Nick said it, and Nick's going to be friends with Sneeko again. He's just jumping on the controversy thing. They literally fight every single like week, and then they're friends again. Like Nick and Sneeko are gonna be. They still follow each other on Twitter. They still talk behind the scenes. Like this is all just public like gossip. They're still friends. Well, they literally were hanging out right before that whole thing went down.
Are too nice. I have been taken for a sucker. You don't want my friendship. You don't want me as a friend. Let's see how you like me as an enemy. Iceman used to be.
Let's be real. A lot of people try that with me, try to make me an enemy, and then they hate me as an enemy. A lot of them try calling back. You try, hey, little piece of shit that should die. I'll go to hell and die.
A nice man. Now it's on site. You know, I was very positive towards him. How about some negativity now? Maybe we'll try that. I'm a very simple person. If I'm nothing but positive and nice and you treat me like, okay, let's try negative then. Let's go negative. I'm not going to give up on him entirely, but right now.
That's how you know they're still going to be friends. He literally just says, I'm not giving up on him entirely. They're literally going to be friends next week, bro. Literally. So I don't even know why you're bringing this up. Nick and Sneeko are literally going to be friends next week.
I mean, this guy's just like been treating me like a piece of. He's been a terrible friend, and I'm sick.
If he's really is being a terrible friend, don't be friends with him anymore. Cut him off for good then. Oh yeah, you're not, because you don't mean none of this. You're literally going to be friends with him like next week in a few weeks.
Of that, and it's not.
See, I felt the same thing about Badwick, but I cut Badwick off forever because he's a piece of shit fake friend who should fucking die.
Not about the drama at all. He's just being I've been nothing but nice to him, and he's throwing me under the bus for this piece of Jew Bilzerian. Okay, man, if that's your buddy, then that's your buddy. You're gonna dog me to what? Be more friendly with this guy? It's just so nasty.
Literally just a few days ago, we talked about how all these mega institutions are turning their back on content creator Sneeko because of the way that he was portraying himself on the internet, couldn't take accountability, and ultimately would double down on super duper bad takes. Now, normally you would think that birds of a feather flock together, and these friends that he has accumulated over the past couple of years would be supporting him in his actions, his decision making, and his words on the internet. But you'd be wrong. Starting with the brand risk event and him being banned from it, and now onto Nick Fuentes publicly chastising him on the internet, it seems as though Sneeko has lost all favor with the friends that he has gained in the industry. They're calling him damn.
I mean, he's still friends with Myron. He's still friends with Dan Bilzerian. He's still friends with James Shields. He's still friends with some Muslims. Like, Sneeko hasn't lost a lot of his friends. He just fell out with a few. So what? People fall out all the time. It's not nothing new. Not nothing new at all. Had a lot of dipshits turn on me, and then they try to crawl right back. And I told him, die!
You know how bad it is? You know how bad it got to be? Well, you got one of the most despicable human beings on this planet telling you that he can't mess with you no more?
Well, to be fair, Nick only feels that way because Sneeko had Dan Bilzerian on and didn't collab with him.
What? Him a headache. They're calling him hard to be around. They are saying that the juice is not worth the squeeze. No longer can you blame the institution for being too woke. No longer can you blame these people for being too PC. You have to then start asking yourself, if you are Sneeko, maybe I'm the problem. If you're new to this and you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. It's going to go a long, long way. Become my friends. Now, we're going to be real friends here. We're not going to turn our backs on each other based off of some things that we said. Unless you're Sneeko, then we'll probably do it. Now, back into the video. The institution is no longer the problem. These are personal relationships. Over the past couple of years, Sneeko has been seen connected with the people that kind of make him look cool in his eyes. I guess the Tates of the world, the Fuentes of the world, the Aidens of the world, the Claviculars of the world, the Myrons of the world. All the people who are on the worst part of the internet, if you ask me.
Bro, you don't like Myron.
Started off with his back and forth with Walter Weeks about their ideologies and content to the point where Walter just totally said, I'm through with him.
Sneeko told Myron, listen, bro, you gotta choose a side, bro. Either fresh or me. And motherfucker was shooting in the gym. You weren't with us through all the hardship. You showed up randomly trying to grift off of us. And then the moment it didn't make any money, you left the movement. So Sneeko is nothing more than a grifter, aka a finesser that meets people, uses them for content, has no real loyalty, and is an actual bad person.
And then at that Miami incident, Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate completely threw Sneeko underneath the bus. The only ones that he had left from that clique were Clavicular, Aiden Ross, and Nick Fuentes. But now the back and forth with Nick Fuentes is sealing his fate. He is no longer cool cruel in his eyes, and their relationship is looking like it's over.
Fuck Sneeko. I go out to New York. He doesn't want to do the collab. Then he takes a 30-minute call from Dan Kazarian shitting on me. He says, I'm sorry, that was the wrong thing to do. I say, okay, I'll let it slide. I still like the guy. And then it's just an unrelenting stream of sneak dissing. It's almost like it's in the name.
Well, Sneeko still has Myron and his brother, and Fresh and Sneeko are off and on. And like Fresh and Fit, Fresh doesn't even hate Sneeko. Like it's all just clout thing. Like y'all really take the bait of these fake dramas.
Sneak dissing me. That's the way it's going to be? You don't want me as a friend? You don't want to collab?
Nope.
Oh, I'm just all about the drama?
Yup.
You know
Which Nick and Sneeko thing are real, but they're going to literally make up within like a week.
what? Fuck you, man. You don't want me as a friend? Let's see how you like the Groypers as enemies then.
Now, for the past couple of videos, I've been criticizing Sneeko's attempts at being a content creator on social media, and the things that he's saying are now catching up to him in the eyes of the institution. But this is totally different. This is showing that even the things that he says on social media aren't being looked at by the institutions. They're looked at from the POV of people that he once called him friends, and they're saying that they're weak, they're trash. They're disgusting. They undermine them, and they're not standing for it anymore. Nick isn't some sort of corporate entity. He comes from the same controversial sector that Sneeko does. So now when you have your friends saying that, yo, there's something wrong with you, you're two-faced, you're hypocritical, you're all these different things, at some point you do have to look internally. Nick Fuentes.
What's the common denominator?
Severs ties with Sneeko, and not just severs ties, because I think severing ties just means I'm no longer going to be affiliated with you, but completely flips on him and says that he is an enemy of Sneeko.
That's
now.
crazy.
And for what it's worth, Sneeko has always had enemies, but at the end of the day, now his allies are becoming enemies, and I can't help but put a smile on my face in all this. It's so funny when people find out that they're still a nigga in a coop. It's hilarious to me. Now, I'm not saying that I condone anything that Nick Fuentes is saying. He basically has started a cult and is now like launching this cult of racists onto Sneeko. It's actually very extreme to watch in real time. I'm just highlighting the fact that the people associated and affiliated with Sneeko have essentially turned their back on him. They're realizing that he's not the friend that he says he is. And then also from a public perspective, like from a POV of how people would view somebody being next to him, they are viewing Sneeko as a real life liability.
Here's the thing, and I want to make sure, because I'm going to let
How is Sneeko a real life liability? Like Nick doesn't even say that. He just says, "Hey, I didn't like that Sneeko had Dan Bilzerian." That's all he said. He didn't say that Sneeko was a real life liability. Where did you come up with this? Where did you come up with this rhetoric?
bro keep going. He's spitting right now. But I do want to make sure I interject this part. Sneeko made these choices. Sneeko wanted to be involved.
Yeah, but how is he a real life liability? That's what I don't understand. Like, how is he a real life liability? I don't think he is.
These individuals, Sneeko wanted to ingratiate himself with them. He wanted to be friends with them. You're not absolved from anything, my brother. Well, no, you're not my brother. Look goofy. But I love when they got to put their hand on that stove, because you gonna get burned.
Even Sneeko had to acknowledge this. Not too long ago, Clavicular came to New York and decided that he was not going to collaborate with Sneeko. Why? Because of the headache and the liability that a name like Sneeko draws to Clavicular.
Yeah, we didn't get to do a collab while we're out here. Yeah, it's the same thing like with Clav, dude. You guys are saying collab with him. I knew how it was going to be. Like, Clav and I are friends, but you got to understand there's a separation, especially with industry friends, between content and like
This is stupid. Like, you might as well just not be friends with the person. Like, who cares if they are? At the end of the day, you get to choose who you want to collaborate with. You shouldn't just be like, oh, my audience is going to hate them, so I can't collab with that person. It's like, yo, if you like that person, collaborate with them. If you don't, you don't. It's that simple. Stop making strangers pick your friends for you. Fucking scumbags.
real relationships.
Plus, Clavicular is a piece of shit anyways. I don't want to collab.
So Clav comes to New York, and you guys are saying, do a collab. I know exactly what he's thinking. It's nothing against me, but he just understands that that's going to cause him certain headaches, and maybe there's certain deals and stuff, and that's going to be possibly a bad representation of him right now. Because Come on, like who is pulling the strings? We go on the phone because people are saying, call Sneeko, do a collab. He's like, oh, I'm a little busy right now. I got to do something tomorrow. I know what he's thinking. He knows what he's saying. He knows that I know what he's saying. What he's saying is like, yeah, okay, we could do a collab, but right now it's not the best time. Like, we both know that.
I'm formulating sentences that have never been formulated before. Clavicular has decided that Sneeko is a brand risk. Clavicular, the one who was taking all of these, drugs to make himself look.
See, that's why I don't understand. They like to point at these other people as liabilities. It's like, you're a liability yourself. Like, you're literally liability yourself, Clavicular. You've told kids to do meth on stream. How are you any less a liability than anybody else?
Better looks maxing to the point of causing himself harm, who's also been in the hospital ODing, been choked out on live stream. Clavicular is saying that Sneeko is a brand risk and a liability. How low do you have to be, and how much of a brand risk do you have to be for the people that are in question here to say that like they don't want to be seen with you because you might potentially mess up their brand?
Hey, bro, I'm trying to tell you, I don't read a lot of these. I mean, I don't watch a lot of the people or watch a lot of these videos before I react. So everything I'm saying up here, I'm like, bro, I didn't know this. I don't even know who do
I
this.
didn't watch this video either, but I knew that because that's the thing, because I've known about Clavicular's past and stuff, and I watched other videos on him, and I knew about all the Glooks maxing shit. I knew about him overdosing live on the air. It's like, that's stupid. I know I drink and smoke on the air, but I don't even fucking overdose on the air, and I don't even fucking do that because at the end of the day, it's just stupid.
Clavicular sound like a car. Dog name sound like a clavicular. Like,
I mean, you're not wrong. I'll give you that. His name does sound like a car.
or it sound like a medical device or something of that nature. But
Bro said medical. Bro said Clavicular's name sounds like a medical device.
Sound like a car. Like, yeah, go. Hey man, I gotta go on gun.
I can see the car part, but the medical device thing is just kind of too much. Look at too much of deep.
Gas my clavicular real quick, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm heading out of town. Like, I gotta go get the oil changed on the clavicular.
Deals and their other obligations and responsibilities. Now Sneeko can't turn this conversation into, hey, cancel culture is after me, the woke mob is trying to get me up out of here, or something along those lines. He has nobody else to blame but himself and his own actions, because these aren't corporations or entities that have set up shop and positioned themselves to be some sort of holier than thou company, maybe grifting and pandering to a certain demographic, or truly doing some good nature work. These are people whose brand and identity is about being edgy. Literally, Clavicular has done drugs on live stream, and he's saying that Sneeko is a liability. That is so crazy. This is where
That's how you know, like, Clavicular is wrong in that situation, because it's like, bro, you do drugs on stream.
Sneeko's career is now. People can laugh with him, they can joke with him, and they can kick it with him behind closed doors, maybe. But at the end of the day, they don't want to attach their name to him because of the stench that
I'll let Sneeko come on my stream. Why not? Fuck it. Fuck these fake motherfuckers. I'll let Sneeko come on.
he brings onto their name. And even if there was
I go hang out with Sneeko, fuck it.
This attempt to prove that narrative wrong, that he was a good guy, Sneeko takes every opportunity in his power to prove these people right and say like, yo, I am the guy that they say I am, and I don't need to be around you.
I think academics saying, stop speaking on black folks. Uh-oh.
You should. Yes.
Stop speaking on black folks. Is this what he said? If he actually said this, if academics is telling me to stop speaking on black folks, bro, you could just tell them stop speaking on Americans, go back to Jamaica, you know?
Bomboka!
Why are you speaking about American issues? Chud the Builder, this is an American issue. I think you should talk about Jamaican issues. You're not from America.
Neither are you. Why are you talking? I hate that. Talking about, oh, you're in America. You're not from here.
Speak on your country. Speak on Oxtail. And wine. American issues, this is separate, okay? This is for FBAs, foundational black Americans, not these transplants from Jamaica, born...
FBA family, BSA family, black community in general. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
all the way over there with your oxtail, with your rice and your plantains. Yeah, with your curry goat.
Bumblecud!
Go back to Jamaica.
Mind you, all academics was telling Sneeko was, hey, you're insensitive in this time where a white man is attacking a black community and giving black Americans.
Sneeko's not even white. What are you talking about? He's not even white.
In some sort of problems. It's funny how my latest videos are all tying back to Chud the Builder. It's so
I don't even care about race in general. It's like I can get along with black, blue, green, blue. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
disgusting. The space is disgusting right now. It's gross. But Sneeko's response to that was no sort of self-reflection. It was, well, if you're Jamaican, you should stop too. And no matter how you feel about the sentiments that Sneeko expressed, it just clearly states that this is the exact reason why people are exhausted by him. He's never taking criticism and taking that moment to think about the actions that he said, how these things may be perceived, and what it may do to some of the friends that he's built in the industry. He quite literally always, and I do mean always, uses any sort of criticism or pushback, even when he's caught dead to rights, as some sort of moment to counterpunch, to say like, yo, fuck you, guy. Fuck you. What's wrong with the things that I'm saying? It's this attempt to galvanize certain communities. The larger point isn't whether academics has his own contradictions or not. The larger point is that Sneeko continuously centers himself in conflicts and other conversations surrounding communities that he doesn't belong to, and wants to take this super duper radical stance that clearly alienates himself when he gets proven.
Well, then why do y'all continue to argue with him then? Just say, hey, you're an outsider, you don't know anything. It's not that hard.
Wrong, doubles down, and then has people who are around him distancing themselves from him. When his friends distance themselves from Sneeko, it's not random. It's because they see
Well,
how
they're all snakes. That's why I say internet friends, like, that's the thing. I've met a lot of good people on here, but at the end of the day, only the loyal ones will be with you forever. The fake ones, you don't need them. If someone wants to walk away because your rhetoric is too edgy, then they can fucking die and go to hell.
every issue.
Why the fuck am I going to still talk to someone that can't even be around me? If you don't want to be around me, then fuck you. You're a piece of shit, and you're the problem.
Turns into a bigger issue when dealing with this guy. The saddest part about it is that Sneeko is understanding in real time how much of a liability he's becoming, but he's not doing anything about it. In the last video,
all these people liabilities. Can everyone technically be a liability? I'm so tired of this whole liability bullshit. It's just so fucking gay. You're sounding like a fucking gay little faggot right now.
we talked about how Sneeko got banned from the latest brand risk event.
And then be so ignorant to what, hey, well, brand risk is tomorrow. I can't go, dipshit. You stupid fucking idiot. I was not allowed in the last brand.
Aiden Ross is a backstabbing piece of shit. A lot of these people are just backstabbing pieces of shit. You can't really say it's Sneeko when these people are stabbing him in the back. Aiden Ross is a fucking prick.
Risk. Brand risk tomorrow. Are you going? Oh my God, bro.
If I went to Brad Risk, I'd call Aiden Ross a pussy-ass little bitch and spit on him.
And why is that, you dumbass? Why is that? Why is it that you cannot make 2 + 2 = 4? Why is it that you just disconnect from that part of what you do? I can't go because of your actions. Dumbass.
What are the actions? Aiden Ross never explained the actions. What are the actions? Y'all need to explain the actions, so they're just saying it's your actions. Okay, what actions?
This is it, and it's fine. I'm not upset about it.
Now, what was later confirmed was that because Dana White and the UFC were at the event, that's the reason why he had to be, removed from the event or banned from the event or could not go to the event or whatever the case may be, is a little bit irrelevant to me in the conversation.
I didn't call anybody out. The last night's brand risk, I think, was probably the best one, and Aiden deserves credit for that. They put on a show. It was great. And I understand.
Yeah, he wouldn't let you go. See, why do you like snakes? Sneeko's problem is he likes people that don't like him and are fucking snakes, evil pieces of shit. Stop liking snakes. Stop liking people that snake you. Fuck them.
I probably can't go because Dana White's there. Certain streamers are there. It's just going to cause an issue. It is what it is. I'm not upset about it. I get annoyed off of you guys. Where'd you go to brand? Dude, you guys need to understand what it is and how the game works. And to be ignorant about that after everything I yap about is cortisol spiking. I need to work on that. Aiden put on a great event, and it was awesome. There's no beef. There's no complaints. That's what it is, man.
Well, Aiden didn't let you go because he hates you and he's a snake. He may have put on a good event, but he's still a snake.
You gotta accept it. That's my position in this industry.
What's interesting to me is how these friends who have built this relationship off of, not turning their back on one another, sticking through thick and thin with one another, all this other grandstanding bullshit that they've been saying for the past couple of years, seemingly switch up for different opportunities, but they only switch up on one person. You see, when Sneeko was going through that whole situation in Miami with the HH stuff, Aiden Ross stood up for him. Now, Sneeko didn't think that he did, but even when they had a conversation on live stream, he made it pretty doggone clear that he was going to be Sneeko's friend no matter what.
You did. So why are you saying I don't know what's going on because I'm a brander? I don't give a fuck about none of that, bro. Pull up. I said that.
My point is, I don't think that you talk about me the same way you would talk about Speed or Kai.
They're not Sneeko. I don't talk to them at a close level. I speak to you every day. Right or wrong?
Even then, I still don't think it's the same way. I'm not trying to. That's okay.
Sneeko, you're my close friend. We speak every day. I don't speak to Kai and Speed. What?
I want to talk about my friends highly. Like, I want there to be, especially when they're not around, and especially in a situation like
I expect the same thing. Don't say, "Oh, Aiden, you." All this. Don't do that. Then see what you're doing.
Don't do Aiden, you what? What are you talking about?
Do not do this thing where you need to be consistent. Meaning, are you
where am I inconsistent?
You just try to compare Kai and Speed to you, bro. No, that's way different.
Yikes.
Compare you to like Cheezer or Cuffham. We all crack fucking jokes. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with cracking jokes with your friends. I'm close with you. I'm gonna crack jokes with you. You're gonna crack jokes with me. What the fuck? It's not rocket science.
I passed Omar. See, why that clip matters to me is that normally Aiden Ross says that he would put everything underneath Sneeko. Sneeko and his friends are above the criticism. He treats them at a different level, et cetera, et cetera. But he's willing to turn his back on Sneeko when it comes to this situation right here. Why? Because it always becomes this sort of argument. It becomes a sort of tit for tat. And it's not a good business decision. That's why later on, when Aiden Ross saw this clip of Sneeko reacting to the whole brand risk situation, saying that he got banned, he straight up ignored any conversation about it.
Dana White is commentating, and I want to be like, hey, does anyone here want to ask why I'm banned from the UFC? Is anyone here going to be like, hey, Dana White, why is Sneeko being treated like the Boston Bomber? There's 8 people banned from the UFC. Dana White says that he doesn't ban people. The ban list is me, Dylan Dennis.
I don't think I've ever seen Aiden Ross just not react to anything. Just no reaction, just vibes. I'm moving on. That's why this story has moved from Sneeko got banned to Sneeko's just hard to be around. They don't want the clip. They don't want the headache. They don't want the backlash. They don't want the argument. They don't want the bitching. They don't want the moaning. They don't want any of that stuff in regard to anything that Sneeko is saying. His friends are simply choosing to just not be around him because
No, it's not that. It's public perception. That's why they don't want to be around him. It's because of public perception. It's not because they personally hate the dude. Are you dumb? Why'd they still talk to him behind the scenes then? If they hated the dude, they would just not talk to him at all, right? The biggest problem on this fucking website is people just want to, they want to be so liked by the stupid, pathetic audience that they will just stab all the friends. But I don't care who I'm friends with. If y'all don't like that I'm friends with someone, fuck you. That's my position. Oh, I don't like your friend. Well, I don't like you then, faggot. Oh, I don't like that you hang out with this person. Well, you don't hang out with me, so you're a faggot. That's how I am. Fuck. People want to say, oh, why are you friends with Ethan Rock? Because I can be. If you don't like it, then kill yourself. Fuck. Like, why do I have to care? Why do I have to care, like, on who I'm friends? I gotta be friends with whoever the fuck I want. You don't like it, then go fuck yourself. It's just that simple. Really that simple. Now let's see if there's any more stuff to react to. But honestly, it's just like, I don't understand the Sneeko hate. I really don't. Maybe I'm not behind the scenes, so I don't know if there's some behind the scenes beef or not, but I think the whole hate against Sneeko is stupid. It's just stupid. It's just dumb. So Sneeko has interviewed Owen Benjamin, so we can react to that. Fuck it, why not? Because it is an hour long. Oh, fuck it, we'll react to it, why not? I don't care. We got a lot of time. It's an overnight stream anyways.
point because they have to continuously print more and more and more money as the end of a Ponzi scheme is hitting. And since it's a world reserve currency, it's pretty intense. The data centers, all this stuff, the way I see it is they're just narratives to give an excuse to create more money out of nothing to keep a Ponzi scheme going. I'm not worried about the super elaborate control structure. We're coming to get you and all this stuff. And it's just to get you to react like a prey animal to justify something in the future. And if you don't react, nothing happens.
This is the reason that they're winning this war. The U.S. is
dependent you are with where you get your food, where you get your water, you know, your friendship, stuff like that, the less the thumb can press. You know what I mean?
Yeah, time and time again, I have seen it over the years. The same people, so many people that you were calling out, many people from years ago, I ended up seeing that you were vindicated about. And it's like, okay, maybe this guy has a point about getting out there. And even then, like Joe Rogan calling you crazy years ago. And sometimes you could.
Joe Rogan is a fucking sellout, and he's fucking crazy. He's just a clout goblin. Joe Rogan's literally a clout goblin. Him calling anyone crazy, he's crazy for clout. He's crazy for a billionaire dick, and that's all Joe Rogan is a billionaire dick sucker.
Look at like Owen Benjamin's Twitter, you're like, maybe this guy's just a schizo. Maybe he doesn't know what he's talking about. And then the years pass and you're like, wait, maybe we're all the schizos. Maybe we're the crazy one. Why am I?
It always be like that because someone like me comes out and says the truth. Like this thing about commentary, right? I said a lot of the stuff about all these commentators being two-faced liars, betraying the beliefs, and I got called a schizo-autistic guy. But turns out I'm right. I was vindicated on Tipster. I was vindicated on Nicholas Diorio. I was vindicated on a lot of things. People call you crazy when you tell the truth. The truth makes you crazy, guys. The truth people hate you more for than lies.
Hey, doing? I just stepped down to get a cup of coffee, like 3 guys asking for a picture. I swear to God, these Jews have a stand outside and they're doing Jew books and they're handing it out. They're like saying, hey, Stiko, give us a Yom Israel Chaim. And I'm just like, trying to get a coffee, you know, I can't. I'm
That's
like,
hilarious.
You don't have to deal with that, you know, and so maybe I'm the crazy one.
No, I mean, like usually when people come up to me, it's people I like. You know, if somebody comes up and says they like the podcast or they saw me on something, it's typically the type of person that I could talk to for a half hour. You know, I like them. It's not. I don't feel hunted, and I used to tour with some really famous people that we're on that level where I got to see it early on, you know, and I've dated famous women and I just felt like I didn't want to feel like a
dating famous women is never a good idea because a lot of those famous women end up Me Tooing you.
prey animal, you know?
What was the hardest part about making that shift? Because I've been traveling a lot. I liked Bosnia a lot. I like Malaysia a lot. And I don't know, something keeps drawing me. I don't know if it's the, like, okay, I was born here. I need to stay here. What was that leap? What was the hardest part?
I thought Sneeko was born in Haiti. He was born in Malaysia.
Well, I mean, you're young and it's like cities aren't just bad. I don't want to demonize cities. It's just when you're ready to start having kids, like for me, what happened was when my wife got pregnant, everything started shifting. I saw, you know, how a lot of things about women that I thought made them crazy actually were like great instincts and things just started shifting. And I just didn't want my kid to be around people that step over homeless people. You know, it's just that dehumanization thing. I started realizing that everybody was once a child and it was pretty intense. And I wanted to be around extended family. And that drew me out more to the countryside, but it's just whatever you're feeling, man. I used to be a little more hardcore about where people should be and all that stuff. It's funny, like the more vindicated I get, the more I'm like not even mad about stuff.
You see, when you're vindicated so much on a lot of issues, that's why. Why do you think I don't even get mad about the commentary stuff anymore? Because I'm so vindicated on that stuff. I am so vindicated on the commentary community stuff, on the double standard stuff. I don't even get mad. I just repeat it and move on. Like you saw my debate with Green last night. I could have got mad at Green, yelled, told him all the stuff, and basically been a asshole to Green, but I wasn't because I knew I was right. Like, why you ain't gonna get mad? Like, if you're more right on a lot of stuff, you get less mad because you realize that you're right and telling the truth on a lot of different things.
Like, I'm just like, I can see how people thought I was crazy. Like, now I have a perspective where I can kind of see through their eyes how it must have looked to have a guy that they knew for 15 years that always just loved doing stand-up and hanging at the bar and was just like happy to be like screaming in the wilderness about how everyone needs a well and what AIPAC is up to. You know, it's like that probably was weird.
I mean, that was weird, but it's the fucking truth. Telling the truth. A lot of people, because that's the thing. The truth is not known, so the truth is weird because the truth is not known. A lot of people still don't even know that AIPAC controls our government. A lot of people don't even know what AIPAC is. So when you talk about AIPAC lobby controlling the government, people are going to think you're a crazy schizo. But then when they look into it and they realize it's real, you get vindicated on that stuff.
Weird. And now I'm not bitter about it. I just am like, if anybody wants to talk about stuff, I'm down, you know?
That's how you should be. That's why I had no issue debating Green. I have no issue talking to anybody else that disagrees with any of my positions. Because at the end of the day, if you're a truth teller, you gotta, talk to people that have different perspectives. Or otherwise, it's just a fucking grift.
I mean, it's ironic because people in the city that are in social environments like that all the time, they try to make weird their personality. Everybody wants to have something unique, a unique quality that separates them from the herd. And when somebody actually does, then they get actually demonized. So, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's as virtuous as they make it out to be.
Yeah, it's like their own trap. They set a trap for themselves. It's strange. Like, I just had a birthday party and there was like 20 or 30 families over. And someone was like, they were just laughing. One of my friends was like, you actually have one of the most diverse groups of friends I've ever seen. It was like all different walks of life, couple black people, which in Idaho is like a panda bear. But everybody just has that honesty and that, I don't know, it's that first principle of honor culture where just people get along and it's just like a great vibe. And it's just funny how what real diversity actually looks like. It requires a high trust culture.
Yeah.
So that you're not.
It requires a high trust of culture and people to trust and like each other in order for this to even work.
Tribal. I was telling somebody, this Israeli that listens, who's a cool dude. I'm like, you guys remind me of American Indian tribes growing up, where it's our nation, right or wrong. You're just like, you're similar to the other tribe, and you'll do anything to kill each other, and then you just end up drinking mouthwash. I'm like, this doesn't end well for this. Like,
it really doesn't end well at all when you have that kind of mindset.
You have to start getting more first principle and less of this psychotic tribalism.
You said that you don't want to get all doomsday. Why do you feel the need to even say that? I mean, aren't you providing solutions? You're building a community. At least you're making something. Yeah. I mean, you spend all this time.
Yeah. Why are you talk about anything about not getting doomsday? Like, come on, bro. We know that doomsday is not going to come. We know just because you talk about issues doesn't mean the end of the world. The people need to stop having this doomsday thing. Period. It's just stupid. You're stupid.
In a city, working on stand-up or your platform or your podcast, you don't actually have anything to show for it. Everything that you've built is just numbers on a screen. This is how many followers I have. This is my clout. This is my platform. But
exactly, like, just because you build a community and it doesn't mean you're better than people. It's just the numbers on the screen at the end of the fucking day that don't even matter.
It doesn't actually exist. There's nothing there. So why is that doomsday to be building? Because the creation.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why is it doomsday for you building a social media platform? Like, when it's just numbers on the screen and you saying stuff is just numbers. Like, it's not no doomsday shit in part of that. Let's see what his answer is.
Is the opposite.
Yeah. No, I'm not doomsday at all.
Okay, hopefully you're not. I hope you're not, because that'd be gay if you were. Because if you are just believing the world's going to end at any moment, then you're fucking retarded.
It's just the internet is super doomsdayish.
The internet is super doomsdayish, and that's why a a lot of us get looked like retards because of those fucking idiots.
When you were saying earlier about how I can identify people that are up to no good, the thing that I got from all that experience as a stand-up comedian, as an improv guy, you know, I was on the show Punked. In high school, I was a heckler at a Renaissance festival where, you know, my head and hands are out of stock and people would pay money to throw tomatoes at me. And I had to get in their head really fast. And so I'd have to read people based on what their pride is, not what they are, what their like I was trying to find their pride. And so I have that ability based on, you know, you're doing stand-up in a new environment. You know, I'd be with the Miami Cubans, the San Fran gays, the New York Jews, the Cleveland gangbangers, the Iowa whites. Like in 1 week, I'd open for Julio Iglesias. They dropped me off in Alaska. I'd have to, you know.
You must be a really nice guy for all those people not to just fucking, you know, shoot you some shit, because those are violent groups to be around. I know.
There's no sun, and go to Iraq, entertain the troops. It was like constant new cultures.
Yeah, I want to skip to the segments I actually care about because I am autistic and I make decisions to you, bitches.
As I'm describing it right now, you wouldn't believe it until you actually see this stuff. So if you look at all this stuff and you see the rhetoric from like the Hegseths and the Trumps and this stuff, you could think that the world.
The rhetoric's literally false. I don't know why people still believe Pete Hegseth and Trump even listen to them, because those people just, you know, spread anti-war shit.
Going to end soon. Why are you optimistic? Why do you think it's better than the 90s?
Because that's all marketing. It's like people are faster to react to a lion than a banana. I described that like 9 years ago on a podcast where instinctively a threat gets you to react faster and more powerful than a potential reward. Because you can have a banana and you know, you might be a little hungry, but if something's
threatening you, and that's what why Pete Hegseth and Trump are saying that Iran's threatening us, even though they're not, is because they know that we will react to it more and get more aboard on the war if the Americans heard that rhetoric. That's why that rhetoric's being spread around. But just because something's being spread, it doesn't mean it's true. Obviously, it's not true that Iran's a threat to us. In fact, Israel's more of a threat because Israel's a fake ally that controls our government and basically is making the American empire fall.
Is ready to kill you, move, buy, click, subscribe. And that is from the love of money, you know, and I don't love money. Like I need to make.
Fuck money. All these people that talk about money and all that, money doesn't matter. Money just doesn't define the kind of person you are. It's just your actions, not money. In fact, all people that have the most money are the most evilest pieces of shit on the fucking planet. The people that have the most money are literally the ones that screw you over the most and the ones that hate you the most. And it's just that simple.
Make money, but hang on. Something just happened. Are you still there?
Yeah, it's good of mine.
I'm still here, and I'm autistic.
Are you there?
Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
Daddy. Oh, whoa. Pause. Okay. Anyways, I'm getting a little drunk right now, but anyways.
All right. So, yeah, people put money above their morality. They'll do anything to get more money. And
all right. That didn't happen.
Fear gets you more money, you know, victim consciousness. Yeah. It's like alleviating somebody of their responsibility and say, no, it's the left, right. Or it's mean Mr. Musk.
Right, yeah, it's not left, right. It's patriot versus opposition, and opposition are the bad guys. There's opposition on the right and left. There's even patriots on the right and left. It's not a right versus left. It's not black versus white. It's literally good versus evil. That's another saying of a patriot versus opposition. It's good versus evil. There's good, there's evil. It's not left, right, black, white. Like, it's not none of that. Fucking retards.
Stash, or it's even the Jews. I mean, that's a new form of victim consciousness.
No, the Jews are part of the evil, but it's not just the Jews. It's evil as a whole. So a lot of these people don't understand. That's what people like retards like Dan Bilzerian doesn't understand. It's evil as a whole. It's not just one group. It's a bunch of evil groups working together. Dude. Stupid assholes.
where if you think that they're in control of the world and there's nothing you can do and it's only a matter of time
There's
until
something you can do is tell the fucking truth, keep telling the truth, stop being little baby bitches and tell the fucking truth and speak your fucking goddamn mind. Oh yeah, that's something you can fucking do. Oh yeah, that's something you can definitely do. There's something you definitely can fucking do is tell the fucking truth and stop being a little bitch boy about it. That's something you can fucking do.
the AI
bitch
drone swarms kill every based guy. That's art of war. Like, you're already demoralized, and it's bull. You know, the all-powerful God. I mean, putting Jews above God is crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that
God
seems
is
to be
above
people's
everything.
religion.
And
I
that's
kind
the
of
problem is people want to. Is the Jews put themselves above God? It's like no. God is above everything, above me, above you, above everything, motherfucker. Like, are you stupid?
flipped. It was so many Jews had that victim consciousness and talking about the Holocaust, and now you see the people talking about the Jews made the Jews their Holocaust. They were full circle on this.
Yeah, and that's why to really own it and say, what can we learn from Gaza so it never happens again? Let's talk about what actually happened. Let's not whitewash it. We can mourn the children and mourn the loss, and how can we moving forward not get dependent, like not get in a situation where that could happen again. And that's how you honor the dead. That's how you honor your future generations is just to learn. And it's actually much more demeaning to them too. When you look at them almost as like a coyote pacing a fence and less of like some supernatural deity that'll keep you from having a future. You know, that's, they squirt to that, man. They love that.
Well, it's still going on. I mean, didn't they just bomb some
Lebanon? Yeah, dude, it's hard.
Yeah, they still bombing Lebanon, and since this interview came out, we were seeing back to bombing Iran. So yeah, the war is still going on. It's going to keep going on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever because our leaders are so fucking stupid and retarded and gay.
Not even just Lebanon. I saw aid camps in Gaza. They're bombing. They're expanding into Lebanon.
Yeah,
I would like to be like,
they've always been bombing shit. And Israel's going to keep bombing shit, and that's why we got to keep calling these motherfuckers out. Like, that's just it's just common sense, you know, common fucking sense. Yeah, common sense. Something I don't even have.
all right, well, let's learn from what, but they don't
But
stop,
what can
man.
you do? I mean, so what do you do?
Keep telling the truth. That's what you keep doing.
I mean, despair is the thing that feeds it. Because if there was something you could actually do right now, like I'm all about it, but what can you possibly do with the system doing this?
I see all the propaganda starts and stops. It's all from America. This is where
That's why we got to keep combating the propaganda by keep telling the truth against the propaganda. That's the only way you defeat propaganda. Like, how do you people not understand this? Why do you people still keep acting I don't fucking know.
like all the culture spreads here, and it's getting so bad. Like what they try to do to get away with, bombing and
See, that's another thing, right? Sneeko and Owen Benjamin are right on this, right? They use the fact that they're bombing terrorists as an excuse to bomb innocent people, right? And to trick people into supporting the whole Gaza thing. You shouldn't support what they're doing to Gaza and Palestine because they're harming innocent people in the process. They're bombing Catholic churches. They're bombing other types of civilian infrastructure. They're killing hospital aid workers. They're killing innocent people, and they're doing it on purpose because they have technologies to go and kill the Iranians with just killing the Iranians. So they literally go to these terrorist sites and bomb the terrorist sites and just kill the terrorist sites. But they purposely choose to kill innocent people because they don't like innocent people living in their land. And instead of just telling them to go, they just fucking kill them. And then the ones that they do remove, they just send them to Europe and have them be Europe's problem. And that's why all that stuff in Europe's going on. Like, this whole thing shouldn't be supported because it's affecting the whole world. Literally affecting the whole world.
The rhetoric from everybody in the White House right now, you see how they always say the Islamic Republic of Iran? Every time they post about the war, it's the Islamic Republic of Iran can't have a nuke. But they never say the Jewish state of Israel. It's like subtle programming. Or
yeah, Israel shouldn't have a nuke either. They should say the Jewish state of Israel shouldn't have a nuke. Israel has a nuke illegally.
Spell casting. It's like if you ask any American, what does a terrorist look like? Immediately everybody knows exactly what a terrorist looks like, but they don't know what the definition is. They don't know that it's violence for religious or political gain.
It's violence for religious, political gain. Anyone could be a terrorist. It's not just Muslims that are terrorists. In fact, Israel's full of terrorists. Zionists are terrorists. There are Muslim terrorist groups. There's also Jewish. There's also a lot of other terrorist groups too. Like, Muslims aren't the only terrorists in the world. Sorry to break that bubble.
Doesn't mean brown guy with the turban on, but this programming. If I could
that's all spells. You're describing spells. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you describe that? Because I've noticed
it's all spells and propaganda.
How hypnotic everybody can become now. Like seeing the president get away with depicting himself as Jesus and then say that it was a nurse. It's like he must have people under some sort of hypnosis. How is that so effective?
Yeah, I mean, one thing is just continuously
changing. It's not even that. It's just people are so fucking stupid that once you're liked and once you're popular, you get to do whatever the fuck you want.
The definition of words, exhaustion. Exhaustion is a main one where you just keep everybody's wheels spinning so they don't have the time to look into something. Like, for example,
exactly. Owen Benjamin is telling the truth here. Exactly.
If you look up World War II, it'll say, 20 million Slavs were casualties and 6 million Jews were murdered. And they'll use the word murdered versus casual.
Guys, guess what, right? Did y'all know there wasn't even 6 million Jews in Germany? So how did 6 million... I already know my channel's going to get taken down, but it's just a question. So I had to submit it to ask the fucking question, you fucking idiots.
And if you think casual, it's like a very chill word. You're just casual. Just a casual day, And so those little programming things and the repetition and the in-group, out-group, and a lot of it isn't because people are quote unquote bad. It's because they kind of leave the cockpit where the stresses are going, the rules constantly change. It's like how you stress an animal to train an animal. And then eventually they just offload their accountability and just say, whatever you say, it's all good. But I see a lot of people not liking him. I think that there is a big illusion that, the shills are all in, but they're getting paid. All these guys on Twitter. Twitter's a nightmare.
Hey, look, there's a lot of shills that are getting paid, but there's also a lot of people that are just stupid. There's a lot of people that are just purposely follow the rhetoric for clout, and there's just people that are just so fucking stupid because all they watch is Fox News. And that's just a simple.
It's just like
that's just a simple fact of it, That's just a simple fact.
Yeah, it's just like the level of just lying, But in reality, people don't really talk about politics much where I live, and
yeah.
So like let's say let's look at Gaza and Lebanon. So what can we do? So what I like to do, I post about building stairs, or I have an app, a social media app with the good, the true, the beautiful about starting families and building businesses and all that. The key is just to start getting people in a position where they don't
stop bombing civilians and churches. That would be a great start. And answer the Palestine question. Answer if it's a one-state solution, two-state solution. You gotta do these things in order for peace to be in those regions.
join one of these wars, right? Where you just give people more of a purpose outside of the machine, and you give them something else to talk about so that the energy isn't constantly being sucked into that narrative. Like, that's why they don't like independent culture. That's why they call people like me a cult leader, just because it's not engaging in their story. Because I'm looking 20 years down the line. So bad food, pornography, self-hatred, atheism, all that stuff will set someone up to potentially be, you know, a puppet for one of these horrifying zombie wars, or they would sign off on that. They wouldn't know about it. And a lot of it is giving people something else. And it works a lot. It lowers the core.
Owen Benjamin betrayed the Grippers. Oh, I don't care because we're the Ravens. You should betray people. But we're the fucking Ravens, bitch!
Cortisol, they're more likely to have a family, they eat better, they sleep better, and then they're less likely to be a victim of a spell, because the spell wants you unhealthy, they want you exhausted, alone. A huge thing is isolation. You're the only one that thinks it's weird that people...
Damn, drunk? Yeah, what's wrong with it? Is there anything wrong with it? I don't think so. So shoot him. I'm kidding. Friendly fire.
We're killing kids in Gaza. Right? That's something that I've worked really hard over the years to show people that they're not alone, that it's actually a very logical, because a lot of survival mechanism is herd. You know, it's like, I don't want to be kicked out of the herd. And so I show people that, like, that's why the Tucker interview, I think, was powerful for people, is ridiculous amount of media attacks and deplatforming, and not only did I survive, I was really happy.
You survived, but keep telling the truth. That's why Owen Benjamin survived, because he kept telling the truth. Also, I left Mayo drunk, autistic, in the mix. Nothing wrong with it. Duh, there is nothing wrong with it. All right, I'm gonna stop.
You know, that's a fuck you to the devil. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is a fuck you to the devil. Good job for keep telling the truth. To keep telling the truth and telling the truth in Christ, it's a fuck you to the devil.
That's also part of the reason that I think I will have a loyalty to stay in New York City, is because I want to believe that people are still good. You know, through all the threats and people saying that the ideology is evil and the media that's demonizing, I still want to believe that people are inherently good. And that's what I think
they are inherently good.
And I tend to find that.
We all have the Holy Spirit that lives in us, but the devil just gets into people, and people just pick the devil because, you know, they want to feel worldly desires, and that's why you shouldn't feel worldly desires.
You know, there's like 8 million people here going in and out. I'm in Manhattan, the busiest place. It's like 99.9% of the interactions are overwhelmingly positive. And so, but if you look online, you would think that it's all mayhem. But just like in Idaho, most people are not schizo invested into everything.
Zero.
Yeah, it's not what it seems online.
No, online is total. It's an illusion, man. A lot of these bots.
Yeah, online's illusion. Like, it's all illusions. That's why you gotta go see stuff for yourself. A lot of people said DC was terrible and all that. I walked DC, and DC was so beautiful, and it was actually a good time. Now, no one spoke in the streets. Everyone seemed like they were depressed, but there was no fights going on, no robberies, none of that. So that's all just fake bullshit.
It's really bots. And I know some people do the cope thing and say everything's a bot, but
there are some bots online, but there's also just shitty people going on these accounts, running these accounts to spread fake propaganda. So it's like, it's real people. People just like to spread fake propaganda.
It is. It's just like there is these big intelligence campaigns to make people feel afraid, and
yeah, there is, and it's all by intelligence agencies, by Israel, Russia, like all these different agencies are all part of it. It's a whole it's a propaganda war that's going on right now, and that's just a fact.
we're coming to get you and all this stuff, and it's just to get you to react like
Let's get you to react and stop telling the truth, and you can't let these people scare us. You can't let them scare you.
prey animal to justify something in the future. And if you don't react, nothing happens. I mean, dude, I've been on all the lists and all the attacks and all this biggest podcast in the world saying I'm going down a dark road and they're scared for my family and stuff that could get me CPS sent to my house and kicked out of banks and people that I thought
That's what they do. That's what they do. Like when you tell the truth and you're right on stuff, they just fucking do this. Everyone stabs you in the back. The mainstream media is after you. It's just all fucking stupid. That's why it's like I don't care. I don't care. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't care. I'm gonna keep telling the truth no matter what. You don't like the truth, then fuck you, motherfucker. That's how I roll. That's how Lord Triton rolls. That's how I am. That's how I operate. That's how I always operate. And if you don't like the truth, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your mama. Fuck everything about you. You fucking idiot, piece of shit, little bitches. Fuck you. Fuck everything about you. Fuck 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 you. Fucky. Sucky. Wacky. Fucky. Fuck you.
Friends are just full of you know what I mean? And it's like, I just started gardening. I started building staircases. I spent more time with my kids. I started teaching piano and, you know, I spent more time with my wife, had more kids.
Yeah, see, that's the thing.
And nothing.
Attacking this guy made him into a family man. See, and this is the thing. Once I have a family, I don't even care. I'll tell the truth even more just to piss y'all off because y'all suck.
And happen.
The media sucks. Propaganda sucks. All the shit sucks.
But when you react like a prey animal, that's when the wolf jumps.
That's why you react with the wolf. Instead of reacting like a prey animal, you act with the wolf and you fight back. You fight back with the truth. That's all you have. The truth always wins no matter what. Even if people don't believe in it, those people will end up losing and looking stupid because the truth always fucking wins. No matter fucking what. Okay? You know, and it's just that, you know, fucking. Yeah, let's continue.
And so that's the main thing about the internet. It's like this hall of mirrors of ghosts.
I noticed that shift. I wonder if you spotted it too. People like us, we were censored everywhere, right? Banned everywhere. But I realized that, well, they realized that they don't need to ban anymore. They could just pump it with lies and just get everybody. You're right. They want to put out the bait there. That's why things look nastier than ever before. Because if you take the bait, then now you're not emotionally in control of yourself. You're now a slave. You're no longer in control of your feelings, and you're arguing with somebody that's probably an Indian smartphone that's not even a real human. This is an AI.
Either Indian smartphone or Indian scammer. Like that's probably what you're arguing with. Like it's not an Indian smartphone you're arguing with. It's an Indian fucking scammer on the line. Sneed. What's up, Dog Zero? How's it going?
AI person that you're arguing with. You look at their profile, it's not real. It's been flooded with these new. This is a new thing, and
see that's how they get people to. That's how they get people to fall for the propaganda. Is they make bots, they pay off people. They just create these fake accounts to spread fake propaganda and bot the likes, and it looks like that person has like 9,000-10,000 likes, but it's all just bots, just so that person seems legitimate, so it can fool real people to believing that that person is being legitimate, but in reality, it's just a bot account with fake fucking likes. And that's why I say, too, just because someone has a lot of likes, just because someone's liked, it doesn't mean to tell the truth. In fact, a lot of people that are quote-unquote like or have the quote-unquote numbers are the biggest fucking liars on the fucking planet, and that's just a fucking fact.
It's actually a much more effective shift than censorship because this will exhaust you. It will drain you away if you let it. Rather than ban people, because then if you get banned, it's like the Hitler song effect. You're like, oh, I'm the martyr, you're the hero, right? You're the top dog. But if you just flood everyone else and you make them seem insane, crazy, and they're bickering and they're insulting each other's religion, then you just have no more energy to build a farm.
Yeah, and when you're banned,
that's why you just gotta keep fighting with the truth. And even then, it's like maybe people call you a pussy, but like sometimes it's like if you're on a mission of truth, doing stuff like the HH song and all that, it's like, look, it's just a fucking song, and I don't care that they did it, but it's like, morally speaking, it's like if you don't want people to seem like you're a schizo, you can't do stupid shit while you're doing the mission. You got to separate stupid shit from the mission.
And you can become competition. They can't keep an eye on you as much. And like they learn psychologically in war that if you bomb an area.
So you got blocked by Nicholas. He blocked me a few months ago too. He must have some crazy Google alerts to set up to even know who I am. He blocks me. He has me blocked on all of my accounts, like my Ravencast account, this account. He even originally blocked me back in like 2022. And you want to know what's crazy? He blocked me because I was going after Tipster. I didn't even go after him yet. In fact, I kind of still respected him, but then he fucking randomly blocked me because I was going after Tipster, who he was friends with at the time. And I was like, yeah, well, you want to block me for criticizing your friend, then I'm going to start criticizing you. And ever since then, he's just been taking shots at me on Discord, private Discords. He would go on other people's channels, like Now Recording, to make a diss about me. And it's just so fucking weird and fucking gay. Your top viewer is yourself, God. As long as it matters to those two, nothing else matters. Exactly. That's why it's like I don't care if I'm like a small or big creator, because at the end of the day, the only opinion that matters is God's opinion. It doesn't matter if Nicholas Diorio hates me or not. In fact, he's just another person just like me and you. He ain't nothing special. Like Sneeko and Owen Benjamin were saying earlier, all the number stuff is just a number on a screen. That's all it is. It's just a number on a screen.
Yeah, people actually get less fearful. That the real money spot that they want to keep people in is the war is over the hill. It's like fear. They start imagining it. But when people are actually attacked, like actually bombed, they can get very resilient, get a lot more local. Their faith can grow. And so it's a tightrope. I mean, the monsters don't have an easy ride. And so, they want, in the end, we have free will. Like they want you to choose to
see. That's the thing, and we do have free will, and we do choose. That's the thing. That's why I tell people, yeah, you have the free will, but you also have the free will to choose the path of truth. And if you choose the path of truth, then you win at everything in life because the truth always wins. If you just choose to believing into lies and stuff and justifying all these all these dumb wars in Iran and stuff like that, it's just like, no, like you gotta pick the path of truth. Even if all your friends hate you for it, it's like the path of truth is what brings you closer to Jesus Christ. When you know that God's like the one that rules everything and he created everything, and you know the truth of that, then that's all that you need to be on your side. Because at the end of the day, once you die, God's the one that decides where you go after this. So it's like, if you want to just be a lying piece of shit and get billions of dollars, yeah, you have billions of dollars. Yeah, you're rich. Yeah, even though everyone else is suffering from these wars that you're promoting, you're still getting rich and all that. God still sees what you're doing, and he sees the lives you're putting in danger by promoting this war, and he will get to you. And not only that, but he sees that you're taking this money and you're basically putting money above him and the truth. He ain't gonna let that go. In fact, that's why Trump has came out and said that he doesn't believe he's going to heaven, because Trump knows that he's put money above the Lord. And that's why he knows he's not going to heaven, because when you put money and you put all this different stuff above the Lord, you're not going to heaven. And that's just your fault, because at the end of the day, you're a fucking retard to put something below the king of the universe.
Spare. And so, yeah, I mean, like when they kicked me off everything, I started using a post office box. I started local meetups. I started my own.
You should just keep going. Like if YouTube bans my channel, like, let's say tonight, right now, right? I would just start a rumble. I ain't gonna fucking just give up, because at the end of the day, that's what they want you to do. They want you to give up. They want you to give up and not telling the truth of what's going on with like politics, what's going on, like other things. See, like there's just so many things. Because this thing, I cover gaming news. I cover, commentary, politics, and I tell the truth on all three. And I get attacked in all three communities. Why? Because I actually tell the truth on what's really going on. And for some reason, people think that telling the truth is a hot take or a hot thing to do.
On social media,
it's not hot. It's just the right thing to do.
A platform, and it's like, I think that type.
Because that's the thing, right? Let's say you're with your girlfriend, right? Would you want to be with? Would you want to be with a girl? Would you want to be with a girl that is telling you to your face that you're pretty and that you're handsome and cute, but then telling your friends that you're ugly as fuck? Or would you just want to have a girl tell you to your face, "Hey, you're ugly as shit," and yeah. Like that's the thing. I wouldn't be with a girl that thought I was ugly, but I respect a girl that has the balls to tell me that I'm ugly to my face versus a girl that is with me and telling me, "Oh, you're pretty," to my face. And then when she's telling to her friends that I'm ugly, it's like, if you think I'm ugly, you might as well just tell me that I'm ugly to my face. Don't be a little bitch pussy about it.
This stuff sends a shiver down their spine where I didn't want to play in their game anymore. And then they're like, "Okay, guys, come back in."
Slavery is a choice. I mean, look,
slavery is a choice. That's the thing. Slavery is a choice. That's the thing. That's why, like, I call out all these influencers that take money from AIPAC and be a slave, because they're choosing to take that money and lie. They're choosing to take that money and say that AIPAC's good and all of that. And just like when I call out Nicholas Diorio chooses to praise false DMCAs, and that's what I told Green. It's like Nicholas Diorio at the end of the day is choosing to do all that stuff, and that's why I feel like I won my debate in Green because I told Green, like, hey, Nicholas Diorio is basically choosing to do all this. He's choosing to sweep for Ethan Klein. He's choosing to defend bad behavior. So I have a right to call him out for choosing to because that's the thing. I'm choosing to call out Nicholas Diorio for choosing to defend bad behavior. Because I think it's fucking wrong to defend DMCAs, to defend censorship, to defend the genocide going on in Gaza, to defend AIPAC. All that stuff is wrong, and you shouldn't defend that stuff point blank, period. But yet Nicholas Diorio defends all the stuff I just mentioned. That's also why I don't like him, because he's the complete opposite of me.
For example, this is the reason that they're winning this war that the U.S. started, is because the U.S. probably thought, or U.S. Israel thought, that they were going to be engaged in the same fear mongering that we have over here. We thought that it would be able to kill the leader and that it would just end.
See, when Israel and the United States killed the leader, it just made them more pissed off because it's a different culture over there in Iran. Over there in the Islamic Republic, they actually are more unified. And that's the thing. Israel and the United States tried to send Afghan refugees to go pretend that they're not unified, but the people in Iran actually do like the government, and when their leader died, it just radicalized them more, and that's why a lot of them ended up joining the military. In fact, the president of Iran was going to give up his life over this, and it still is, because he said that that if the United States end up invading, and he even signed up and showed the paper, said, "Hey, I'm not playing. Here's the paper. I'm going to fight for my people." And at the end of the day, it's like, do I even support the Islamic Republic of Iran? No. But at the end of the day, it's like, I don't support this fucking war because this war, it literally helps America. It does not help America at all. And we're fighting a country, trying to regime change a country across the entire world. And we're just losing because we can't even collapse the regime. This whole war is just pointless.
And like that.
It's pointless because we couldn't even get to our goal.
And the war never actually happens in America. When's the last time we've had a war on our soil? What has it been, like the Civil War?
Our wars are sneaky. It's like fentanyl and stuff like that. It's economic wars.
Psychological warfare, spiritual warfare.
Biological warfare, spiritual warfare, but physical warfare still does exist. All right, don't get me wrong. It still exists, and that's what they want. They want all of us to go to a physical war with Iran, but it's like, that's the thing. We're not going to collapse the regime because the regime is just too powerful, too loyal. Not only that, but it's just hard to collapse a regime that has access to all these ballistic missiles. Not only that, but it's hard to get to them because they have all these mountains. What are we going to do? Just blow up mountains and mountains and mountains and mountains? I don't think so.
But actual warfare, we talk all day long about they can't have a nuke, they can't have this weapon, they can't have chemical weapons, these looming weapons, these sleeper agents, these threats within. We always talk about this, but it doesn't seem to matter.
They talk about all these threats, but how come no sleeper cells have been activated even during this war? Maybe because they don't fucking exist.
Manifest in the way it does.
I'm gonna keep the video playing, but I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get a drink for just a second. Gotta throw this out, and I gotta finish my other birthday alcohol, and then we'll be back.
Everywhere else in the world, but look at the people of Iran. Like when they got bombed, what did they start like waving their flags and standing around holding hands by the desalination plant, saying, "Okay, well, what do you want us to do? Like cower in fear?" I think that was
and then you're free. Like once you go through that, you're like, oh shit, there's nothing really to be afraid of, and that's a nightmare for the tyrant.
You said that you were speaking to Islamic, so I didn't know that you had Islamic scholars in your phone.
Yeah.
Anybody I know?
Yeah, like that. Yeah, like who was I just texting with?
Maybe
this dude wrote a book about the history of Negroes in Africa and stuff.
Okay.
Dude, he's a legend. Yeah, Dr. Ali. I'll send you his info. He's hilarious. Great sense of humor.
Does it get into slavery and the truth about the slave trade? Is that what it's about?
Yeah.
Well, I can explain to y'all the truth of the slave trade right here, right now, live on the air, right? Because the truth of that is Africans were the ones that slaved their own people first, and they sold them to us. So people want to say, oh, the white man created slavery. Nah, your own people created it, because that's the thing. Your own people are always the ones that do the most extreme to you. That's why they say, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer, because that's the thing. Your friends are the ones that like to fuck you over the most. And that's just the fucking truth. Your friends are the ones that fuck you over the most. Like, literally. Like, bro.
He's like, yeah, he gets into that. Just the history of the word and the history of all that stuff. It's one thing we started talking about. And, yeah, we just remained friends.
And Tucker, was that a weird experience? Was that an interesting podcast? What was that experience like? You know, probably.
Dude, I loved it. I love that guy. I relate to that guy a lot. He's like a golden retriever. He's just like excited.
My criticism of Tucker Carlson is I like the guy and all that. He's in my group chat. In fact, he actually stalks my group chat, which is really weird. But I just don't like that Tucker Carlson hangs out with foreign governments way too much. He's always in the UAE. He's always in the Qatar. It's like, bro, you don't got to be too in bed with foreign entities, bro. It's okay to interview him, but like just being in bed, being personal friends, and then giving American, like I don't agree with all that. That's why we criticized Mark Levin for doing that.
Idable, you know, he's got that Protestant Anglo-Saxon work will set you free vibe that I also have. We're showing each other just paths that we're making in the woods for like no reason, just because it makes us happy. You know, it's we're talking about toil maxing, and his brother's awesome. You know, and I think that the energy I brought to him was really cool because he can get brooding, thinking about.
Tucker should call Nick. I don't even know why Tucker Carlson hates Nick Fuentes. Plus the Nicholas Diorio. Everyone should hate Nicholas Diorio, but
you know, injustice. You know, honor culture guys get really pissed off at bullies. I understand that totally, and so like me also just getting fired up. I think our energy's got going. And he gave me, you know, I've been happy ever since because someone with the size of his platform, I think it's awesome that he just freely talks, and he does. We had a nice long.
That's what I like about Tucker. He's like, he does freely talk, and he does platform even the most controversial people. So it's like at the end of the day, it's like I don't hate Tucker Carlson. Just my only criticism is I kind of wish he wasn't too close to the Qataris and all that because they are all embedded with Israel.
Dinner, we just talked a lot, and he's just a very open, honest guy, and it just felt great that someone of his status in the media is a good person. You know, that felt good.
What separates somebody like Tucker from all the other podcasters or the boomers that?
Yeah, what separates Tucker Carlson from someone like Joe Rogan is Tucker Carlson actually has his own opinions, and he doesn't just kiss the like. Tucker Carlson could have kissed the ass of Trump even when he met with him, and he didn't. Joe Rogan does, and that's what makes me respect Tucker Carlson more than someone like Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan is just a fucking cuck, a fucking little bitch boy, while Tucker Carlson actually told Trump to his face his actual opinion.
You know, crazy warhawk people that can't admit they're
But
wrong.
Joe Rogan, fuck Joe Rogan. I hate this Joe Rogan. He's a bald ass fucking idiot bitch.
Because he is a rare case where he's saying, I made a mistake here, and he owns it, and you almost
I should do a fuck Joe Rogan festival because I really hate Joe Rogan so much.
never see anybody in media say that or admit mistakes.
Well, that's why I respected him and went out to talk to him, because he said he was wrong about Iraq. He was wrong about 9/11.
See,
And
that's the thing. You gotta admit you're wrong. So that's why I do actually respect Tucker Carlson, because he does admit he was wrong about Iraq and 9/11 and all that. But I just kind of wish he wasn't in bed with the Qataris like anything as much as he is. But at the end of the day, it's like he still does admit his wrongs. He's still more respectable than someone like Mark Levin or Laura Loomer or Joe Rogan, bitch boy.
Exactly. I look at in people. Are they ever wrong? Can they make fun of themselves? You know, and
I make fun of myself because I'm an autistic retard with a lisp. Okay, see? There you go. We're cool now, bitch.
My motto is I might be wrong, but I'm not lying. And he really resonated with that. And I think
have the same motto. I may be wrong, but I'm not fucking lying. I never lie to y'all. Ever. I may get a few things wrong, but I never fucking lie to y'all. Ever. Ever. Never ever lied to y'all.
the shills motto is I might.
The shills motto is them being shills and lying to us for another master. That's why the shills are fucking retarded.
Be lying, but I'm never wrong.
Yeah, that's their models. They're lying, but they're never like, go fuck yourself and die, lying piece of shits.
Or they can just change what they say from day.
See, they do change what they say from day one. I don't ever change what I say from day one. I've always said Nicholas Stewart was a piece of fucking shit.
Day to day, and they're never wrong, and they never have to acknowledge it because they're
drinking time. By the way, this is the second drink. I don't know if I'll finish this tonight. Maybe I'll finish it next stream, but I'm definitely going to take a few sips.
First principle is the
truth. Not shot cups because we do it straight from the bottle because I am a real autistic. Yeah, I can't say that, but I'm a real autistic. Nice car. That's what we're going to say. I'm a real autistic nice car.
Truth is what they want it to be. And so when you believe that truth is outside of yourself and we're all trying to find truth and discern it, then we can have someone describe on my Instagram parallel faiths.
Ew. No, this tastes nasty. Like hella nasty. Hella nasty. Ugh. The other one tasted all right. Ugh. Yeah. I may just do fucking Blankers. I'll drink that some other time. That's also what is out like in the sun, like in the back of a car, so that's probably why it tasted so bad. But the other one didn't even taste that bad. It's just this one didn't even. This was the same one I was drinking. It didn't even taste that bad. I guess putting it back in the fridge made it just taste like ass piss, ass cancer. Ugh. Blue one tasted really good. This. Ugh. Fucking hell. This shit's stupid. I ain't gonna lie. Shit. Alright, I guess I'm back. Holy fucking crap, she's so full. Alright guys, sorry about that. That tastes super nasty. I'm already drunk, but it's not even about me being drunk. I value taste, and that just tastes hella nasty, and I can't do that. So we're gonna fucking just hit a fucking blinker to show you that I can really get really more fucked up than your mama.
You know, people are like, where you can have a different quote unquote religion, whatever that can mean to different people, but have similar faiths where you have this notion of all powerful, benevolent God. There is truth outside of yourself. Suffering, is a lesson, and to be grateful, and just crush as hard as you can. And when you do that, you can have all different kinds of friends,
It's funny you talking about like conjoining faiths. It looks like you have a giant crucifix behind you, but it's just the pole. It looks like a big crucifix.
That's hilarious.
I got the Muslim stuff on.
Don't clip this, but I just fell out my fucking chair. Fuck!
And your philosophy, it sounds like the study of stand-up comedy. It sounds like the analysis of stand-up comedy. It's like, it reminds me of like what you're saying is stuff that I would hear on the Joe Rogan podcast over like a 3-hour kind of.
Yeah, but Joe Rogan is a fake piece of shit. So fuck Joe Rogan. Type in chat, fuck Joe Rogan.
Self-absorbed thing about the art of stand-up, but getting to the truth and the philosophy of what's real and what's not an objective reality, how does that coexist, and how does that does that have any overlap with stand-up for you?
Yeah, great question. That's why I couldn't let go of it. It wasn't because I'm some martyr or I'm just so moral. I couldn't, like, in comedy, unless you have the truth, like unless you're firmly tied to the truth, you can't do hyperbole, exaggeration, alliteration.
He's all right. Joe, you talk about Joe Rogan?
Irony, satire, it's all rhythmically off. You're bouncing off.
Man, that bald piece of shit ain't all right. I don't know what you're talking about. He ain't all right. Joe Rogan's a sellout piece of poo. He sold us out. He had a chance to tell Trump that he's a stupid retard from the war. He didn't. He sold out. He called MAGA a bunch of dorks and then is hanging out with Trump and shaking those same dorks' hands. He's a sellout piece of shit bitch. Fuck that guy.
Truth.
Slap like button, people.
So if you lose truth and you start saying, like, originally
if you
for me,
lose truth, you have no purpose on this planet. Why be on this? Why live in the world of lies? You want to live in the world of lies or the world of truth?
it was the trans kid thing and the Caitlyn Jenner thing. I wouldn't let go. I'm like, guys, I originally did the hasn't been a woman for a full year joke, but 6 years before Chappelle. Like that was originally the bit that got so many people angry. And then the whole there's no trans kids. Like I thought that I was in a nightmare. And people were just playing make believe that Bruce Jenner is this wonderful mother or something. Like it's like the best woman in the world. Like what the f- are you? And so I couldn't let go of that of truth, because then I can't be a comedian. And when
see, the best comedians are the ones that tell you the truth and make the truth comedy. Like make comedy of the truth. Don't just tell lies to make comedy. Make the truth funny. That's why I like Owen Benjamin, because he makes the truth funny. You don't just tell a bunch of lies to be funny. You tell the truth and be funny at the same time. That's what I've been wanting. That's what that's what we needed commentary. That's what we needed this all life space in general. Like, oh my.
You're on stage and you're bombing. That is painful. You know, if you're not.
That's why I don't bomb on stage. See, I never bomb on it. All right. I don't even know.
Not funny, if you're not resonating with people, and the way that happens.
I kind of wish I didn't wake up at like 7 p.m. This is probably gonna be the only times I do an overnight, unless I wake up at 7 p.m. again. I just felt like I did doing overnight because it's like, wow. I'm not gonna lie.
Is when you let go of truth, because once you let go, it gets harder and harder to get it back. You start getting callous. You're in a delusion bubble.
Yeah, not only that, but you just become a piece of shit. That's why it's good to look for the truth no matter what, because if you just keep living in the lies, you keep living in the lies of bubble, and you never find the truth again. Once you lose the truth once, you never find that truth again. Ever again. You never find that truth again. You never, ever find the truth again when you lose it.
Lies lead to lies, lead to lies, and then you just end up very, very confused.
But the current state of stand-up, I go to the Comedy Cellar all the time. It's not too far from where I live, and everyone feels like they're still trying to, like they're afraid of the crowd a little bit. Like they're afraid.
Fuck the crowd. You're there to entertain the crowd. The crowd's supposed to be entertained by you. If they're not entertained by you, fuck them. Fuck the crowd. Be yourself. And if they're not entertained, then tell them to get the fuck out of your event. Hey, get the fuck out of my event, bitch. Pussy. Faggot. Retard. Okay. I gotta go a little drunk mode still. The fuck out of my event. You find me entertaining? The fuck you. Don't find me entertaining? Don't watch. Fuck you. It's just that simple. It's just that fucking simple. Yeah. I probably will go up to 5 in the morning. I don't know. It depends if y'all keep coming or not, because I know y'all are enjoying it. Do y'all enjoy the overnight streams? Like, if you want more overnight, I can, but all right. It's usually my time where I'm chilling, relaxing, and all that. I usually end stream around like 11 or so, but it's just my first ever overnight stream. So we'll see. Oh, we will.
That if they go too far, if they're completely honest, that they're going to be judged for being hurtful or offending them.
Who cares? If you're honest, you're honest. You shouldn't be judged for being honest. If people try to judge you for being honest, judge them for being lying bitches. Like, seriously, they want to judge you over the truth? Like, what? Which you probably, I don't know. Okay, let's continue. If I can get to the mouse. Ugh. Okay, I also got to get my food out of the microwave too, so I'm going to play this and I'll be back once again, and I'll be back. And yeah, we're definitely finishing the reaction of this interview, and then I may listen to some music and dance around. I don't know. Or I may just do the outro song. I don't know. It just depends if you have stuff to cover, but we'll continue this segment. This is a pretty long segment.
More. I'm not trying to sound like it's like 2016, but you could still feel that.
Yeah, fear. They smell like fear. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a fear of the crowd, and so everyone will always throw in something to be like to get. Whenever they go too far, they'll always self-deprecate in a way that's not authentic. It's like you're just doing this to humble yourself.
Condescending as too.
Yeah, it's like you're not taking me seriously. It's like you think that I'm stupid.
I think, yeah, exactly. Like there's nothing more condescending than acting like black people can't take a joke like white people. It's like the most dehumanizing thing. That's why I make fun of veterans. I make fun of people in wheelchairs. I make fun of every identity because I'm not a mercenary. It's like, I've had veterans be like, man, I love, because I do this bit on Veterans Day where I'm like, if you really laid it on the field, we'd be celebrating you on Memorial Day, you know. And I'm doing a bit about how I'm like, you guys just get free drugs, you just blast. I'm like, enough. I was going to celebrate today because I thought it was about the people that take care of dogs and cats, but it's these veterans. And I'm like, you get the best parking spot at Home Depot. Forget about the mom. Oh, no, it's the guy that just got to shoot everyone he saw on drugs for 5 years, you know? And they're just crying, laughing because that whole torture on the pedestal
Not
thing.
gonna lie, that is a funny joke. But let's be real. Veterans deserve more because veterans are literally... Veterans do a lot. Veterans literally fought. They literally fight our corrupted government's wars, and they have PTSD. They sacrifice so we have freedom. Yet they can't just take some Karen bitch's parking spot. I don't even get that. I really don't even get that. That's just a weird double standard.
Is real. Where bless you for your service, bless you for your service, and that really depresses a lot of veterans because they're like, dude, I'm just a guy. Like it was. And it's the same with imagine like a race, like to act like a black guy can't take a joke about being black is the most, like that to me is the most dehumanizing in the world. It's just so condescending that like, I don't know. I don't have that fear response. I mean, maybe I
mean, y'all can joke about me being a white autistic cracker. I could get offended.
Or something, but like I would never go down that road with that, like being afraid of the audience. You know, I only got.
Hey, audience, do I seem afraid of you? Am I afraid of you? I'm afraid of none of you. I do like that you're watching my stream. I mean, I do like that, but I ain't afraid of you. I don't even know a lot of some of my viewers. In fact, sometimes random names pop up, which I know Dog Zero, but some random names pop up in the chat, and who knows? I don't know who's all watching. Some random person will be watching me right now. Hey, stranger. Hi.
Facial, because I used to do Cleveland.
That's the thing. I am myself. You're watching me for being myself, and if you don't want me to be myself, then go watch someone else. Go watch someone else listen to you. Me, I listen to me and my own autism, and that's the only people I listen to.
And I'd make fun of gangbangers with like diamond earrings. I'd call them pretty princesses and you know, that was where I realized that if you show any hesitation or fear, they'd eat you alive, and I had to really go for it. And then to have some Jewish lady tell me I'm full of hate, I'm like, go f yourself.
It's actually a sign of respect to make fun of somebody because you're offering a token of friendship. You're saying I respect it, and then you want to hear it back. You want to. That's why. That's the whole philosophy behind my thing. Is like, let's make fun of everybody equally. Let's not pick and shoot.
Yeah.
It doesn't like pedestalizing anything is following.
Yeah, don't pick and choose. If someone does something you disagree with, doesn't matter who the person is, make fun of them. Like, don't just pick and choose. Oh, this person has clout. This person, no. It doesn't matter. If they do something you disagree with, call them out on it. Treat everyone equally. Make fun of everyone equally.
A false idea of truth, and it's not real. And some people think that we got past that, but there's still major roadblocks in this one. Like there's still the Holocaust idea that's been broken down a lot, but the idea of the N-word is still like it's stronger than I thought it was. I thought people would be able to, see that this is just a word, and like obviously, words are hurtful.
It's a crazy spell, dude. Let me break down the spell of it.
Can you please?
It's actually super, super anti quote unquote black, because as you can see, what happens is like every group you can have a subgroup that does things. It's about the behavior, not the racial identity. So when I openly say it. I just won't in case you're on some platform or something, just out of respect to you. But I will say N-word, but I philosophically think that's ridiculous. But it's like, so you have white.
Yeah, thank you, because I'm on YouTube, and YouTube will ban me if so thank you, Owen Benjamin. Yay.
White trash, right? You have like redneck. You have these different subgroups that's based on behavior. Like if you have a white guy doing meth, stealing copper, white trash, right? Mm-hmm. If you remove that,
And y'all know me, I make fun of everyone equally. If someone's being white trash, I call them white trash. If someone's being other trash, I say, yeah, I'm not going to do it on YouTube because, yeah.
Ability, like that Chris Rock joke, nailed it in the 90s. Nailed it. Because is it a black guy that stole your bike or is it the N? Right? Because being black doesn't make you a criminal. You see how it psychologically flips it, where then people start saying, oh, black people commit 50% of the murders or whatever. And you're like, no, hard ends, right? It's like being black doesn't make you anything. It's not like a defining thing. It's not. That's why I call Jews grabblers, because the Jews did the opposite, where the pejorative is the same word. And I used to do a bit about how the only way you can tell if it's pejorative is in the eyebrows. Like there's Jews and then there's Jews, right? Because that's why I started calling them grabblers, because grabbling is the behavior. Like you picture the hand rubbing, the loopholing, like the gypsy grabbler, like the con man, versus just like the identity of a Jewish man. And so
what basically Owen Benjamin is saying here is the stereotypes of every group. Like, because with the white people, you got like the white child trash, the autistic retards like myself and all that, and then you've got, you know, the black with all that, which I ain't gonna go into that because I ain't trying to get my channel banned. But then you got Jews and the con mans. Not all Jews are con mans, but a lot of them are. There's a stereotype of them that are. And not all white people are white trash, but there is a stereotype of us that are.
The black and hard N is almost like the opposite of Jew and Jew. Like
but say nice car. That's what I say is nice car.
Bilzerian was on TMZ, and they were flipping out on him because he called a fat Jew a fat Jew. It's like, that's literally what the guy is, you know. And they were acting like it was a pejorative, and he's like, Jew, though. It's the same word. And so when you have, it's so dehumanizing if you can convince a black guy that they can't hear a word without losing all their power, oh, that's a brutal spell, man. I feel bad for those dudes. I'm just like, man, that's a rough one, because you just give up all your power. You're just like, yeah, any white man just utters a spell like Voldemort and you just become an animal and freak out. And I mean, I'm fortunate that I don't know any of those people personally, but I've seen them on CNN.
There's people like that in every group. And I say this when people get upset, they're like, well, it's not just a word, it has all this hurt. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. But look,
what though? Like, but what's the pain? Like, what is the pain?
They'll say slavery. So the slavery is, yeah.
Dude, picking cotton is the easiest job in the entire world. Like, I was trying to grow cotton, but
my God. Well, even then, just because something's easy, you still should be paid for it. Like, if you want me to do something for you, doesn't matter how easy it is, I should still be paid for it. You ain't gonna Jew me. Sorry, Owen Benjamin, but you're not gonna Jew my ass. If I pick that, even if I do something easy, I still need that easy money.
Died this year. I mean, you can fill a giant bag of cotton and it's like 1 pound. I mean, it's just crazy. Like, why does anyone get upset that they like worked in a field? Like, that's what our ancestors all did.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'll say to them.
I mean, to be fair, they're upset because they didn't get paid. If they got paid, then they had nothing to bitch about. It's not about the action. It's like, hey, are you going to get paid? It doesn't even matter because, like, if you do something for someone, you should get paid for it. You should force people to do shit for you.
It's like, okay, so someone called you this word and it's hurtful, right? But are you that? Are you an N?
Right.
It's like I've had people come up, and if I'm like, I've been praying in a park or something with a couple people, and then people will yell like, do you think I'm going to start acting wild and like detonate a bomb?
Exactly.
No, it's not like because I'm not a
Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't play into the stereotype. See, And that's the thing. People, when people say I'm autistic, I don't spaz out because that's my stereotype. Don't play in the stereotype and you'll be fine. When I play in the stereotype, and people make let's continue.
So like they'll say these things, but I'm not that, so I don't care. Also, this guy does not matter to me, so why am I going to give him an emotional reaction?
Exactly, dude.
But
exactly.
It's hard
no,
to
but that's the big trick. That's the big trick. It's like, with women, it's the hard C, where it's like they just start acting like the hard C, hearing the word. It's like a joke. It's like literally a demonic joke. And so, yeah, I experienced that when CPS was sent to my house over all these lies and stuff years ago, and I was spiraling. And my wife just kept going.
It's about Ethan Klein, and that's just see, why do people do that? Look, I don't like Ethan Klein either, but why do people call people CPS on people? Don't do that shit. Don't have false reports. Just criticize the people online and be like that. If you don't like this thing, I like Owen Benjamin, but if you don't like Owen Benjamin, fine, criticize him. If you like Sneaker, criticize him. You don't got to go to that far of length and go in people's personal lives, calling CPS, swatting them and all that. Like, that's just stupid. And that's the thing, which I don't even know why people didn't like that girl. But like that one story with that grandma. If you don't like that grandma, then just fucking criticize her. It's that simple. If you don't like that granny that was swatted, criticize her. Don't fucking swat her. Fucking weeds. People are just stupid these days.
Yeah, but you're a good dad. And I'm like, I know, but they can frame it this way. And I had all these thoughts, I had all these images in my head from TV, and it was just terrifying. And she just kept saying, but you're a good dad. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But, and then
that's all that matters, though. It's like, as long as you're a good dad, no one should be calling CPS, and the people that do it are fucking scumbags, and they should be jailed for filing a false report.
Eventually,
they're jealous of you, bro. They're jealous that you're a good dad. They're jealous that your kids love you. They're jealous that your wife loves you. They're jealous of you. They're jealous of your life.
It resonated. I'm like, yeah, I'm a good dad. And then I just was very chill, and they were very apologetic, and they left immediately. But imagine if I had taken the bait and reacted like an animal, then I would have, it would have had the opposite effect. And it's the same.
Exactly. Like if Owen Benjamin would have reacted like an animal and basically showed people that he was abusive, he would lose his kids. And I'm glad, it worked out for him. And hey, he's not, wasn't abusive, and, he still has his kids and all that. Because at the end of the day, it's like, there are people that do get stuff, that get their kids taken away with false stuff. And I'm glad, he was able to avoid all that.
Same thing with the hard N and all that. It's like if you stole a bike, you are acting hard N. Fact. But if you didn't, who cares? Like, it doesn't mean anything. It's like a word.
It is funny that your analogy, you had to find like the CPS comes to your house, and that is your way of empathizing with people hearing a word. Like, that's the extreme you go to. There's a pattern, like the word, like the Jew or the hard C or the hard N. They have the way they sound, the pronunciation. It's more satisfying to say. It hits different. There's no word for white people. Like, white trash doesn't flow off the tongue.
I heard a good one. Skin.
I mean, it's not true. There actually is a lot of words on this. Male monkey, white cracker. What are the other ones? Y'all could type the other ones, but that's all the ones I know. Is like, there are those racial slurs of every race. Like, no race is safe. No race is safe from hate. No group is safe from hate either. Hate just exists in the world, unfortunately.
I mean, it's pretty gross. It made me laugh. I've tried to get a glacier monkey going, but see, the thing is, white people don't.
Glacier. That's a good one. I'm not gonna lie. That is a good one. You can see Sneako's even dying laughing here.
don't care. And that's why no one can really find a pejorative, because most white people are like, that's funny. I don't know. It just,
that's the thing. I'm white and I find it funny. That's the thing. Like, we just got to keep fighting, you fight hate with hate, you're going to get hate. If you fight hate with love, you may actually get love. That's just me. Let's continue.
It just, we're not programmed. And I think a lot of it was from the movies of the, it was the same as the Holocaust. They had Roots come out, a miniseries that really just cemented this victim where like everybody just wants to whip the poor black guy because he's just so awesome. And the victim consciousness just exploded. And it's like, and then all the rap and the, Boys in the Hood, and it just victim consciousness. And a lot of it had to do with private prisons and all that. And it's just like, enough with the grabbling. It's like, obviously a trick,
But what's the spell casting? There's got to be something there where other words have more weight than it. Like skin, it's like, that's not gonna, if I called you skin, you're not going to get offended. There's no part of you that you're just going to laugh because it's a funny thing. There's got to be something where words have more weight. Is it the world that applies more meaning to it by reinforcing it in music and movies, or is it how?
Yeah, there's no problem with the word. I mean, it's from, which is Latin for black.
All right, we can skip this part. So I'm not gonna lie, I don't care about the whole waste war thing. I see it, humans as fucking humans. Let's continue. Which obviously it's like I know what they're talking about and all that, but it's just me. It's just I don't personally care. I care more about the nuclear weapons and shit, and actually like the Iran war shit than the waste stuff. That's just me.
Real, and this will be controversial because people really hold on to the fear, but I think nuclear bombs are totally fake. I think it's total. I can't stop laughing thinking about Trump may have been like, yeah, we're nuking Iran, and he had to learn that there's no nukes. Because it's the ultimate excuse to invade anyone. They're building nukes, and it's like, watch out or daddy will drop a nuke on you. And it's, Japan, that people say, well, what about Hiroshima and Nagasaki? They weren't even in the top 10 most destroyed cities. Tokyo was way more destroyed. It's fire bombs. They're all made out of wood. Japan surrendered because 1.5 million Russians invaded Manchuria like the day after they dropped the bomb. Hiroshima's thriving. There's no higher rate of cancer. It's just, it's like Monsanto.
Wait, he may be onto something. I don't know. I actually don't know. Like, because you would think if nukes were like real, that they would have used it by now. Someone would have dropped a nuke on something. Even then, it's like, even if nukes are real, I don't believe in nukes existing, because it's like, why would you have something that's just going to wipe out civilizations? Like, at that point, it's like, yeah. I don't know, he could be right, because low-key, it's like, you've never seen a nuke used in action, we don't even know what they really look like, and it's all just been talking, but no action. Not only that, but if Hiroshima is thriving now, and there's no risk of cancer or any of that, then that has no effect, but you never know.
Will give you cancer. But like, and so this idea that someone's just going to press a button and kill everybody, no, despair kills people, hopelessness kills people, nihilism kills people.
What about
not
white replacement? What? This doesn't scare you that the white race is declining and that Islam is destroying the white race?
No, Islam isn't a race. So if somebody has the ability of having a child, and
what's destroying humanity? Zionism, corruption, not Islam.
Thriving in a time of despair, then good for them.
Islam has its problems, but it's not the one destroying humanity.
It's just the natural. That's real eugenics. So no, I'm not. If somebody can't have a child because they need a nicer car and they're afraid and all this stuff.
I mean, as long as you have a car and all that, you don't need a nice car to have a child. But what kind of thinking is that? In fact, you're just gonna make a child a spoiled Andrew Tate. We don't need any more Andrew Tates in the fucking world.
Well, then that's the deal. And if I always respect people with kids, so it's like if Muslims are having kids, good for them. You know, that's a testament to their faith, because that's investing in the future. It's saying that God is good.
You're not wrong.
And that the devil is not in control, and that we'll always find a way. And I respect that.
W. Owen Benjamin.
That's your only real legacy is your children. Everything else is going to be forgotten. Everything else fades away. But your children, that's your lineage. That's the only thing that actually does stay.
That's the only thing that actually does matter is your children, even your wife too. The person that you make children with matters too, because you know your children are always going to love that person too, just as much as you.
Could be truly remembered.
Family matters more, but that's the thing. A lot of people don't believe in family shit. Like people just have kids, don't even care about the kids. It's like, well, you're just a shitty person.
Remembered for is your family.
Yeah, and it's the greatest. I mean, I love being a father. I learn so much from my kids. And the white replacement thing gets a little annoying. There's more white people in America right now than there was in 1950. There's just also a bunch of other people who can be annoying, and they can, you know, throw around and whatnot. But it's just we have to earn our own shit. A lot of white people think they deserve all this credit. I hear these whites sometimes be like, well, we built the cathedrals and they built mud huts. I'm like, show me right now, build a mud hut. They can't build a mud hut. They're useless. You know, and I've had some of the whites get mad at me because I'm like, yeah, you should be replaced if you won't work. You're full of despair. You're a pervert. You freak out on everyone on the internet all day. Like,
yeah, but you should replace like actual average like white working people, and it doesn't matter if the person's white. Like, if someone does their job, let them keep their job.
yeah, why would the future want you? You didn't build the cathedrals. Great people built the cathedrals with faith and.
But that's the thing, and Owen Benjamin's right. It doesn't matter about race or color. It's like, did you build the cathedrals? No, it's like it's people with faith. It's not just white people. Just because you're born a color of skin doesn't make you the best person on the planet, bro. In fact, we're all equal still at the end of the day. And Owen Benjamin's right. It's like it doesn't matter what race you are. You gotta earn your keep. If you go into a job, you earn your fucking job. And if you do a good job, then you stay. If you don't do a good job, you're out. That's simple. Look, it's simple. You would disagree? Super bitches.
Hard work. You're just trying to, you know, you're on peptides, so your dick looks bigger or something. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't last in this realm.
There was some philosopher who said that in a declining empire, people start taking credit for their ancestors' achievements because they have none.
It's so true, man. I see that with the whites more than anybody.
Yeah. I know.
Where I get very annoyed by it. It's like, oh, we did this. And I'm like, these are the same people that won't help you like build a chicken coop. They're like, oh, sorry, I just can't. I'm whacking it.
It's funny that became the we was kangs, is the white people talking about, you know, the Greeks and talking about the Italians and this is the new we was kangs, talking about what your ancestors did instead of doing anything yourself. What is the number one contributing factor to the low birth rate in the white race?
Where in America?
That's the thing. There's just a low birth rate, but yet they want to say, oh, this is the population problem. It's like, no, the birth rate, especially in our race, are low. That's because we're stupid. Because a lot of white, no. I'll let these guys explain it. They're more sober than I am.
I would say the West.
I think despair and materialism. This idea that, you know, you need more money when you can look at children.
Fuck money. As long as you're a good person, you're a good father, and you can provide for them, it doesn't matter. You don't need to be a billionaire.
As a labor force, you don't really need money to do things. You know, I have friends that make $14 an hour that have a bunch of kids. I mean, you're not going to be going to Disneyland, but I think it just has to do with values, you know, and
See, I don't even need to go to Disneyland, and hopefully one day I could take my kids to Disneyland, but I didn't get that experience, and if they don't get that experience, I ain't gonna get that experience either. So it's a win-win for all of us because we're not experiencing it all together. Like, as long as you're together, that's the number one thing. You don't need to go to all these big amusement parks. I went to Disney World, but I never went to Disneyland.
it just is what it is. It's going to work out. As the Muslims say, you know, God has the best plan, and it's like we'll just see what happens.
Christian says it too. Like, we do have God does have the best plan for all of us, even everyone in the chat, everyone here. You know, it's just that simple. I think we're done. Yeah, we are done. We can see there's more stuff to cover, but if not, I may end it soon. But hey, we'll still be on Twitter because it is overnight. In fact, we're going to go till... Let's see. See if there's any more. Let's see if there's any more video. We're still going to be live till probably 4 a.m. Let's see. Is there any more? Let's see if there's any more videos we have to. All right. What to react? Let's see. Decisions. You know what? I'll probably react to one more sneaker video. I know we did a lot of sneaker today, but this one is interesting. The Michael Jackson. Is he innocent? It is late overnight, so let's get into some more conspiracies with Sneeko. Let's see. All right, let's go ahead, get this up.
Also said that she had proof of his behavior and offered to sell it to tabloids for $500,000.
Oh my
But
God.
that fell through. Would you?
Right there, yeah. If someone's offering you money for information, don't even trust them. They're obviously lying. They're just trying to fucking scam you out of money. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I never really believed a lot of stuff against Michael Jackson because the accusers just acted like this and they were inconsistent with their story. So it's like, to me, and not only that, but it also came out in the Epstein files that Michael Jackson was telling Epstein to stop and trying to get Epstein to cut off his blackmail operation, and even saved a few of the kids. So it's like, yeah. He's not as bad as, like, you know, people say he is, you know? It's all just fucking fake shit, and I feel like he is innocent. I know people be like, oh, Trey, you're stupid, you're retarded, you're defending Michael Jackson. If he is innocent, I disavow, but I feel like he's innocent. Like, show me evidence. Like this thing, come on the air or DM me, show me the fucking evidence if I'm fucking wrong. None of y'all do because y'all know I'm not wrong. Y'all just know.
Didn't come up with any proof. Years later, LaToya said she made it up because her physically abusive husband forced her to.
Oh, so yeah, that's another thing too. It's like one of them admitted she made it up, so it's like, yeah, Michael Jackson is fucking innocent, 100%. Like, that's why I never believed the allegations, because she admitted it was wrong, and, you know, all these people fucking, there's a lot of inconsistencies, and that's the thing. Michael Jackson was not even a bad guy, because he even came out, yeah, he tried to get Epstein to stop. He was one of the good guys in Hollywood, like, genuinely. I don't even care that his music fine. He was a good fucking person. His music was good. He was also a good person too. If he was a bad person, you know I would let y'all know. I'll call everybody.
So, you decide.
Who was her husband? Wait a second. Who was LaToya married to? LaToya Jackson ratted, had no proof, and then backtracked on it. Wait a second. Jack Gordon? Jack Gordon was an entertainment manager. Okay. Early life. And there we go.
Whoa, buddy. Whoa, buddy. The person's husband, Michael Jackson, was apparently a Russian Jewish immigrant. Wow, yikes. What's up, Bill? Well, I mean, it is late, so I don't blame you. It is late. But still, kind of gay to tell in my YouTube chat.
Oh! He deserved all the joys of life as any
And so it was that we
What is this?
came back to our meeting at Neverland with 12-year-old Gavin. I'd found this easily the most disturbing moment of the past 8 months.
You know, some have, and they say,
Oh, I've seen this. This is the worst. This is the worst clip of MJ.
is that really appropriate?
When you're talking about children, we met Gavin. And it was a great privilege to meet Gavin because he's had a lot of suffering in his life.
Yeah.
When Gavin was there, he talked about the fact that he
Was
shares
Michael
your bedroom.
Jackson?
Yes.
Can you understand why people would worry about that?
Because they're ignorant.
But is it really appropriate for a 44-year-old man to share a bedroom with a child who is not?
I mean, that is sus, but you can't jail the man as nothing sexual. It is fucking sus, and it's definitely not something that's normal at all. Especially if that's not your family member. That is not normal. That is not cool. That's something you shouldn't even be doing.
Related to him
For that part, it is sus on Michael Jackson.
at all.
That's a beautiful thing.
That's not a worrying thing.
Why should it be worrying? Who's the criminal? Who's Jack the Ripper in the room? This is a guy trying to help heal a child. I'm sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor. I gave him the bed because he has a brother named Star.
I mean, at least it's still just weird. Like, it's not really a good look. Even back then, it's not a good look.
Yosef
him and
lecture
Star-
live class, man. It would be so funny. Build freedom sites now.
Bed, and I'm on the floor in the sleeping bag.
Did you ever sleep in the bed with them?
No. But I have slept in the bed with many children. I sleep in the bed.
Ew. Not a good look on that at first. Not gonna lie, not a good look on that. I'll show you. Look, he was innocent in some cases, but him just saying that is just kind of sus. Like, that doesn't mean he's done anything sexual, but it's just, I don't know. It's not a good look to admit that on fucking air. It's not even a good look to even do that. Like, this clip's not a fucking. You even see Sneeko. Like, bro, I didn't even see this clip at first, not gonna lie, but still, it's fucking, bro. Not a good look, Mikey.
With all of them. When Macaulay Culkin were little, Kieran Culkin.
Israel, what about Israel? You believe Israel's our greatest ally?
Would sleep on this side. My color cuck is on this side. His sister's in there. We're all just jamming the bed.
Holy shit! If I have to
Yeah, this is not a good look, Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson L. Type Michael Jackson L. Not a good look, Mikey. This is not good rhetoric. Not something you should be saying on fucking camera, Brady. It's not something you should be doing either. Fucking weirdo.
ask you to drop the bomb on India again, I might lose my mind.
TTS of 10.
Yeah, we have the footage. I have all that footage.
But is that right, Michael?
Footage? You were videoing it? What the fuck?
It's very right. It's very loving. That's what the world needs now.
Maybe
More
he
love.
was just love. Maybe.
More.
The world needs a man who's 44.
You think MJ guilty? Okay, the fact that he has footage of sleeping children that aren't his is a little bit weird. Is pretty weird.
It is pretty weird. Not even just a little weird. It is fucking weird. Weird. Like, beyond fucking sus.
No, you're making it. No, you're making it all wrong.
Bad optics.
Well, tell me, help me.
Because what's wrong with sharing a love? You don't sleep with your kids or some other kid who needs
Nick
love.
Fuentes is watching. He mentioned you are a good streamer.
Yeah, he's a great streamer too. I don't know. Maybe he's going to type in the chat. You said, Citra said, I feel like he knew he didn't do anything wrong, but said it horribly, right? The fact that he's so confident here makes me think that he didn't do anything wrong, but just the optics of sleeping with children that aren't yours is not good. But
It's not. Not at all. Nope. Because the only children she would be comforting is your own.
he seems confident that there was
Toby
nothing.
/ Tim be good ninja for master.
He does seem confident, and that's why I can trust him a little bit, because he does seem confident, like, hey, nothing went on, and he's being honest about, like, everything that went on, even if it's, like, a little weird. It's like, I don't know. It's just not, it's still not a good look. So I ain't gonna fully say, hey, this is a good look, because it's not.
Brother Sneak.
Toby, huh?
Who didn't have a good childhood.
No, I don't. I would never dream of sneaking.
I would.
I would never dream.
Because you've never been where I've been mentally.
What do you think people would say if I said, well, I've invited some of my daughter's friends round or my son's friends round, and they're going to sleep in the bed with me tonight?
You should tell us what topics you want for content.
It's weird, like especially if you don't have a personal relationship. It's weird. It's just weird. Not only that, but like you shouldn't even like. It's just weird. No. Even if there's nothing sexual going on, it's still just fucking weird. Obviously, it's fucking criminal and it should be hung if there is sexual stuff going on. But even then, it's just fucking still weird. Like, bro, it's just weird.
Especially for IQ maxing.
Well, I do want to learn more about the Torah, but it seems like you guys are Jewed out. But it's like everything you. That's the thing, though. You guys are saying everything is Jew. Like this guy had Rabbi Shmuley as a spiritual leader.
Do you think their parents
Who do you think
would
was
say?
the ones that pushed the propaganda the most that he was an evil person? It's the same group.
If they're wacky, they would say you can't. But if you're close family, like your family, you know them well,
But Michael, I wouldn't like my children to sleep in anybody else's bed.
well, I wouldn't mind if I knew the person well, and if I'm very close to Barry Gibb, Paris, and
It's not a good look. Like, he's not saying anything like just like sexual. It's still just not. This is not a good look. But maybe Michael Jackson is just retarded. I don't know. Very great music, and he did save kids from Epstein, but it's just not a good look. I don't know. Maybe he thinks that he needs to sleep with the kids so Epstein don't snatch him out of the beds. Maybe that's maybe that's something.
friends can stay with him anytime. My children sleep with other people all the time.
And you're happy with that?
I'm fine with it. They're
I
honest.
really want to think that he just cared about kids and didn't have the same boundaries because his childhood was robbed from him.
Sweet people.
I hope that. I hope it's not no fucked up shit. I really hope. Like, I really hope you're right,
They're not Jack the Ripper.
I suppose the problem for many people is what happened in 1993, or what didn't happen.
What didn't happen?
Citrus, be honest. Am I allowed a brand risk?
Just cast your mind back.
Yeah.
What was that like when you first heard the allegations that were being made against you?
It was shocking, and I'm
Yes,
not
you
allowed
are.
to talk about this by
How come you didn't invite me, dude? How come I didn't get an invite
way of law.
from you?
No, but how did you feel about what was being said? I'm not asking you to talk about what was said.
Okay, what topics you want to get into? I want to get it more into geopolitics, and to be honest, I'm trying to IQ Max more about Israel. But we did Jew out a lot this stream. But let's see this.
Was
first.
Michael Jackson guilty of crimes against children?
Is he guilty?
For a long time, it was the biggest story in America. Multiple investigations, lawsuits, a massive criminal trial, millions in payouts, and documentary after documentary. And as I watched a few, it was clear that every single one of them had an agenda to either paint him as innocent or guilty. Not one tried to ask and answer the question in a fair way and present evidence in a fair way.
See, that's what we need is like, in order for us to get the bottom of these allegations of any people, we need to be unbiased and go with the facts and ask questions and actually get to the bottom of the shit. Duh.
I'm Ken LaCourte.
What are
And
your
that's pretty much
thoughts
what
of
this channel is
out-of-body experiences? Have you ever heard of Robert Monroe?
I have not, but it's a lot of time demon possession.
all about. So the elephant in the room is pretty straightforward. Was Michael Jackson a
Demon possession is real, guys. I'm just going to say that.
Today we'll start with a look at Michael himself.
What do you guys think? Yes or no? Was he a
Parts of his fame.
I want to ask, you know what? I'm going to do a poll. I'm going to do a poll in the chat. And we'll see what you guys have to say about all this. Michael Jackson stuff. Is he innocent or not? Let's see. Let's see. Guilty. The poll is up.
Yes or no?
Persona. The gift
Is Michael Jackson innocent or guilty? Innocent, guilty, I don't know, autistic retard.
give us important context. Then we'll look at the civil case and accusations in the early 1990s, the criminal case a decade later, and finally the post-death claims that arose nearly a decade later. But first, let me go through a bit of the biases I brought into this video.
So someone said in the middle. How are you in the middle? How is there a gray area about that? There's a
How
poll.
surprisingly difficult it was to put together. I was curious about where you all stood on this, so I put up a poll in the YouTube post tab. And
I put a poll in the YouTube chat, and we'll see. Let's see the votes so far. So far, 100% of y'all say innocent. Okay, cool. Glad we could agree on. Make sure y'all slap the like button, peeps.
1,000 of you voted. For those of you with an opinion on his guilt, 56% thought he was guilty, and 44% thought he was innocent. And most people were undecided, with exactly half of you saying, I really have no idea. That's pretty much where my head was when I started digging into this. I'd obviously been aware of the case for decades, and with a gun to my head, I would have said that he was probably guilty, but with a massive, I don't know, asterisk. And the fascinating thing about this case, how ridiculously complex it was to research.
Okay.
It's the only topic I've tackled where I actually changed my mind several times while putting it together.
All right.
I mean, you'd think it'd be straightforward.
I used to believe it.
There was a public trial, transcripts, but part of the issue is there's almost too much information. This video could have run for hours. But the biggest problem
I mean, I
is
was
that
young when it first came out, so I didn't really have like much of an opinion to like older and then seeing some of the stuff. It's like, doesn't really add up.
virtually every person involved had a motivation to lie. Jackson, to protect his reputation and stay out of prison. Families looking at multi-million-dollar payouts. Lawyers, investigators, and a media obsessed with the controversy at all
And
costs.
we need to investigate Citrus. Did you ask Dana White why I'm banned from the UFC? Why?
Even after it was over, we still get contradictory interviews, changed stories, books, websites. Everyone's presenting a different reality. And even the true facts of the case can lead reasonable people to opposite conclusions. But there are two things everyone agrees on.
It is always the New York
One,
Post.
he was massively successful. And two, he was weird as hell. So for those of you who are a bit younger, Michael Jackson wasn't just famous. He was literally a global phenomenon who transcended music, race, culture. He was a star when he was 6 years old, outshining his big brothers in the Jackson 5. In the 80s, 90s, and beyond, he was, no exaggeration, the biggest entertainer on the planet, and no one else was close. Thriller is still the best-selling album of all time with 122 million copies.
Well, I hear that song all the time on Halloween.
Copies worldwide. His dancing
Before
style
streaming.
was groundbreaking. When he would appear in public at an event or even just shopping, pandemonium would often break out. He was huge. And, as I mentioned, he was also bizarre.
Also, the allegation started right after he was going to release a song about freeing Palestine. That's when the media turned on him.
Jackson's eccentricities went far beyond typical celebrity quirks. He was next level strange.
Is that actually true? That he was going to release a song about freeing Palestine, and then the allegations came out. Is that actually true? I never heard that before. That's true. That is fucking wild. I want to make sure it's true first.
Take his appearance. Jackson underwent multiple plastic
God.
surgeries that transformed his face into something almost unrecognizable
He had a
from his
skin
childhood.
condition.
He bleached his skin, did weird things with his nose.
You could
and
see pictures of the transition, which never got published in the media that much, but you could see his black skin literally fading away.
transformed his look into a different person. In public, he'd wear surgical masks or disguises that made him look more like a patient than a performer. His clothes were always quirky. Military-style jackets covered in medals, his signature sequin glove. And then there were his animals. Bubbles the chimpanzee, who he treated like a close friend. The chimp traveled with Jackson, attending formal tea parties and ate meals dressed as a human. I mean, Bubbles had his own bedroom at Neverland, and they say he could even use the
This is how Citrus feels when he goes to Brandwidth with Schnaggy Hose.
toilet and eat with utensils. A recording session with Queen's Freddie Mercury, even
I
blew
don't know why Sneeko even still cares about Brand Risk and Ross. Like, they kind of been shitty to him.
apart when Jackson insisted on bringing his pet llama Louie into the studio. Jackson appeared to have it all, but he spoke publicly about the physical and emotional abuse from his father. He also discussed his own loneliness and isolation, even filling his bedroom with life-size mannequins, talking to them like surrogates.
Not gonna lie, Michael Jackson was a weird one, but doesn't mean he's guilty of the allegations. So, we really don't know. You really don't know if he's guilty, innocent. You really don't. At the end of the day, you just really don't know.
Get friends. I mean, that's bizarre, but you can see a pattern of somebody needing connection in his life with people who just didn't see him only as a famous person. And deep relationships with adults seem practically non-existent, especially romantic ones. Despite being one of the most famous men on the planet, he had no serious adult romantic partnership that anyone could ever point to.
He was never living a normal life. I saw you guys saying that he had to rent out a grocery store just to feel normal. He was the most famous man maybe in the history.
He was the most famous person, but he did not live a normal life at all. And that's probably why he acted super weird, because he didn't live a normal life like me, you, and chat do. Like, we don't live normal. Like, he doesn't live a normal life because he was a famous celebrity. He saw a lot of things. He knew how cool the world really was. And, there's probably was a reason why he was bizarre, maybe because he just didn't live the normal life that we live, because was one of the most famous people in the world, and back then too, it wasn't easy being famous. Back then, it wasn't even easy to be famous because it wasn't social media back then either.
Of the modern world. It was incredible. Like, people were fainting in his presence. Nobody believed when he would call them that it was actually him. He was
Yeah, literally. Like nobody. Like I remember stories of people saying that they didn't even believe it was him when he called because he's just that famous. Like he lived a life like that where he is so known that people didn't even believe it was him when he was talking to them over the phone or even in person.
famous to do anything.
And his brief marriages, well, they raised more questions
He
than
was
they
married?
answered. His first marriage to Lisa Marie Presley lasted less than 2 years and was widely viewed as a publicity stunt.
Why?
She said their relationship was mostly phone-based. His second marriage to Debbie Rowe, his dermatologist nurse, was even stranger. Rowe essentially served as a servant.
Was that his handler? Was that his massage?
I mean, let's be real though. If you're Michael Jackson, your whole life's gonna be strange because everybody knows you, and the whole world knows, and the whole wide world knows about your existence. So you're just gonna, like, everything about you is just gonna be strange. You're basically a robot when you're famous in Hollywood.
Handler.
That's why I don't even want to blow up because I want to be a normal person like y'all. Y'all want to see me still be autistic and be myself. It's like I don't need to be famous. I don't need to be Hollywood famous.
Or was
I never want to be ever.
he just
Never ever. Let's continue the show.
really into snow bunnies? Because 2 white women back to back.
Surrogate mother for his children. She never lived with him, and she gave him full
Surrogate
custody of
mother.
the kids who were raised by his Neverland staff. In court testimony, staff members said they'd never seen him spend the night with an adult in his bedroom. Which brings us to
Ice
that
good.
bedroom.
H1B is bad, but UK are terrible for not wanting Muslims, bias, and hypocrisy.
Okay, when did I say ICE was good? I said we need to have law enforcement. Obviously, the atrocities that ICE are committing is not good. But we get liberals coming here. Well, this is good, but this is show me where I said ICE is objectively good. Shut up, dork.
Neverland. A 27 100-acre ranch and essentially a symbol of arrested.
I mean, let's be real. It's like, look, ICE is not good when they go at like American citizens and like basically try to violate the First Amendment. But they are good when they actually get the illegals, because that's the thing. People that are breaking the law that are here illegally should not be in the country.
Development.
Tel Aviv
Okay, that's a hot take. I don't give a fuck. Fuck.
are the
built it as
only
a
people
child-
I wouldn't mind taking a shit on their faces. Disgusting looking.
Who asked? What does this have to do with what we're talking about, bro?
Mystique to super chatters being off topic. It's like, come on. Talk about Michael Jackson. That's what we care about. That's what I care
Good for you.
Playground with carnival rides, a railroad, a zoo, even a working fire station. It was his home, and it was also a magnet for young boys. Jackson publicly embraced the Peter Pan fantasy, saying he was the boy who never grew up. He surrounded himself with children, almost exclusively boys, between the ages of 7 and 14. He wrote.
Yikes. See, I kind of understand why people believed, like, at the time that he was guilty, because it's just, this is all weird. And who knows? Maybe the stuff he was accused of was false. Maybe there's some stuff that people don't know that was actually true. We'll never know because he's dead, but still, it's weird. Mystique was like, it's not a good look. It's not really a good look, Mikey. Ugh.
Handwritten notes to him, gave him pet names, and he showered them with gifts and attention. Now, was that generosity or was it grooming? Because the world would soon learn about Neverland, starting with the sleepovers. Jackson regularly had the boys sleep the night at Neverland in his bedroom, sometimes even sharing his bed. Now, he claimed it was all innocent, just sleeping together like a big slumber party, but it was a big step beyond, having a merry-go-round in his front yard. People saw that he was childlike, but that didn't necessarily mean that he was asexual. Jackson had even installed an alarm system that would alert him when anyone approached the bedroom. Now, wherever you come down on the...
Whoa, that is fucking crazy. Bruh. Wow. What the fuck?
Criminal allegations. To the average person, his lifestyle was beyond weird. It was troubling. A 35-year-old megastar writing gushy notes to fifth graders, sleeping with them for weeks at a time in a bedroom with an early warning system. In the shadow of that behavior, the allegations that would follow really don't seem all that surprising. And it all started when Jackson's car broke down. on Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles. In May of 1992, Michael Jackson needed a car, and the owner of the rental shop offered him a deal. He'd give him a car for free if Michael would just call his stepson, who was a big fan. Jackson said yes and got the phone number of a 12-year-old boy, Jordan Chandler. They became phone friends. Again, bizarre. And Michael soon invited Jordan and his mom and sister to Neverland Ranch. By early 1993, they were staying there regularly.
Yikes. No. Yeah. No. Yeah, this shit's stupid.
As well as traveling the world together. Vegas, Paris, Morocco, all first class. According to the Chandlers,
bro, see, this is the thing. If you're a grown-ass adult, don't be traveling with other people's kids alone. You should fucking know that. Like, I am only 21 and I wouldn't even travel with other people's kids alone like that. That's just stupid. Like, bro, especially like in hotels and stuff, and like why? Why would you do that? You're fucking weird.
Michael and Jordy would often sleep in the same room together during these trips. In Chandler's home, with the mom always present. One person who wasn't present, though, was Evan Chandler, Jordy's father, who didn't have much.
Well, if the mom was present and nothing happened, then you can't really say, oh, something happened here.
Of a presence in Jordy's life. He was a Beverly Hills dentist with screenwriting ambitions and a bad relationship with his ex-wife. He didn't go to the police, though. He went to lawyers. He floated ideas like filing for full custody or getting a restraining order against Jackson. But soon, it became about money, and he was playing hardball.
This man is going to be...
Yeah, it seems like that whole thing was all about money, and he didn't even give a fuck about his son for real. Shitty dad and shitty allegations. The fact you didn't even go to the police and just went to lawyers, that just automatically shows that, yeah, you didn't think your son was in danger, you fucking retarded loser.
Humiliated beyond belief. He will not believe it. He will not believe what's going to happen to him. Beyond his worst nightmares. So one more record.
Later in the transcript of that recording, one that I'm reasonably sure is accurate, when Chandler is asked if he thinks Jackson is having sex with his son, Chandler responds, quote, "I don't know. I have no idea." Pressed on that, he gives vague statements like, "I know my..."
If you can't even answer no, you say you have no idea, then maybe you're a shitty dad. Like, if you really thought that he was, why didn't you go to the police? You should have went to the fucking police. You should have went to the police. But that's the thing. I don't trust this allegation. I'm not going to lie, because he didn't even go to the police and he can't even answer.
Was bad for
shitty dad. Shitty fucking dad.
And he said his lawyers told him to be quiet about specifics. Much of the discussion on that tape is about how Chandler can get...
So far, the vote is... Everyone, so far, it's 100% free votes. Everyone's saying... Everyone in the Ravencast community, a lot of y'all believe he's innocent so far. So, we'll take more votes in, but so far, y'all think he's innocent. So...
back at his ex-wife, Jordy's mom. Then, Evan Chandler said a month after that tape recording, his son told him the truth. But he did it under sedation. Chandler, again a dentist, claims he extracted a tooth from...
You guys saying Chandler was Jewish? Rabbi Shmuley, too, is spiritual leader. I just peeped this guy in chat. He said, bro, do content. And then 2 days ago, bro, do content. The day before, go IRL and... That's what... But also... 3 days before that, desktop, you're better. You're better at desktop. You're a desktop streamer. Okay, permaban for this guy. Get out of here. This is someone who needs to go.
Damn, permaban on a segment. Wow. Okay.
Gotta go.
Jordy, and under serious anesthesia,
get him.
Jordy admitted that Jackson had molested him. And not for nothing, scientists say that drug can actually contribute to creating false memories. In any event, the father...
So they're giving the son drugs to create false memories. See, even more doubt of the allegation. Seems like you manipulated him to give a false confession and even planted false memories in his brain. That is so fucking sus. For one, you're a shitty dad. Two, yeah. I don't know. Michael Jackson, it seems like they go into all these lengths to lie. So to me, it's like Michael Jackson didn't touch this guy. It's still weird, but it's still weird. That, see, this is the problem too. Don't put yourself in situations like this and sleep with other people's kids in the rooms, because then no one would even suspect you doing any of that. Because it's like, bro, you just know better. As an adult, you should know better not to do some stupid shit like that. Michael Jackson, you would never even be accused if you didn't do shit like this. Just saying. All right, let's continue.
Chandler now demanded $20 million from Jackson to keep quiet. Jackson's attorneys reportedly counted up to $1 million, but there was no deal. So Chandler then arranged for his son.
I'm going to keep the video playing, but I got to be right back. So I'm going to make me some more food, coffee, and go to the bathroom, but the video will be playing.
To meet with a psychiatrist. And during that session, Jordy described in detail what he said had happened. Kissing, masturbation, oral sex. California law requires accusations like that to be reported to the police. And the next day, the Los Angeles Police Department opened a criminal investigation. On August 24th, the charges went worldwide and the press coverage was massive. Police interviewed Jordy and they searched multiple Jackson properties. They interviewed dozens of kids as well, some of whom said they had slept in bed with Jackson, but that nothing sexual had ever happened. The next month, the Chandlers filed their $30 million lawsuit. Now, up until this time, besides the Chandler accusations, there really weren't many reasons to believe that Jackson was guilty. Although the whole "my kid started talking under anesthesia" angle wasn't known until later. But two people would quickly change a lot of minds. And the first one was Jackson's own sister, LaToya.
I must tell you that this is very difficult for me, that Michael is my brother. I love him a great deal, but I cannot and I will not be a silent collaborator of his crimes against small, innocent children.
No!
Now you stop and you think for 1 second and you tell me what 35-year-old man is going to take a little boy and stay with him for 30 days.
Some context on this, though.
His sister ratted on him? Bro.
Interviews shortly before that one, LaToya said that she stood by Michael 1,000% and that there was nothing unusual about his relationships with the children. She also said that she had proof of his behavior and offered to sell it to tabloids for $500,000.
Oh my God.
But that fell through when she didn't come up with any proof. Years later, LaToya said she made it up because her physically abusive husband forced her to. So you decide.
Who was her husband? Wait a second. Who was LaToya married to? LaToya Jackson ratted, had no proof, and then backtracked on it. Wait a second. Jack Gordon? Jack Gordon was an entertainment manager. Okay. Early life. And there we go.
The other person who increased belief in Jackson's guilt was Jason Francia, a 13-year-old son of Michael Jackson's former maid. Police had already interviewed Jason, who, like the other boys, said nothing had happened. But in a later interview, he changed his story, saying Jackson had tickled him and touched his genitals multiple times, sometimes for up to a few minutes.
A little
and
tickle
stuffed
fight.
$100 bills in his pants.
Okay,
He would repeat
weird.
that allegation under oath 12 years later, where some inconsistencies in his story would come out. The next month, police strip searched Jackson and photographed his genitals because Jordy Chandler had described spots on Jackson's penis. Now, to this day, people argue over whether that description was accurate or not.
my God,
And to be
what
honest, I just don't know enough to where to come down on that one. The month after that, Jackson bought his way out. He paid $22 million to the Chandlers and an additional $2 million.
22 master builder.
See, if you're in a that's one flaw that I kind of find wrong with this, is that he bought them to silence. Like, bro, if you're telling the truth, you don't even need to buy them out. You just keep fighting with the truth. You don't need to pay money to people that lied on you. Just keep fighting for the truth. So I don't know. This whole Michael Jackson thing, I'm not going to lie, there's inconsistencies on both sides. So I don't know. He may be guilty, maybe not. I don't know.
To Jason Francia and his mother. Was that because Jackson was really guilty, or that he wanted to avoid a trial? When I worked in corporate...
I mean, that's the thing. He could have just wanted to avoid a trial, but I don't know. To me, I would went to trial, and if I went to jail, I would have basically just said, hey, I was false in prison. Like, the fuck? We probably just wanted to avoid a trial, but we'll see what more evidence.
In America, I saw payouts for bad behavior, and I've seen big payouts just to avoid bad PR. And similarly, I've seen true victims, and I've seen people lie their rear ends off to get rich quick. So it's just hard to know.
Yeah, that's some other things. Like I've seen, over the years, I've seen a lot of stories of people paying the victims hella money to shut up and be silent. And I've also seen the reverse situations of people lying to their teeth and even asking money from their accuser to stop lying. Like, it's just a lot of fucked up, shady stuff going on. Michael Jackson could have been blackmailed for all we know.
The criminal case against Jackson hadn't really progressed, though.
I'll be back again.
2 grand juries had been convened, one in Los Angeles and the other in Santa Barbara, where Neverland Ranch is located. They looked at the evidence and decided that at that time, they didn't have enough proof to bring an indictment.
Yes.
Now, technically then, the case was still open, but a few months later...
Wait, when he did the tickle fight, did he go, hee hee?
Jordy told prosecutors he wouldn't testify in court.
God, my cough.
So after 19 months of digging, the DAs in both counties had no case. In the years that followed, the Chandler family fractured even further. Jordy legally emancipated himself from both parents. By the time his mom testified in Jackson's 2005 trial, she said she hadn't spoken to Jordy in more than a decade. Jordy later accused his dad of trying to smash him with a doorbell, and his dad, Evan, closed his dental practice after his payout. And a few months after...
Yeah, that's a lot of weird... It seems like the dad blackmailed his son into making these false allegations. That's what I'm seeing so far. And he could have blackmailed Michael Jackson to pay him. Also, my coffee is done, so I will be right back when we'll continue playing the videos.
Jackson died, shot himself to death in his New Jersey home. So that's no good. Hey, on a totally unrelated note, some of you have wondered why my thumbnails and headlines sometimes change a few times after I publish these videos. I do A/B testing on every video title. If people don't click enough, literally no one's because problems. A big star, his spotlight had dimmed. He still debuted #1 albums and could still fill stadiums, but he wasn't impacting the culture like he had been, and he wanted his reputation back. Enter Martin Bashir, a British journalist who'd made his name with big celebrity interviews. Bashir pitched Living with Michael Jackson, an intimate look at the real Michael Jackson that would rehabilitate his image and show the world who he really was behind the tabloid headlines. Jackson agreed and gave Bashir...
They set him up. Hold on, I'm looking up this journalist. He's from Pakistan. Okay, from Muslim.
Unprecedented access over 8 months. Big mistake. The final documentary showed Jackson as an eccentric, isolated, and deeply, some would say bizarrely, childlike person. It focused heavily on his bond with 13-year-old cancer survivor Gavin Arvizo.
And so it was that we came back to our meeting.
Worst clip of all time. We just saw this. This is the most. That's not.
Yes. Can you understand why people would worry about that?
Because they're ignorant.
But is it really appropriate for a 44-year-old man to share a bedroom with a child who is not related to him at all?
That's a beautiful thing.
That's not a worrying thing?
Why should it be worrying? Who's the criminal? Who's Jack the Ripper in the room? This is a guy trying to help heal a child. I'm sleeping in a sleeping bag on the...
I'll admit that this is not good, but I really do believe that he doesn't think there was anything wrong about that.
Floor. I gave him the bed because he has a brother named Star. So him and Star took the bed, and I'm on the floor in the sleeping bag.
Did you ever sleep in the bed with them?
No.
Okay.
But I have slept in the bed with many children. I sleep in the bed with
all. Oh! Just when you got yourself an out, you cooked yourself. Ugh. Yikes. You can even see it in sneakers. Yikes. Wow. Not a good look. Not a fucking good look.
When Macaulay Culkin were little, Kieran Culkin would sleep on this side. Macaulay Culkin's on this side. His sister's in there. We're all just jamming the bed.
He looked like a man who couldn't understand appropriate boundaries with children. After a decade since the last allegations, people were asking serious questions again.
I don't think he would have admitted that if he did anything wrong, but I can't justify sleeping in a bed with other children.
Exactly. Yeah.
Especially,
that's the thing. He probably didn't do anything wrong, because this thing, he was really honest. And I'm sure, like, if he did do something, he wouldn't just admit that, especially with how, like, famous he was and all that. But at the same time, it's like Sneeko said, I cannot condone a grown-ass 44-year-old man sleeping in bed with children, especially if they're not yours. That's fucking just like, bro, that's just weird.
children that aren't yours, you're not related to, there's just not really
Yeah,
an
you're
excuse
not
for
related
that.
to, there's no
But he wouldn't have said this in an interview if he thought there was anything wrong with it and if he did anything wrong.
And some of those people worked for the county where Neverland was located, the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department, child welfare officials, and the same district attorney who had dropped the charges when Jordy Chandler wouldn't testify. Hey, now's a good time to remind you, if I made a significant error anywhere, nothing inappropriate happened. But the investigations continued. Then, over the next few months, Michael's relationship with the Arvizo family changed. According to testimony from ranch employees, the Arvizo family became a problem. The kids became unruly, damaging property, and were eventually asked to leave Neverland. And then their stories changed. Within months, the family had gone from uniformly praising him to saying Jackson started molesting Gavin shortly after the documentary. Deputies then raided Neverland Ranch with over 70 officers. They grabbed computers, photographs, and books.
What'd
They
they
never
find?
found any child pornography. Which
There you
has
go.
been
If they
wrongly
found
reported.
anything,
but they did find
if they found anything, it would have been released. If they found anything damning and MJ was guilty, best believe it would have already been out.
like kind of standard pornography magazine.
See, this is, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of am leaning towards that MJ is innocent, at least like the rape shit and serious allegations, because they literally would have found stuff, and the fact that they found no evidence, like Sneeko said, it would have been released already if there was something there. Especially when the media was going after him. Like, you got to make the media look good, right?
Some of which had the kids' fingerprints on them. In any event, they arrested Jackson and filed 10 felony charges against him, ranging from lewd acts with a child to abduction and extortion. The trial was a circus. Hundreds of fans and media outlets outside the courthouse.
Did they didn't even have any evidence of a lot of that. So it's like the fact that they even arrested him is like beyond me.
Wall-to-wall television coverage, Jackson impersonators, helicopters hovering, testimony from Jay Leno and Macaulay Culkin, who said Jackson never did anything inappropriate in front of him. Gavin Arvizo and
There you go. Good source right there. And he said he even slept he was also part of that Neverland thing. Macaulay Culkin's married now. He's married to a London Tipton from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
his brother Starr testified that Jackson showed them porn, gave them wine he called Jesus juice, speaking graphically and acting lewdly. There were 140 witnesses, mostly for the defense. Now, there were some staff members who corroborated somewhat creepy Jackson behavior, but no independent witness directly corroborated the Arvizo family's allegations.
Okay.
Instead, the defense did a good job of portraying the Arvizo family as essentially grifters. The mom had already pulled off a successful and fake lawsuit against J.C. Penney, a department store. She claimed that mall security
So it
guards
looks like they're not wrong. Looks like she is a grifter. looks like they were not wrong.
beat her and groped her.
J.C. Penney. Now we know, wait, hold on a second. J.C. Penney. Remember what the Rabbi Mizrahi kept saying? Instead of saying Jesus, peace be upon him, said J.C., J.C. J.C. Penney. Is this a tour? J.C. Penney. Penny. Who founded J.C. Penney? Founded by James Cash. James Cash, of course. Wait a second. Oh, he founded J.C. Penney? No, he didn't. Wait a second. Let's see. Is this James Cash Penney? Oh, he's a Baptist preacher. Okay.
It's J.C. Penney, a department store.
She could go trying to find out if he's a Jew or not. That's funny.
Claimed that mall security guards beat her and groped her. She won $152,000, but later admitted under oath that her injuries had come from her husband instead.
Whoa.
She also admitted coaching her children to lie on the stand in that case and would later be convicted.
Yeah. She probably told her children to lie about Michael Jackson. Yeah, lying bitch. Can't trust these people. Cannot trust these people.
For welfare fraud and perjury related to it. The defense proved that the family had lied about their finances to get charity. And while the Arvizo family claimed that Jackson's people held them captive at Neverland, they were seen unescorted at restaurants and on shopping sprees during that time. Multiple timelines didn't add up, and the Arvizo kids gave differing stories about key events. And to believe their stories, you had to accept that Jackson...
See, that's another thing, too. It's like, if they were all there, why is the kids giving different stories? Why aren't they giving the same story? Oh, wait, because... Oh, shit.
Hadn't touched Gavin in the 3 years before the Bashir documentary, but started abusing him about a month later, right in the midst of multiple government investigations. The jury didn't buy it. On June 14th,
look how hard this outfit is.
They found Jackson not guilty on every count. He never lived at Neverland again, saying that the 2003 raid had stripped it of its home status. He spent most of the next 4 years in Bahrain and Ireland, then returned to Los Angeles. Almost exactly 4 years after being acquitted, Jackson died of cardiac arrest at age 50, with a cocktail of prescription drugs in the system.
Who was the doctor? I don't want to say what race, what religion doctor. It was a something doctor.
Including propofol, a powerful
Jewish doctor.
Surgical anesthetic that his personal doctor had given him for sleep. That doctor was on site and later served 2 years in prison for malpractice.
Wow.
Then, even in death, Jackson got no peace. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the post-death accusations against Michael Jackson, because while they're easily the most horrific, they're also the very hardest to judge. In 2019, the HBO documentary Leaving Neverland reignited the whole thing. It featured 4 hours of two men, Wade Robson and James Safechuck, detailing graphic sexual abuse. The film was well made, super emotional, and it convinced a whole lot of people that Jackson molested these men. It got a standing ovation at the Sundance Festival, and critics loved it. It aired during the height of the Me Too movement, when believe all survivors was the prevailing attitude. Anyone who questioned the accusers were labeled...
Remember Pokemon tweeted, believe victims, believe all victims. But this was a real narrative at the time. Believe all victims.
Jackson fanboys.
Believe true victims, not all victims, not lying victims, not fake victims, real victims. That's who we should believe.
Oprah gave them a full hour of softball questions and emotional support. But over my life, I've learned that documentaries are the easiest way to manipulate people. You essentially own a person's brain for hours, controlling what they see and hear. And if you do it right, their emotions. Leaving Neverland did just that. And whether it was true or false...
Good example, that Diddy documentary produced by 50 Cent was so good, so detailed, so much information, and really convinces you that Diddy is guilty of everything.
It was completely one-sided. I mean, no one questioned their claims or presented any contradictory evidence. No one cross-examined their stories at all. Wade Robson had been one of Jackson's most loyal defenders for over 2 decades. As a 22-year-old man, he testified under oath at Jackson's criminal trial, swearing that Jackson had never touched him inappropriately. Then life changed. Robson was struck.
Once he's dead, then you're gonna switch your story. Yeah, shady. And then you're gonna not let people question you too. Yeah, shady. Shady.
Struggling financially and professionally. And at age 30, he filed a lawsuit against the Jackson estate, saying that he had been molested for years and that the business entities should have protected him from Jackson, because you can't sue individuals after they're dead. Safechuck's story followed a similar pattern. He also defended Jackson for years, even after the singer's death. And after Robson's case started getting media attention, filed a lawsuit of his own. Even without a cross-examination, their stories have had some problems. Safechuck claimed that Jackson abused him in a train station at Neverland.
Nico, you got that I knocked some kiddos up look on your face, and you talk about Michael.
What? Eddie, CEO of Kick, said, what?
But again, the documentary was powerful, emotional, and effective. I mean, Jackson's music got pulled from the airwaves. The problem with the Robson and Safechuck's allegations isn't just their credibility. It's that they've never been properly challenged. They've essentially been presented by legal documents, a carefully controlled documentary, and supportive interviewers who treated them like confirmed victims rather than accusers making claims. In any event, both men still have outstanding legal cases against Jackson in California since the state extended the statute of limitations for child sexual abuse claims. So there's more to come on that. Look, when I started producing this piece, I had doubts. But as I said, I thought Michael Jackson was guilty. I can't say that anymore. I mean, I'm not confident he's innocent, but it seems the most likely scenario. To me,
yeah, that's my takeaway. It's like I'm not fully confident, and if he is guilty on any of these allegations, not fully disavowed. But to me, like seeing the new light in the research, it seems to me that he is innocent. You know, that's just my opinion, though.
the accusers look like people shaking down a weird rich guy for millions. And the parents, whether Jackson was innocent or not, they pretty much all deserve jail time. And it's also hard to get past the notion that a whole lot of kids testified that Jackson was actually the childlike man he portrayed himself to be. I mean, it's possible they were abused too and encouraged to lie by Jackson's team. And
what is always left out is that this guy had no childhood. He didn't get to experience that childlike wonder. And so he wanted to make an estate called Neverland and be like a kid.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But when you do that, you get these allegations. That's why it's like, you know, you do just gotta grow up. Like, you can still like find ways to influence the younger generation, but you just gotta make sure there's always parental supervision, and there's not situations where you can get, you know, people accusing you of shit.
Kept their silence ever since, but that just doesn't kind of make
do it.
All right. Does that segment? My final thoughts, since you know I'm the only one on the panel. My final thoughts is, and it's probably 80% likely that Michael Jackson is innocent. Now, it's the weird stuff that I can't defend. Yeah, him sleeping in the same room as children, and then him saying that he slept in the same bed. Yeah, that's just weird. But there's a lot of inconsistencies with the allegations and stuff. The fact that the parents basically, you know, were teaching the kids to lie in court before even making, like, it's just a lot of it doesn't add up. A lot of it doesn't add up, and there's an 80% chance that Michael Jackson is innocent. And that's just my opinion on the whole Michael Jackson thing. Hey, Robbie, what is going on? I know it's a little late, but what is going on? Hopefully you're doing well. Let's see anything else to react to. I'm gonna save this for tomorrow. Probably won't be too late. Let's see. You reacted to the Michael Jackson stuff, reacted to a lot of different, you know, stuff. Video game companies going out of business, like always. Could react to this Hasan video. Fuck it, why not? This will probably be my last segment reacting to. Hey, Robbie, what is going on?
Hello.
Hello. I woke up at 7 p.m. today, so I decided to do an overnight stream.
Nice. I'm way up past what I should be, but I'm hungry, so I'm gonna look for something to eat.
Me too. Me too. So we're gonna react to this Diesel Patches video on Hasan. They talk about the whole like Cuba thing and stuff, and then after that, probably gonna take my ass to bed because I've been live 5.5 hours.
Is this your longest stream yet, or have you done longer?
I think I've done a few that are longer because I've done like 6 hours before.
Into a little bit of trouble, a sticky situation, one might say. Apparently, the U.S. federal government itself has issued a subpoena, which is an order to testify, provide evidence of an investigation for Hasan Piker for a crime punishable up to a few years in the clink. Fair warning, some of my slot videos take like 0 brain cells to actually comprehend what's happening. You can completely turn your brain off and still have a general understanding of the story I'm telling. However, this video will probably require at least 3 to 4 brain cells, so you do have to somewhat pay attention to get the full story. Sorry about that. Now, weirdly enough, Hasan first found out about this.
Well, even though I'm autistic, I do have enough brain cells to understand. So yes, I will be paying attention.
Subpoena, not through a government agent, but after receiving a Fox News alert! Yes, apparently a Fox News producer informed Hasan about the subpoena.
On the other hand, got a text message, or rather a voicemail, from a Fox News producer saying that I had been subpoenaed by the federal government. And I was like, that's strange. Asking for comment. And before I could even respond, the journalist, an article materialized on the timeline. But let's just say that kind of fucked my whole night up.
Anyways, what is this subpoena directed at Hasan for, exactly? Well, it all stems from his trip down to Cuba back in...
Apparently, Hasan was in communication while he was at the trip of Cuba. He was in communication with a few Cuban officials, and since we are like enemies with Cuba and Cuba's enemies on paper, that is illegal it's actually considered treason to be in communication with foreign leaders that we're currently at war with, even if you're a civilian.
March of this year, he was part of what
But
is...
you automatically get put on a federal investigation by doing shit like this.
Known as the Nuestra America Convoy, where members of the convoy sought to mobilize in Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid for homes, hospitals, schools, and families in need. The reason why this convoy caught the attention of the U.S. government is due to the possibility of members of this trip violating U.S. regulations with Cuba. Under U.S. sanctioned laws, American citizens are restricted from participating in any loans, credits, and direct financial transactions with certain entities, along with lodging transactions involving certain properties within Cuba. Essentially, the investigation will cover the financial transactions of anyone involved within the convoy, along with determining if any of the individuals or organizations of the convoy failed to register under the Foreign Agents Registration Act before possibly organizing political efforts with the Cuban government.
And I'm not going to lie to you guys, it's not great. The news is not great. I mean, it's bullshit, but still not great. They're after your boy. They're up my ass. We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me. Free me. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Obviously, with this news being shared around, every Hasan hater and their mother did their best to find old clips that could be used to incriminate him. You're telling me Hasan Nosepicker is getting locked up behind bars? My boner couldn't possibly get any bigger. The first one...
How do people say that? We get it. You have a hate boner for this guy. I don't like this guy either. But makes you sound.
And probably the main clip being reposted is of Hasan saying he brought wads of cash over to Cuba, but later he argues none of these transactions were illegal.
Shouts out to the Hasan.
But it depends. Like, who was he giving cash to? Was it just civilians, or was he giving it to the communist regime or members of the communist regime?
Obby had a TSA that let me pass through without giving me too much grief, as I had wads and wads of cash on me. That was really funny because I walked through TSA and I got a fat stack on me, and it looks a lot more than it actually is because it's like small bills. That's what they told us. They were like, oh, like it's very you should bring small bills and, just give people money. I came in with this shit. Okay. And this is
the fact that you even admit this on air. It's just like, are you a retard, Hasan? Like, you already know you're taking a big risk by going to Cuba and doing this, and yet you're just gonna incriminate yourself even further.
it looks a lot more than it actually is. Okay.
In the next clip floating around, we have Hasan admitting he received contact from the Cuban government itself through a middleman, and the Cuban government offered to provide internet service for Hasan so he'll be able to conduct his streams within Cuba.
Yeah. The fact that you publicly admitted that you contacted the Cuban government, you should be in jail for treason. That is fucking treason, bro. Like, you already know we're having issues with them. You already know that there's already like some war going on, and yet you're just gonna freely admit, oh yeah, I have contacted the communist government of Cuba. Like, you're a fucking idiot, Hasan. You're literally a fucking retard, bro. Like, fucking stupid, man.
The Cuban government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is sick.
Wait,
the government reached out to you?
So yeah, of course. It's well, not reached out to me. There's there's a middleman there.
And this led to many raising some eyebrows at the possibility of Hasan promoting the Cuban government through direct contact and through the government's resources. However, Hasan argues simply corresponding with the Cuban government is not illegal, and he should have extra protection considering he did in fact register for a journalism visa and successfully got one.
None of this is illegal, okay? As an American citizen, you can literally be in correspondence with individuals in another country. The American restrictions on—
Yeah, but if you are talking to an enemy country, a country where we're about to go to war with, and we're already having political problems with, yeah, it's considered treason. It depends what conversations you're having, and I'm sure you probably have a conversation that's negatively affecting the American government, giving them intel and stuff like that, and that's not journalism. That is literally treason.
on this stuff are fucking idiotic. I have a journalism visa. What the fuck are you talking about? And what's really funny about it is that every single media outlet that goes to Cuba does this as well. CNN, Al Jazeera, ABC.
Yeah, but they're monitored by the government. You're not monitored by the government, so you can't just be an individual and go in and talk. Like, why do you think they even subpoenaed Tucker Carlson for just talking to people in Iran? Because we're having problems with Iran.
Fucking Fox News!
Another clip being thrown around that's being used as evidence of Hasan violating U.S. sanction laws is in regards to the hotel that he stayed at in Cuba, the infamous 5-star hotel hosting members of the Nuestra America convoy during a nationwide blackout.
The American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels, right? I'm telling you all this because, like, even the 5-star hotels are not like, it's not like it's what the American government has declared 5-star hotels. But regardless, in comparison to the situation on the island, it's prosperity pretty much. And experiencing that dichotomy is definitely fucked me up. Definitely.
Hasan argued that he had to stay at this hotel due to the American government banning its citizens from staying at government-owned properties. The hotel Hasan stayed at is the Grand Hotel Bristol Melia Collection. However, going on the U.S.
I'm not going to lie, the U.S. government shouldn't even be allowing travel to Cuba, especially with all the problems going on. It would avoid all this mess if you just banned travel from Cuba. That's what I would do. I would just ban travel altogether from both sides until the whole conflict is done.
Department of State website, I did not find this specific hotel under the list of prohibited accommodations, meaning it looks like Hasan did not violate any US laws for simply staying there. He's kidding himself, claiming that his luxurious lodging is his only option, but I digress. The most damning segment of this Hasan clip, though, is during his justification of
Well, it seems like, yeah, staying at the hotel is not illegal, but having contact with the Cuban government privately is kind of sus. And it could violate the foreign laws.
Staying in a 5-star hotel, Hasan claims for his next trip, he might wiggle his way around US law to live in a crummier lodging setup because he just feels so gosh darn bad about being in a nice rich hotel while most of the Cuban people suffer.
Like if I were to ever, I mean, not ever, but like I hope to come back. And when I do, I'll probably not abide by the American restrictions.
Yeah, even saying that.
Yeah, even saying that, it's like, yeah, you're putting yourself in danger, buddy.
Jokingly, probably not a good idea in hindsight.
Not a good idea, especially when you already got the US government on your ass.
I do believe that some of the accusations towards Hasan are invalid, but he's not really doing himself any favors by simply opening his mouth. In fact, I would say he has a pretty good chance of incriminating himself because he won't shut the fuck up, such as the clip of him saying,
That's why he should just shut up and fucking deal with this lawsuit and shut up. Because you're literally incriminating yourself and giving you the US government more and more ammo to have you arrested. I think you should be arrested, not for the Cuba stuff, but for teaching people how to make bombs and for saying you want to kill Rick Scott, because that's terrorism.
he corresponded with the Cuban government, and then right after claims that didn't happen.
The Cuban government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is sick.
By the way, that literally didn't happen, ironically enough.
So why did you, if it didn't happen, why did you say it, bro? See, now you're lying. Now you're lying, Hasan. Either you're lying in that clip or you're lying now. Either way, it's like, yeah, you're incriminating yourself even more by lying.
We're wrong about it, but it doesn't even fucking matter.
Then he goes on to say, even if that did happen, it's not illegal because imagine if I talked with a foreign leader from a country that doesn't have heavy restrictions and sanctions.
Okay, I'm gonna explain something to you guys. For example, I'm going to the UK. Okay, when I'm in the UK.
Yeah, but the UK is allied with us, so we don't have a conflict with the UK. We have a conflict with Cuba. We're not allied with Cuba right now, so yeah, it's different.
I will probably hang out with Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party. Could you imagine if people were like, what do you mean?
And as we know, someone who has nothing to hide loves to build themselves up as martyrs before receiving judgment.
You kill me, you jail me. There's going to be other people, you know? You're not going to be able to stop the people from feeling the way that they do, you know? You're going to have to concede on their demands at some point.
Yes, I'm sure he'll become the next Nelson Mandela.
Also, new poll is up. Should Hasan be in jail? Vote yes or no.
Wait, some people actually believe that. Twitter's stupidity has once again ruined my exaggerated jokes. As I said before, Hasan isn't the only one being investigated. There were multiple people on the convoy to Cuba, including an individual named Medea Benjamin, a co-founder of one of the participating organizations in the convoy, Code Pink. What's interesting about this connection is that Hasan claims he's not the main target. He believes the government actually wants to go after the organization Code Pink, along with a multimillionaire named Roy Singham, a major funder of Code Pink.
So they're not going to go after Hasan for the terrorism. See, this is how you know Trump sucks.
I think that ultimately the target is probably Singham and his operation from PSL to Answer Coalition to Code Pink, like anything that he has ever financed. And it's not new. It's been around for a while, but it's obviously it's held through regardless because like it's ridiculous. So they're trying to jam him up. They're trying to hit him on anything and everything they possibly can.
That's it. That's the goal here.
Hasan believes this because Roy has ties to the Chinese Communist Party, which has many speculating another intent behind the trip to Cuba, considering he's a major funder for one of the major organizations that partook in that convoy. However, when the co-founder of Code Pink was asked about Roy's funding, she informed the commenter that all donations came from global health partners and hundreds of individuals through donations. Everyone paid their own way, and there was zero foreign influence whatsoever. Also, while people are claiming this shows that Hasan is a snitch, a disgusting rat, a dirty fucking Randall, or even worse, Shanks, Singham's contribution to the organization and his ties with the CCP.
He is Hasan. Should have just shut up. But I mean, that's the thing. It's Hasan. Y'all really thought he wouldn't be a rat. The fact that these people even work with Hasan, it's like, of course he's gonna rat on you.
Is already public
Really
knowledge.
think he wants to go to jail? Nah, he don't care about no truths or anything.
If you search it up. So while it doesn't really help the convoy's image, I can't say that Mr. Hummus is the one who leaked that information out. So I don't think this is him necessarily snitching if the information is already available to us. I do think it's him kind of telling himself that he'll be fine because there are bigger fish to fry, but you know, we'll see. And now with all that said and done, do I think Hasan will be imprisoned? Well, for his sake, I hope not. He's a very pretty man. I do think a major issue Hasan is going to have to face.
I mean, I think he should be in jail for the terroristic threats and him saying he wanted to kill Rick Scott and all that. But not for the Cuba thing. No, probably not.
Is when he's being called upon, but what I'm investigating him for possible collusion doesn't really paint a good picture. And because
Alright, so there's that. So there's that segment. That's all I got. Robbie, got anything for me to cover or react to before I go to bed? Or any thoughts you want to give or anything? Looks like he's AFK, so I'm probably going to go ahead and get the outro song up. So, it's the end of the overnight stream. It's like 4:40 in the morning. Appreciate everyone for coming out to the stream. Hopefully y'all enjoyed tonight's stream. Hopefully everyone enjoyed tonight's stream. Honestly, we covered a lot of topics. I woke up like 7 p.m. yesterday, which is on me. I'm going to try to get some sleep, even though I'll probably be up most of the time anyways. So, yeah. Tomorrow with Digny, we are returning with the network show, 5 p.m. EST. So make sure you all come in, tune in for that. And, yeah, that's it. That's it for me and the Ravencast. We will guys see you back here on the network show tomorrow, 5 p.m. EST. Go ahead and get this song. I'll make sure you all hit the like button. If you like the stream, hit the like button. Dislike the stream, hit the like button anyways, because dislike button is gone. It's been me, your boy, Lord Triton, and we are signing out. Peace.
Maybe I just tried to. Baby, tell me what to do before you make up your mind. 'Cause I'm pressing forward, but stuck on empty, and I'm running out of time. So leave me cold, leave me stranded, leave me broken, empty-handed, leave me nothing, or leave whatever. But baby, promise me you'll never leave me all alone if you go. I gotta know, no sense thinking I'd be depending on a long lost love that walks out. You're never gonna leave me all alone if you go. I gotta know. you're never gonna leave me behind. Don't leave me behind. You remember June and all the petty plans we made. A campfire on a sunset lit beach. It could be so great. But watch out when I open my mouth, 'cause I'm causing all the doubt, and I should practice what to say. 'Cause I barely made it up this time, and now guilt me to pray. So leave me cold, leave me stranded, leave me broken, empty-handed, leave me nothing, I'll leave whatever. But baby, promise me you'll never leave me all alone. If you go, I gotta know. No sense thinking I'd be depending on a long last long. Then watch out, you're never gonna leave me all alone. If you go, I gotta know. No sense thinking I'd be depending on a long last love. Then watch out, you're never gonna leave me behind. Don't leave me behind. So leave me cold, leave me stranded, leave me broken, empty-handed, leave me nothing, I'll leave whatever. But baby, promise me you'll never leave me all alone. If you go, I gotta know. No sense thinking I'd be depending on a long last love. But watch out, you're never gonna leave me all alone. If you go, I gotta know. No sense thinking I'd be depending on a long last love. Then watch out,